tell the people at home, are we expecting any big surprises? Anything too crazy?
No, so I was telling Connor, because we just hopped on World like 20 minutes ago to play a fight. We two-manned a certain monster because I didn't really fight that monster that much, and I was like, oh shit, I kind of need more. You know, I want some more notes because I fought him like once, so I was like, I need some more. But I'll go over kind of how I did this tier list and what I'm going to do to the tier list that you see in front of you. So I went and I didn't 1v1 every monster because that's kind of crazy. There's a lot of monsters and there was significantly less turnaround time between first tier list and base game and Fatalis and now. So I didn't 1v1 every monster, but I didn't have to. I said this on stream once. We fought a lot of these guys way more than we fought some of these base game guys. I mean, there was, and it was harder too. So it was like, you know,
they lived longer. I
didn't have to go back and fight Diablos because every Diablos we fought as a 4-man, you know, we smoked him. I didn't have to do that because every fight lasted 40 minutes, you know, 20, 30, 40 minutes. So it's like, all right, like, you know, I didn't have to go back and fight all of them, but there were some monsters that I've only fought like once. So I was like, okay, I need to go back and fight those guys. So I went back and fought some. I used the same weapon. I used Charge Blade for all of them. What else did I do that was interesting about my actual tier listing? I didn't really do OSTs. If they have a good OST, it's a bump, but a bad OST, which doesn't really exist in this game, but like, you know, a bad OST doesn't hurt them. Same with like skills on armor. If like one armor set has like crazy skills, well then, you know, it helps, but it doesn't hurt if one, you know, they have muck resistance on the other one. So stuff like that. I was talking about my old tier list and how I definitely need to reorganize because obviously fighting them after, you know, seeing the differences with master rank and high rank and obviously putting them in the grand scheme of like the whole roster, I think it's important to kind of move some of these guys around because this isn't like chess, you know, like this is the you know, the Kneejerks, it was chess. I wanted to put in what I put in and that was it, and like it's a Kneejerk, so like wherever it landed is where it landed. But with this I want it to be like a real list, so I'm gonna start from the bottom and work my way up. Garbage is garbage. Those guys suck. Those guys are terrible. This is no surprise, and I'm not really gonna harp on it for too long because I've talked about it plenty on stream. We're gonna slide Kulu down to Garbo because my hate for him just grows by the moment. I mean, I just absolutely despise him. He's probably behind Beotodus, honestly.
So,
Yeah, he sucks, dude. He's just terrible. I mean, there's no redeeming qualities about him. He's just not good. I mean, you've heard me talk about him on stream. I don't gotta keep talking about it. He's just not redeemable. He's so bad. So I gotta move him to garbage because you know, I don't like his armor. I don't like his fight. I don't really give a shit about his ecology. And again, that's a good point too. I don't care about ecology. So miss me with he likes to shit on Tuesdays in the waterfall. I don't care. I don't care. Like, okay, let me rephrase. I do care. I think it's cool, but I didn't use this on the list. Sure. I don't. So, like, you know, there's a couple guys who some of them are coming up pretty quick that they don't, you know, it doesn't matter that their ecology is cool because I don't take that into consideration because that would make this list a lot longer.
It ain't the meat and potatoes.
It's not the freaking, let's get to the freaking turkey, the ham, the beef. Let's go. Like, I don't care about, you know, him wiping his ass on a freaking leaf when I'm not looking. I just don't care. Okay. Next, who's getting slid down? After doing all the sieges, he was already pretty bad, and now his armor is not enough to save him. We're gonna slide the tire monster. We're gonna slide him down. He can take low mid though, because his armor is still cool, and he's not like the worst looking monster. No, he was fine at the bottom.
Okay, down.
Yeah. I mean, it's just when he's the only siege, sure. When you get and then you get into the Sophies and the, you know, and the friggin' Calves, and even Calv is not that amazing of a siege, but man, I mean, comparatively, it's like he's stupid. I mean, he's just so bad. I'm gonna slide Pukei up. I'm going to put Pukei in low high. I have a lot of fun playing Pukei, and I didn't when I originally. But going back and fighting Pukei, he's pretty good. And replacing him in high mid is gonna be Kieran. Kieran is bad. Kieran's kind of meh. I like the creative set pieces, but I mean, there's just so, and I'm not gonna friggin' go back into like my rant about him in the first list.
It was a valid rant, I'd say.
There's just so much more they could have done, and they just didn't.
Sure.
They relied on like the friggin', glowing ground. Oh, lightning's gonna strike here attacks. It's just not it. He's just not it. Diablos is good. Kushala good.
Ooh, do you want me to reorder Pukei and Kieran within their respective?
Yeah, why don't we put Kieran? Kieran's fine, but why don't we put Pukei, honestly, the king of low high? I think he's better than man, hold on. No, I lied. Put him ahead of Kushala. I really like when when you go to Diablos' nest and he's jumping through like the sand waterfalls. That's just so cool, dude.
For sure.
He's ugly, but so is Pukei, so like it's okay. Tobi is I've been going back and forth. I think I'm gonna leave Tobi where he is.
Sure.
Kolv though. Okay, hold on. I see a comment. Kushala good? Yeah, Kushala's fine. If you ignore the spam, which yes is very bad, he's still a very cool looking monster. He has amazing armor. The armor has great skills. I mean, great skills. You can get friggin' all 5 levels of evade window and 3 levels of evade extender
and
from like
shit like that.
Yeah, dude. I mean, that's insane. And his and he's just like he gets better, but like the spam is a little annoying, but like you can say that about a lot of different monsters. There's a lot of monsters that just friggin' spam. Is his spam annoying? Yes, but again, I don't think it's enough to like really kill him. But he's fine in low high because the spam is kind of shaky. Mm-hmm. But Kolv is gonna go up because that master rank fight is insane.
Oh yeah.
The siege again, and someone said it. I don't think Kolv is bad. I think the siege is bad. Fucking yeah, dude. Following that friggin' lug through the caves and just hitting it while it does nothing is like whatever.
Sure.
But that fight is insane. I mean, the moment the fight starts and that armor comes off, I mean, whoa. That's one of my favorite fights. The armor is pretty cool. The weapons are whatever. Yeah. But this is my debate though. That fight is insane, but that siege is so questionable, and there's some better sieges coming up. So I don't know if I can put her in S. She's definitely going to high. Okay. At a king of high, queen of high.
Sure.
But to put, that siege is really boring. If it was just, all right, let me rephrase. If it was just the master rank fight, S. But if you take in, I have to, because we're only doing the one. It's only one Kolv on the list. There's not a second Kolv coming up. I have to take into consideration that siege, and it's kind of questionable. And the weapons are kind of questionable. The armor's cool enough. But I think high is a good spot because there are just some sieges that are just so good.
Sure.
So I think I'm good with that. Coming out of S is Zinogre. The more you fight the bigger monsters, the less fun he gets. Not only is he
that's not unfair. Not
only is he only low and high rank. Yeah, that's fine, honestly, right there. Yep. I skipped over somebody I have to move to, but Zinogre is he's fun, he's flashy, he's the first delve into wow, look at this big laser beam, and look at this giant arena that only he fights in. That's cool, and it's cool at the time. But then you start to go fight, Shara and even Ruiner, and he gets less and less as you go on, So I honestly think I'm gonna drop him to mid-high, actually, behind the fucking whatever I forget his name. Behemoth? But right there's Behemoth is fine. Tobi is getting carried, and the reason that Tobi's higher is because Tobi's just a personal favorite.
Which is perfectly valid.
But Xeno, it's I already said last time when I never even touched Master Rank that Xeno's replayability is pretty lacking.
Yep.
Then you get to Master Rank, and it's this guy doesn't even exist. What's the point? You don't have to even look at this guy. Yeah. So I'm good with him there. I skipped over Vaal Hazak, who is going to come down. I like the armor. I do. I love the armor, honestly. I love the look of the dragon, but that fight is bad. I mean, it's bad. And the more you fight, the worse it gets. He's going to go pretty far down. He's going to go down to low high.
Okay.
Because I do love his arena, and I do love him, and I love his weapon. His weapons are some of the best.
Oh,
his armor is some of the best. His OST is awesome. But that fight is just so bad, and I think I was getting some recency bias with him last time, and I don't want to talk too much about him, the version of him coming up, but I just, the more I think about it, I'm just like, yeah, that fight's like that bad. It's really that bad.
You can definitely tell that they were afraid of how strong his gimmick was.
Yeah, and again, like, if you put on Effluvia resistance, trivial. Less than trivial.
Nothing. Yeah, no.
And
there's monsters like 2 tiers down that are a little bit harder than he is.
I got it, Tets. I'm sorry. I'm going to make you wait for that one. I want to talk about Blackveil just because it's relevant right now, but I can't. I got to wait till he comes up in the list. But I will talk about him. But yeah, the whole gimmick coming down to the one skill, that's a good way to say it, Kaiser. It's just like whatever. If he had more physical attacks, okay, sure. But he just dives at you. And then, like, once you have Effluvia resistance, he gets on his back legs and does that slam attack, which, without Effluvia, it might kill you. Without Effluvia resistance, it might kill you. With Effluvia resistance, you don't even have to move, because he stands on his back legs for, like, 15 seconds, and then you just hit him, he comes down, the Effluvia comes up, don't worry, you have three levels of resistance, you just keep hitting him. It's like, that fight's bad. But, again, everything about him besides the fight is cooler than Kushala, I think, personally. Sure. I'm gonna slide... somebody. There's someone else. Anjanath Stan. I love that. My feelings on Anjanath have not changed. I mean, he's insane. He's so fun. I still have fun fighting him right now to this day. If I went back and fought him right now, I'd have a blast. I love Anjanath. Yeah, I'm gonna. I feel like there's something I want to do at the top here.
And just rearranging.
Yeah, just like moving the S guys around. No, I think that's it.
Okay.
I like where Nerg is. I love where Deviljho is. Legiana's, Legiana. I love Legiana. Yeah, okay. I'm good. I'm good with this. I think this is a good base to finish off of. But yeah, I mean, Anjanath's like, wow. I mean, he's so good for just what he is. Similar with Tobi. Tobi serves a great purpose. Mm-hmm. I'll kind of go back around to Tobi because I'm gonna have to start talking about him again in like 3 monsters, so I'll go back to Tobi. But yeah, no, you know what's funny, Murdoch? You'd think so. Fulger, okay, I'm not gonna say it, but yeah, no, Anjanath is where he belongs. So good, dude, so good. And I think that's where I stop moving around. I think that's valid.
And for those of you who are just showing up, we're about to hit the main event. So...
And for those of you commenting real quick, just because I don't use ecology in my rankings does not mean you can't tell me about their ecology, because I was telling Connor, there's a lot of ecology that I either didn't know, but like I still like it. I just didn't use it in this tier list. So like, by all means, tell me that you like so-and-so because he, whatever, he drinks from the fucking lake of piss. I don't care. But like, just like, by all means, don't be afraid to bring up ecology and to disagree with me. As you, I'm sure you've all noticed, you can disagree with me all you want. I don't care. So by all means, go ahead. Comfort fight. That's a great way to call Anjanath. Whenever I'm just like, man, what do I want to fight? I want to have fun. Anjanath. Just, wow, man, he's the man. But is he, you know what? No, I'm gonna pull him up to S2.
Okay. Right.
Because I just looked at Radobon and I was like, I think I might like Anjanath more than Radobon. So, I love Radobon. I don't wanna. Yeah, no, I don't wanna. I love Radobon.
He's still on his redemption.
I definitely love Anjanath more, and you can put Odogaron behind Anjanath as well.
Okay.
Yeah, Odogaron's great, and we'll talk about Odogaron more. But all right, now I feel really comfortable. Okay. Now I feel really okay. Let's go. Let's start her up. Who's first?
So we got this all done and dusted. We got the Iceborne boys on the bottom. I think we have 34 to 35 we have to cover. Right here as well, I have assembled a rough recreation of Austin's Kneejerk tier lists for the entirety of these monsters. Can't be completely in order because we did first and second, then third and fourth, and then fifth. But I just kind of like roughly approximate where I think they would go in relation to one another. So we have this as a reference sheet to compare his original takes, because I think that's a really fun comparison to make. We got this set up, and then because, you know, we're all kind of well versed in the monsters at this point, I pulled up some art and some cool screenshots instead of just the renders. Cool. Yeah, inevitably it's gonna be some like fan art, so that'll be a thing. But whatever. All right, so yeah, no, let's start with the opening boy of Iceborne. We're just gonna check my OBS real quick to make sure the framing is good. Looks like it. All right, so right off the bat, we have the Ice Shark, the opening boy, the introduction to Iceborne, Beotodus.
He's one of those guys that I didn't fight a lot, and I still haven't fought a lot. I did go back and fight him because of that. He is the coolest Piscine wyvern in world, you know, but that's not saying much. His competition is severely lacking. He really doesn't have, you know, Beotodus and, you know, the other one, Levasioth, who's obviously worse. So like he's definitely the best Piscine wyvern. What I think they did really well with him is they let him go around the whole map. You know, I hate how Beotodus is locked into his corner, and he can come up to like the muddy areas, but like doesn't really leave, which is fine. Like I understand that like some animals are really like that, but I like how this guy can really go pretty much anywhere on the map. I like that. He's definitely cooler looking. It's just undeniably cooler than the rest of them.
Easy, yeah.
He is still boring. I'm sorry. Fight-wise, he is still boring. Look-wise, he's very cool, but I mean, in the fight department, he does like the same 3 moves while swimming, quote unquote swimming. And then when he stands up, he does like 2 extra moves, and that's like it. Mm-hmm. He is cursed by the body of Beotodus. He really is. I think that is the worst skeleton in the game. I don't even think it's close. Considering there's some fanged, you know, there's some wyverns like friggin' you know, Narga and Barioth, like those guys are insane, and then they're like the same body style, and there's like 7 of them, they're really good, and then there's like the Piscine wyvern, and they're all kind of garbage, you know. So the armor is awesome. I think that the Shark Knight is peak. I wore that armor for a very long time. I only fought this guy like 3 or 4 times. He's got like a mid-high look. I think he's very cool. The fight is mid, it's just whatever, and then the weapons are kind of mid-high. So I think that lands him in high, mid, low, high territory.
Okay.
He's definitely not as cool as Xeno. He's definitely not as cool as I'm on the wrong list. He's not as cool as Kashala, so I'm gonna put him in high mid. I think he serves a great purpose to be the Shark of the Snow, and I think he's better than the Wraths. The Wraths are kind of boring.
Okay.
Yeah, I don't know. I've never been a big Wrath guy. I've never liked them that much. I think this guy is cool, but he's nothing crazy. So I kind of like where he is in that high mid area. Lunastra's kind of being punished just because of some cheese, but
sure.
I think where he is right there is fine. He's you know, he's the same as the other guys, but ice, and he just looks cooler, you know. So like, but he's still limited by that stupid body. I hate that skeleton. But again, the armor is very cool, and the weapons are very cool. And I would like his turf war, but he does the same animation that Beotodus does. He slinks around him, unless there's a different turf war with somebody else that I don't know about.
Nope, it's just that one recycled.
Yeah, I don't love that, you know. So he's just whatever. But that's like the point. He's not supposed to be crazy. He's supposed to be like the first delve into the snow, and he fits that role very well. But once you dive into him, he's just okay, and I'm confident with where he is.
Sure. Yeah. Do you want me to talk at all like we did last time, or do
you talk all you want? I don't care if we do this for 6 hours.
Fair enough. Okay. Yeah, I think I'm maybe like a tick higher on the fight than you are. I think the fight is passably enjoyable, maybe kind of like a step below comfort fight in terms of difficulty. You know, I like, because they've had really bad habits with the Piscine Wyverns in the past of like, oh, he's like a fish guy and he's under like whatever, like sand or lava or water or whatever. So he's gonna like dip back out and duck back in and whatnot and like try to attack you like a shark would. And a lot of those are wicked bad pace killers. I think he's got a pretty good pace, so he'll like zig out and then he'll just come within like a half a second, will come lunging back in and diving at you. A lot of people have talked about his sound design. I agree. I think his sound design is exceptional with those kind of like choppy, revving engine noises that kind of sound like a chainsaw. I don't know why he sounds like a chainsaw. It is somehow very cool. Fitting. Yeah, I think the design is great. I think the kind of like darker colors with the yellow-orange body is really nice. Got some good contrast there. He looks nice and fierce and intimidating, but also not like too crazy for an opening monster. But for like the opening of an expansion, which needs to kind of stack up a little bit more than like a Jagras or a Kulu, I think they balanced that out pretty good. He has a little bit of like Ice Blight spam with just like a couple of his moves just kind of giving it to you for free, which is a little annoying. And it's not a crazy move set, but for like an opening guy out of an expansion to introduce you to the Hoarfrost Reach and everything, I think that's great. This will be kind of like one of those small details that you don't always keep track of, but he's got a really neat little role in like the lower levels of the Hoarfrost where like the Boa guys will hunt him. And he's like the big bad target of those little guys. So he's got like this little cultural significance.
Yeah, I saw a big bastard say that. That's kind of cool.
Yeah, which is just a really neat little chunk of world building. So I'm very fond of this guy. I think he is quite good.
Someone said, I wonder how the tier list for Rise will work with some of the returning monsters. I definitely want to redo a Rise tier list when we're done with that, or not even done. Well, it's gonna be hard to be done, but because with Wilds coming out, but there was so many times where I would like rank a monster on your poll, and then I'd read the comments, and none of the comments would be about world. They would always be about, you know, whatever, Generations Ultimate, 3U, whatever the hell. Yep. Games I've never even sniffed. Yeah. You know, so I definitely am curious to re-rank some world monsters after Rise, which it is going to be weird with Rise and Wilds coming out at the same time, but or not coming out at the same time, but like us starting with Wilds coming out. But I definitely want to do that. So your comment, I am also curious.
Yeah.
Mr. Alex.
So let's move right along. Banbaro, what do you think about your buddy here? All reliable, the clingy ex-girlfriend.
I don't think that anybody is going to be surprised by what I'm going to say about this guy. Yeah, I mean, God, why? All right, he's a moose. Yep. That's cool. That's just cool. Why they decided to make him what they made him is beyond me.
It's beyond everybody. Nobody understands.
I hate the tree thing. Okay, let me rephrase. I like the tree thing when it's trees that are cold and frozen. That's it. Why does he go around everywhere? How did he get there, first off? You know?
No one knows.
How did he get from... We had to fly to that island. Is he swimming the whole way?
No one knows.
So, like, I hate that, and that hurts him bad. That hurts him bad, because I really hate that, like, a lot. The tree thing is neat enough, but it's not cool for how much he does it, dude. There's some attacks when they do it, and it's like, oh, man. You know, it's like, oh, here we go. And that's it, you know, and it's cool every time. The tree thing is really annoying after but it's because they shove him down your throat. The tree thing would be really cool if he stayed in the Hoarfrost and you only saw it there. But when you see the tree thing every single and it feels like he has a population rate significantly more than every other monster. I feel like he's always there.
These things
and
are
I know
all over the place.
I know that they said like they literally made him, you know, they didn't make him for this, but they made him invade so that way. You know what's funny? Someone said he might be behind you, and I turned around. I'm not gonna lie. I know that like they literally came out and said like we put him everywhere so he could throw trees everywhere, and like yeah, that's cool. It's not. It's stupid.
No.
His armor is a little big for my liking. I know I say I don't like bulky armor all the time. That armor is huge. I mean, that is unyieldingly large armor. But it is still very cool. The aesthetic Viking aesthetic is undeniably cool. So it's not like I hate it. It's just not S. But it's up there. His weapons are fine. The fight is fine. He's a little clunky. He's a little chunky. He's a little big. You know, he's a little long for my liking. You have to like take a bus to get from his head to his tail sometimes, especially if he's like a crown. The fight is just okay. I mean, he's a brute, isn't he?
Yep.
He's not, I mean, put him on a list of brutes, man. He's not that good high up. There's a lot of other better brutes.
Yeah, that's a stacked category at one.
Yeah, it's unfair. It's unfair, you know. It's unfair to him. But, you know, he's fine. So let's see the list. I think if he's in Wilds, I'm killing myself. I promise.
You threatened that with multiple monsters.
Yeah, and I mean it. I don't mean it. I'm dramatic. Do I like him more than Beotodus, though? He's not going into high. Just like, let's just...
Yeah. We got him in high mid right now.
Let's go behind the Wraths. Let's put him in the same, you know, yeah, right there.
There. Okay.
Yeah, because, I don't know, the Wraths serve best non-flagship brute. That's a take. He serves a very nice purpose, but they took his purpose and stretched it just way too far. That's like that, and that really hurts him because his armor is good enough, his weapons are good enough, and he's okay enough that he could have been high. He could have been in the highs. Probably nowhere past mid high. You know, just him being everywhere is just suffocating. You know, Beotodus is cool because you only see him once a friggin' month. Banbaro, it's like, hey, fellas, forget about me. And we never forgot about him because he was just there in the last fight. Man, you know.
Why the fuck is he in the Rotten Veil?
Yeah, dude. And like, they should have just had Seething be an invader again and just have both the Bazelgeuses invading all over the place. And that should have been it.
Yeah.
You know, but instead and it makes me feel like they subbed Bazelgeuse out for this guy, you know, so he could, and that's bad, dude. I mean, that's so bad because like Bazelgeuse shits on him. Yeah. So yeah, I'm good with that. I think that's fair. Andrew, who's Andrew? Someone else talk? Is there another? Andrew, my personal theory is that they work like Anjanath and have, I don't know where he's hiding those wings. If you think he has wings.
Yeah, that's a theory.
Yeah, that's something. Yeah, I know some people are saying caribou. He's a moose. Get over it.
Caraboose.
Yeah, there you go. Yeah, he's just okay. I don't love him. So yeah, that's where he belongs.
I want to adore. Conceptually, I do. In this
Moose.
picture, this picture right here, this picture is sick. This is so cool. And just kind of in general, it's him and Duramboros is the other one where they take like the super dinosaur like T-Rex category and we're gonna turn them into like big herbivores based on giant real life herbivores. That's so cool for a skeleton. And then they just ruin it. And they ruin it. And they ruin it just by this. It is this death by 1,000 cuts of his like, what are you doing in the forest? What are you doing in the desert? What are you doing in a volcano? And it's just
that's the worst one. That's the worst one. The Vaal and the Vaal and Elder's Recess are so bad.
The only other one is like the Highlands. Maybe that's fine. He's such an Arctic animal. And this picture's so sick. And yeah, no, like the trees and the rocks, like that's neat. I get it. I get the environmental interactions and whatnot. Do it with another monster. I don't give a shit. It didn't work.
Yeah. And with the next guy coming up, like they built it into the next guy that like, yeah, he doesn't belong here, but like he finds his way around. How does Banbaro even survive in the volcano?
He should die. He
should be dead. Yeah. If they wanted to put him in the volcano, it should be his corpse in the corner. You know, like, because he tried, but he died. The freaking rainforest. You know how humid the ancient forest probably is?
Oh, yeah.
He dead.
Dead.
He should be dead. You know, he's weak to fire. That's a good point, Kaiser. Why would he even want to go there? You know, so maybe his curiosity is you know what they say. Curiosity killed the dinosaur moose.
Yeah. Yeah.
My mom used to say that all the time.
Banbaro being on like all the map, it's one of those things you're like, that's not canon. That's not happening. This isn't real.
Yeah,
So,
in my head, he doesn't really go to those places.
Yeah. I'd love for him to come back and they just pretend like it never happened. It's like, yeah, no, he's in the snow. He can't leave the snow. What are you talking about? I'd be happy.
If they made a Barnbaros, see, dude, I'm talking, and everyone in chat is like saying what I'm thinking, man. We're all on it today, chat, and then Carrie's here, so that sucks.
Yeah.
What they should do to fix it is if they can make a version of a monster that's basically the opposite of the previous monster, they should make a Barnbaro that's like different. And you know, this Barnbaro can travel because he sheds or whatever.
Yeah, have one without all the fur. That could be interesting.
Yeah, but to just say like, yep, he go, and then you expect me to just believe that his moose antlers dig up volcanic rock? What? What are we talking about?
That's a real good point. Thank you for the 2 Reddits.
Yeah, so, yeah. My favorite part is he's weak to dragon. Yeah, he's just, you know, like, again, though, like Connor said, he himself is cool. Carrie just texted me. Yeah, he himself is cool, but yeah, we all think the same thing. Carrie just texted me, too, that why is he everywhere? You know, like, it just doesn't, it's just not right, man.
If they ever bring him back, I hope they understand that that's like the one thing that people don't like about him.
Sand Barnbaro, that'd be funny.
It could be. All right, ready to move on?
Yes.
Viper Tobi.
This guy's interesting, man, because I really do like Tobi. And I know there is one specific fan in this channel that like comments on every video saying how much he likes Viper Tobi.
Yeah, it is literally his profile, yes.
Yeah. Again, I would be remiss if I didn't mention it. Viper Tobi's appeal is ecology.
Yeah.
Viper Tobi thrives in the being the monster that doesn't belong in the hoarfrost, and he lives in like the steamy caves underneath, and he only travels out if he has to.
Mm-hmm.
That would be cool if I cared, but I don't. And I'm not one of those guys. I think if you don't like paralysis, if you don't like status ailments, I think you're a weenie. I think you need to it's part of the game, man.
If the debuff ain't annoying, what's the point?
Took the words right out of my mouth. That's a perfect way to say it. If it wasn't annoying, you wouldn't have to prepare for it, you know, and that would just make it pointless. Yeah. So I don't even know if I like the color scheme more, which I know is one of his big appeals. Mm-hmm. I think his eyes are sick. I like his eyes. I like his intro video.
Yeah.
But I think that I think the blue and the sunlight of the ancient forest is much cooler.
Sure.
Why didn't he do what Tobi does in the forest? Why doesn't he climb? Why doesn't he, you know, like, I don't know. There's just so many things that I wish. This is one of those guys where I don't think he's pointless. I don't think it's like, why is he here? And I do have that opinion about some guys.
Sure.
I don't think he's one of them. I don't think it's like, oh, you know, does he really need to exist? I think he's cool enough. I like that he has 2 statuses. I think that's interesting. I know there's not a lot of monsters like that. I think unlike Barnbaro, I think this guy is kind of locked to one area, and I think he should be in more. Mm-hmm. I think if he came out to like the Vaal would be cool.
The colors would work.
It would work. I think that would help. I just want more. I think he serves an interesting purpose. He flies around more. That is interesting. I love that flying squirrel attack. I like the blue more. Tobi in the forest is better than Tobi in the caves. I'm just kind of reading through my notes. And then don't even get me started on his armor, man.
Still not great.
It's not great. It's not great. Viper is, you know, I don't know. I just feel like I feel like Tobi does enough for Tobi for me to not really care about Viper as much. So let's go to the list. I think he's yeah, I just really like Tobi, but I don't like Viper as much. He is still in the I think he's gonna end up in, let's put him in the King of High Mid. King of High Mid.
Okay. That's not bad for him. I think that's pretty agreeable.
Yeah, he's just okay.
Sure.
He's one of those guys. I have some interesting thoughts on some, especially really high boss monsters that I think could make them a little better. But for Tobi, I don't really have any ideas to make him better besides moving him. I really think they did a good idea that like I hate where it's like some monsters it's like, oh, it's the same monster but dragon. I like how they made him a little different.
Sure.
But I don't really know how I'd make him better besides just moving him. I think King of High Mid was my nickname in high school. Hi, Nathan. But yeah, I don't even really know how I would make him better besides moving him. I mean, he flies around. I do like that. His armor sucks. I don't think he's better than Tobi. I think Tobi serves a much better purpose than Viper does.
Yeah.
If that makes sense.
Yeah. I think this is a good subspecies. Just all across the board, well constructed. Craziest thing ever? Nah. Like you said about like the cave exclusivity, I think it's wicked neat. I think to take just kind of like this treetop hopping, jumping around, like super agile dude, and then turn him into like this stalking opportunist that's like slinking around down in caves and like stabbing other monsters with paralysis venom and dragging them down and eating them. Like that's such a weird way to kind of transform Tobi Kadachi in a way that like I don't think I ever would have thought of. So I want to give just kind of like props to the concept. I think they just thought of a really cool way to change around this animal in a method that I think generally makes a lot of sense. Colors are good. I kind of agree that I do like the blue with the like the greens for the regular one. I'm kind of with you. Status is annoying. That's fine. It's what it's designed to be. That's the point. Putting toxic and paralysis on the third monster, that's a little steep. That's a little steep, but it's not bad. It's honestly not even that annoying. He doesn't even hit with like the paralysis that much. It's really just his bite attacks. But yeah, good subspecies. Weird way to pull him around in a direction, but I think the execution was pretty darn good. So I like Viper. I think he's good.
Yeah, he's fine.
Yeah.
He's not bad. He's good. That's really all it is. I don't like snakes, but I do like what they did with him.
Sure.
And so, yeah, that's a good point. I didn't really mention the stalking aspect is much cooler. But yeah, so yeah, I'm good with him there.
Next up we have...
No art for him.
I couldn't find a good one.
Mugshot. Yeah. Criminal. Okay, based off the last like 6 comments, this is probably going to be my hottest take of the night.
Okay.
I really like Nightshade.
I agree.
He's good.
I agree.
He's sneaky good.
I agree.
I think you know what, you don't like being put to sleep? Figure it out, dog. I mean, I think he is a sleeper. That's a funny joke. He's a sleeper monster, man. I think that's like a fantasy football term that you guys might not understand. He's sneaky. Like he kind of all of a sudden you're like, do I like this guy? I think I do. Why I think it was kind of forced upon me that I liked him is, racially motivated. Yeah, I'm doing some PR work. I love the Black Eagle stuff, or whatever it's called.
Oh, yeah. We had to fight him a bunch for that.
So I had to fight him a lot. I think the way he's ugly as hell. He is. I like the eyeball thing. That would work on like another monster. Like that's kind of cool. Colors are questionable. I mean, he's not, it's not, I wish he was kind of like, darker black. Like, I don't like how he's like kind of this weird grayish, like,
purpley,
so purpley. Yeah. So if he was like blacker, like that'd be.
Oh, it's so bad with that clip.
I definitely like him more than the average guy, apparently, because all you guys hate him.
I do too, man.
And he's definitely cooler and better than regular Lumu. I like the excessive use of sleep. I think it's cool. The way big factor, he puts you to sleep and he punishes you for it.
Immediately, yeah.
Regular Lumu does not do that. He just puts you to bed and then walks away sometimes. So I like how this guy fills it up. He only gives you certain hallways to go down, and then he sucks it all up. Yeah, I mean, is it like the greatest fight on the planet? No, but I think he's better than anyone gives him credit for. Mm-hmm. I like the battlefield control. I don't love fluffy like night like winter armor. That's the word I'm looking for. But his armor's cool enough. I mean, it's fine. Why is he in the desert? A lot of people are saying. I mean, he's not reserved to cold areas.
Yeah, I don't think he's out of place.
I think
some
like,
bats just live out in the desert.
And at night, the desert gets pretty cold. You know, so like, I definitely think he's better than regular Paolumu. Let's go to the list here. Yeah, sorry, that's not what I meant. I said that Lumu puts you to sleep. I just meant like if you get put down, he doesn't punish you. Is more what I meant.
No, if he's like blowing you around with wind, he's not punishing you.
Yeah, I like him. I think he goes into to mid high. Honest to God, I like him. I like him a lot.
Okay.
Let me give me a second. Let me just kind of analyze here.
Tobi,
do I like him? Do I like them more than Diablos?
That is a fair.
No, I don't.
Okay, so
put him. Yeah, right there. Perfect.
Okay. I agree. Nightshade Paolumu is overhated and underrated. Best thing in the world? No. And here's the interesting thing. If you gem in for sleep negate on him, unlike some other fights, it doesn't negate the entire fight because he is physically, in terms of his physical moveset, he is also better than the normal Paolumu. He's got an interesting thing about him where he has a much greater capacity to naturally deflate and reinflate his neck sack, and he also has a lot more aggressive physical moves. So if you're not gemmed in with sleep resistance, that is built in so that if you get hit with the sleep, he is very immediately following you up and hitting you. So that's cool. But if you do gem in for sleep resistance, so you're not getting slept, he still has a cool physical hard-hitting attacks structure with a couple of decent flying attacks in his roster that can make it so that he is still going up against you and can still throw hands. So he's one of those monsters where if you're fighting him and you gem to resist him, you're not completely negating everything he can throw at you. And then, if we're taking like the status into account, I would say maybe he could be due to have like slightly smaller clouds, because it is a lot of zone of control and he'll dump a lot of it like right at the feet of himself, which can be kind of punishing. And I think he might be able, especially because Paolumu is a wind-using monster, to have a little bit more manipulation of it. I think that's what I would do to make Nightshade a little bit better, is so that he has wind currents that can push around the clouds a little bit more. But I think he's got good battlefield control. He's got a good design. He's got a nice little change up with the eye coloration. I think the maps he fights on are interesting for where he goes. I think he has better physicality. I think his status usage is pretty cool. I think this is a good fucking monster.
Yeah, I 100%. I think he's a little underrated for sure.
Yeah, Coral Pukei.
He's good. He's fine. I don't love the colors as much as everybody. I think the feathery parts are very cool, like his hands and his neck.
Yeah.
I don't love the prosciutto wings.
That's a good call. That is kind of prosciutto-y.
The flesh-colored salami kind of, it doesn't, it's not right. The tail makes me uncomfortable. I don't love the tail, man. But he is a better fight. I don't think water blight or whatever the fuck it's called. I mean, I don't think that's like terrible.
No.
He's an interesting look. He's a great subspecies. I like him more than some other subspecies in terms of what the subspecies actually does. If you're calling me Andrew, that's like the third time you've called me Andrew in chat.
I think there's someone named Andrew.
Is there someone named Andrew?
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, like, I wish he was like purplish. I wish he was just a different color. I think that would be cooler because I don't love this, I don't love the skin color. But I definitely think he's a little tail reliant, and I know I saw someone say, you cut off his tail, the fight's over. Yeah, I mean, maybe. But I like Pukei, and I definitely like this guy more. And I think for kind of where he ranks in the levels of monsters, I think he has one of the more interesting, powerful, stronger movesets. So I like him. I like him a lot. I like when he goes up in the air and he like spins around. This is ecology related, but it's also not, because it's in the fight. I like how he gets water from the water moss on the walls.
Oh yeah.
Stuff. That is ecology, but it's in the fight, so it counts. Yeah. He's very cool. I think he's good. Let's go to the list here. Not too much to talk about. I haven't fought him a whole lot, but I have fought him enough to rank him. He's in the highs. Yeah, he's definitely in the highs. I'm gonna go a tier up. I'm gonna put him right behind Zinogre because I do think he is that much better than regular Pukei. Again, the color scheme, but like, that's not the end of the world. And then his armor's all right actually. I just think he adds an interesting ranged element to the fight besides just spitting poison all over the place. Pukei is a fun fight. It's not a good fight, if that makes sense. Core Pukei makes you kind of think. Core Pukei makes you kind of, it kind of makes you actually have to think about what's coming and what he's doing. It's not like a horrible or difficult fight, but it is a step up from Pukei, and I think that is a perfect subspecies. I think the whole point of a subspecies is to be better than the guy before, or at least different, So I like where he's at. I definitely, he it's hard to put him over Zinogre and Behemoth because obviously they have the cinematics, which is just like a huge part. Obviously they're going to be cooler. And I just like Tobi more. So I'm good with where he is.
Cool. Yeah, dude, in terms of like the construction of a subspecies, this is one of the best they have ever done. Because it very often it is, like, they used to kind of be just recolors, then they started sticking them on other maps. They did like element swaps like this with World especially, and especially with Iceborne. They were like, all right, we're gonna take this animal and we're gonna stick them on just like a new environment. How does this animal change? Like, how does his, like, bodily functions do new things? So with this guy, they're like, all right, so the regular Pukei, he's like, he eats nuts and whatnot. He ingests poison from these different flowers and everything, and he ejects them from his mouth and from his tail. We have a whole map that's, like, brimming full of water. So we're going to fully change up the colors for good camouflage with the map that he's on. We're going to change his structures around so that, like, he absorbs water and uses that for attacks. We're going to use the forked tongue so that he can split water beams out of his mouth. We're going to use his projectile shooting tail so that he's like just pumping out gallons of this stuff. He's got to take breaks to go get a drink every once in a while. Just by like how they took a monster and adapted it into the same animal with the same mechanics on a different location. This is like one of the single best executions they have ever done. I think it is so miraculously well constructed of an animal. And then the fight is really cool. And the design is wicked solid. And the gear is pretty damn good. So yeah, no, excellent monster as far as I'm concerned.
Yeah, I agree. And, it's hard to put I like where he's at in high just because it's like, he wasn't intended to be some SSS tier monster. But
sure. Like
you said, for what he is, this is what a subspecies should be.
Yeah.
Different, creative. There are some subspecies coming up that they are lacking, severely lacking.
Sure.
But I like this guy a lot.
Yeah. I think that, what I said, I think this is one of the best executed, most creative ideas for a subspecies they've ever done. Barioth.
I think this skeleton is one of the best in the world, Mm-hmm. There's a lot of heavy hitters with that body frame. I like Barioth. I think he's cool. He's a little more erratic. He's a little, jumpier. He's a little faster. And I like the looks undeniable. You know what I mean? Like,
oh yeah.
In terms of the actual monster itself, like, wow. I mean,
White
he
saber-toothed tiger dragon is such a fucking awesome
Ooh,
sentence.
Man. I mean, it's insane. So it's an S tier monster. It's a high fight, but it's not my favorite fight. A little jumpy, a little hyper. Nothing like, I can't handle.
Yeah.
I feel like Nargacuga kind of checks off those boxes though, of being hyper and jumpy and whatever. I like how he has a few creative moves. I like how he interacts like with his like little caves and stuff. I'll save this next point because I think Nargacuga is literally next, so I'll save this now. I like how he's not tail dependent. I like how he uses his claws and his fists and whatnot. He's got good armor. He's a great monster. But I don't hate him because he's slightly difficult. Like I think I'm not really afraid of a challenge. I think he is amazing for the area. I think he has a really cool fight, and he blends well with his not lair, nest, I guess, for lack of a better term. And yeah, he's great. I mean, he's just amazing. So let's go to the list. I don't think he's S. I'm gonna just get that out of the way. I think he's high, just because of his second version. I mean, we'll get to that in a minute.
Sure.
But I like the I don't want to make too many points because his second part is coming up. So, but I think the hyper jumping young Barioth is very cool, and the I don't want to say too much about Frostfang, but I like him a lot. He's very good, and he's like a perfect. Talk about a perfect snow monster. I mean, it's just so good.
Oh yeah, yeah. The Barioth, specifically in this game, Barioth is difficult. They really wanted him to kind of be a highlight, and I think it's a really good pick because he is a very well-liked legacy monster, part of a very well-liked legacy skeleton, in a DLC that was all about the snow. So really cool monster to pick to kind of just like jack up the difficulty. I think it caught a lot of people off guard how strong this one is. But they balance it out really well. But I think having him be one of the monsters where getting the part breaks is the most important in the fight, because usually it's just extra reward farming. But with Barioth, you cut the fangs and that reduces his ice damage. You cut the tail and it like reduces the reach of some of his sweeps, and then you break the claws and like he can't get purchase on the ice particularly well, and he starts slipping around, and it cuts the pacing of the fight down drastically. It makes it way more manageable. And talking about just like some of the best examples of things with Coral, I think Barioth is one of the best examples of having part breaks actually matter to hurting the weapons that a monster has accessible, because in like 9 times out of 10 it doesn't do anything, and I really appreciate that about Barioth's combat design. And then like you said, just the pure concept is so
insane,
sick. It's just a nice, simple, perfect color scheme with like a little bit of tan and a little bit of orange in there just to kind of like puff it out a little bit, but just like the sheer white and the saber tooth aspect with like a little bit of dragon in there, and like this really nice blend of all those dark spikes on the shoulders and the wings and the legs and everything. Oh, it's so cool.
Carrie brought up a really good point in chat. It's a good team hunt too, because his moveset, it's nice that there's some monsters, right? They do moves and they focus on one guy and the other 3 can just sit under him and beat the shit out of him.
Yeah.
Barioth's moveset of like diving across the map, flying up in the air, jumping on the wall, diving at you. He flies a lot. Like he flies like, I wish Nargacuga would fly more. Mm-hmm. So it makes everybody kind of have to be on their toes because he can hit anybody from pretty much anywhere. He has a very creative moveset. It's one of the best. I really do. I really like him a lot. And I don't know. Maybe it's because I had you guys, but I don't know if he's a wall. Maybe if I was solo when I first fought him, it might have been a wall. But
I understand why people would be walled. Yeah.
I definitely think he is a step up in difficulty, and I think it's a perfect monster to be a step up in difficulty because of what he ends up becoming with his. It's not a subspecies, I guess, as much as it's a variant, but
yes.
Yeah, so I love him. He's very good, but there are better monsters.
Sure. Yeah, I think Nargacuga is the next one. I think you're right. I think Nargacuga is the next one.
I don't think this is a hot take, but I definitely, because I've seen similar takes. I do think this is an unexpected take from me because it's Bat Panther. Like I've always been a big Bat Panther guy, but I fought him the other day because I just wanted to make sure that I was giving out an S deservedly, and I didn't have that much fun solo.
Okay.
He's a little tail and spin reliant for my liking. Mm-hmm. I like how Barioth uses every aspect of his body. He flies, he lunges, he claws, he spins, he goes on the walls. Nargacuga, and I know that you think this too sometimes, is a little false advertising with some of his cutscenes. I want to see him do more of the stealthy Bat Panther-y stuff that we see him do. And he doesn't. He's one of the GOATs, I'm not going to lie to you. Visually, again, the aesthetic is
I picked this picture for a reason because it looks so good.
Wow. Barioth flies more. I want this guy to fly more. Barioth climbs walls. I want this guy to climb more walls. He's fast, and I think he fills that. I think he checks that box off very well, But the spinning, man, he spins a lot. Stop spinning. Holy shit. The attack where he does the kind of 180 and slams his tail into the ground, and then it gets stuck, and then sometimes it doesn't get stuck.
Yeah.
Does that need to happen 10 times a fight? I mean, holy shit, it happens every 3 minutes. It's a little much. I think he's very overhyped. I feel like they rely on him just dashing and spinning and tail whipping and dashing. I don't think he really uses his claws ever.
Yeah.
He has the one lunge attack, but I think, and this isn't really a knock on him as much as it is a knock on the game. And I know it's not really this kind of game, but I think this would be sick. This idea that monsters just bumble around in circles waiting for you to show up is kind of stupid. I really wish Narga is is it Rathalos he fights in the cutscene?
Yep.
Rathalos is fighting the hunter, and then you don't even know Narga's there until he jumps out of the trees, man, and then he comes out of the dark. I think there should be a mechanic like that where monsters like Nargacuga. Imagine if you get in, and it could be RNG. It doesn't have to happen every fight. I want it to be special, obviously. You go and you bend over to look at a track, and then Nargacuga jumps out of a tree and comes and gets you.
Yeah.
Stealth. You thought you were following him? No, he's following you. Again, I can't knock Nargacuga, because I have a cool idea. I think. Yeah, Nightlight just said it, and I don't even think he's probably heard what I just said because of the delay. But yeah, I think that'd be sick. But this idea that he's super fast, stealth menace, I think he should fly more. He's a bat. Fly. Holy shit, fly, please fly. He doesn't fly ever.
No.
And again, I'm just playing World, so I don't know. Does he have an ambush mechanic in another game? Does he have an ambush mechanic in World? Doesn't feel like it. I just think that would be kind of cool. But again, he's an S-tier monster. He's a low, high, mid fight. Especially, you can't fight him every day. I mean, once you fight him, he gets more boring the more you fight him. And again, he's another one. He's the second part of that Black Eagle quest.
Yep.
So I fought him a lot, too, So I fought him plenty. Armor is just okay. I just want more. I feel like he's I feel like they and it's again it's weird because they act like he does all this shit, and then the fight starts and he just doesn't. I don't want to act like I don't like Nargacuga. I love him. I love his tail attack where he goes backwards and then his tail launches put the projectiles at you. I just wish he did more. I wish he did more. And I still love him a lot, but he's not S. And I think everybody was kind of expecting. Again, if ecology-wise he can't fly, I don't care. I think he should be able to fly. I know, obviously, he's definitely heavier. He has these fucking giant scales and shit. Yeah, sure. I mean, Yan, if you think spamming is simplicity, that's fine. I don't love how he uses, 3 attacks. And his armor is kind of bad. So I wish he's very Panther-y, but I wish he did more baddie stuff. I wish he flew a little more. So I feel like I'm repeating myself. But yeah, I wish he just did a little more. And even okay, if he's a Moy just said, he's a panther, though, not a bat. Okay, Barioth's a saber-toothed tiger. That motherfucker still flies. That motherfucker still does more. For a panther, he sure does use his tail a lot. If you ran into a panther in real life, that motherfucker's not going to be hitting you with his tail, I promise. He's going to be biting your face off and hitting the shit out of you with his claws. Yeah, so for World, I don't think he's an S. I think for what he is in this game, I think he is... he's probably right below Barioth. And I think he'll end up sliding a little farther down as the night goes on. But, yeah, I don't know. I just want more. I feel
so validated.
Yeah, no, I mean, I feel like in my past takes, he was getting carried by just Bat Panther, you know?
No, the aesthetic is brilliant, yeah.
It's just a little weird for him and his cutscene to do all those things, to sneak out of trees. You see him, like, silhouetted by the moon and shit, and then he just doesn't do it, you know? So, yeah.
They have got way too complacent with this moveset. Narga, I fought him in Freedom Unite the other day because I was doing some stuff for a project. Narga's always been a really solid kind of simple fight. One thing that I think does hold the Iceborne version back is they made him comparatively bigger and slower than he used to be. One of the really big appeals of Nargacuga was it was a pretty honest moveset that wasn't too cluttered, that was nice and brutally fast, and it was really good for learning like evasion window timings and block timings and like counter punish timings. He's always been a pretty good fight to just to go up against and learn. Him being chunkier and slower, I don't think does him a tremendous favor. And I also agree 100%. They advertise him being able to do more than he actually does. They have been so complacent and so just kind of like fat and lazy with his moveset for years. He's needed new stuff for years. The vibes are excellent.
Again, someone brought up a really good point. Iron Kaiser. Narga the concept versus Narga the man. Just like Kieran.
Yeah.
Kieran is the same thing, man. I mean, the vibes are just wow. So anyways, go on.
Yeah. I was going to say. It's vibe is immaculate, especially like I prefer him when he has colors that are closer to black. That's another thing with 5th gen is they make him kind of blue, and I don't really love him when he's blue. I like the original Narga model, which was just this nice, dark, deep jet black with really pronounced yellows and reds in the eyes. I think that is a better look. Yeah, he hasn't really changed that much since second generation. He really hasn't, and it's a really good template back in those games. But he needs more. I think he needs some... there's monsters that are, like, climbing on trees. If you want to have him do, like, really, really quick leaps, like, up into the treetops and, like, jump off and pounce off and use, like, the blade edges on his wings to do, like, big slashes and whatnot, that'd be kind of cool. If he can't fly, you could have him just, like, spread the wings out and, like, glide just, like, temporarily to go from one tree to another. That'd be cool. If you want to change up the hops a little bit so it's not just side to side, it's, like, over and above you to get behind you, and then he comes at you at the back of you, and to just kind of change up the pouncing and whatnot.
Yeah.
That would be
like,
cool.
Imagine if he climbed a tree, especially in where the cutscene is, you know, that area of the forest. Imagine if he climbed a tree, but then dove out of a different tree.
Yeah.
That'd be sick!
Yeah, there's the best thing I could compare it to anybody who's been watching me play Frontier, but the Spider Monkey guy, Gogomoa, he has this really cool combo that I love, where he'll kind of like, he'll use like the spider webs, he'll like latch himself up onto a tree, he'll jump up into one, he'll pinball himself back down with webs back to the ground, he'll like shoot himself off to the side, he'll catch another tree with his web, shoot back up, and then like come back down from that one after he like catches himself. That combo is sick. If you have Nargacuga doing some like fucking, what's the character? It's like a Marvel versus Capcom move where it's like the fucking like the dude's like jumping back and forth across the screen. It's just like a whole bunch of like blade marks and whatnot. Obviously not that quite, but he's like uses like the blade arm and he like slashes at you, jumps up into a tree, jumps onto another trunk, slashes back down, comes at you. Like, have fucking fun with your Ninja Panther out in the woods. Have fun with it. They haven't had fun with him in a very long time. He's just been the staple. I think, like, we'll talk about him pretty soon. Rise specifically, I think they've been nicer to Tigrex than Nargacuga. And Tigrex is like a really simple base. This dude is such a awesome, this could be an easy like god level monster if they decide that they're gonna have fun with him. And I don't think it is, you have to dig too deep to get amazing with him.
Shout out to Kuro Tokusa for that art piece. It's right there on the bottom. That is something. That's so crazy. Mm-hmm. Yeah, I just wish he did a little more. I'm gonna slide him down honestly on the list because the more I think about it, I just, his armor's not that good. Why don't we put him behind Tobi but above Behemoth? Honestly.
Okay. Cool. All right. This one I'm interested in. I adore this one. Glavenus.
Where's my notes? There he is. The monster, S. The fight, S. The armor, weapons, S. I mean, he is goated. I mean, when he like spins around and leaves like, for lack of a better term, like fire skid marks on the ground, dude. His fight like on the dunes, I think the unevenness of the dunes make his fight really interesting, because sometimes like his tail will like catch on something and like it should have hit you, and it's like the way he like fucking puts the tail in his teeth and like grinds, oh my god, dude. He has some decent like enough range attacks too that it's not like holy crap. I like you know, when you can only cut his tail when it's like glowing. I think that's kind of cool.
Yep.
I mean, it's a dinosaur with a flaming sword, great sword. And I like how he like acts like a great sword player too. Like he has like, you know, his true charge where like he spins and, you know, it's not a backflip, but it's like, you know, he kind of, you know, his tail comes up in the air and slams down. Yep. He has like the prodding polearm kind of lunge attack too. So I kind of like how he actually plays like he has a real greatsword. And I think that's kind of cool. I mean, yeah, his armor, it's a lot going on. It is the shoulder it's from the neck down, peak. The helmet, peak. A lot going on the shoulders.
Fair.
But it's not the end of the world. So I mean, SSS across the board. There's nothing, you know, this guy's insane. So let's get him up there where he belongs. I'm gonna put him above Odogaron.
Okay.
Anjanath, we just have such a good relationship.
Personal favorites are valid.
Yeah. So I think I think for the area, I think he fits in really well too. I think I love this. I love how he, you know, how he fits in with the Wildspire. Mm-hmm. Visually stunning fight. Yeah, I just love him a lot. I think he's great.
This is one of the coolest fucking things that mankind has ever invented. This is awesome. Glavenus is so fucking cool. And you want to know something? They could have made him just like the little smidgiest better, because there's a really, really cool thing he does in Generations that he doesn't do in Iceborne, where, you know, he'll have like his projectile attacks where he fires up like the globs of fire on the ground which blow up. He had a little tactic in Generations that was super sick. But he had this little tactic where he would like use the explosion and the smoke cloud from the fire blast to use it as like an obscuring tactic for him to then bring the tail down like through the smoke and the fire where you can't see it to try and kill you. He doesn't do that in Iceborne, which stinks, but it's still that the Iceborne fight is still so damn cool. Yeah, no, the colors are perfect. It is a Carnotaurus Optimus Prime with a flaming greatsword tail. Yeah.
So good.
The fact that he, like, builds up a whole bunch of just, like, garbage on his tail, rips that off with his teeth, and then ingests it. He basically works like a fucking, like, steam engine where he just ingests debris to light up the organs in his belly as like fuel for fire. He does that, then he ignites like the heat in his organs, which he then uses to like fire the fire projectiles and to light up his tail. It's the coolest it's the coolest part break in the entire series. There's a whole bunch of other part breaks with them. The roar is sick. The theme is awesome. It's so fucking cool. He's so fucking cool.
Someone said to show me his Generations ultimate equipment. I'm curious now. His greatsword in the game terrible.
Tragic, yeah.
I wanted it to be like, I like what they do with Brachy's weapons is it looks like it's him, you know, it looks like his weapons.
Yeah.
And then like you get, you know, Glavenus' greatsword and it's like metal. And I'm like, ew. I wanted it to just be the tail.
Yeah. So what I got right now on screen is his original greatsword in Generations.
Yeah, that's so much cooler.
Yeah, and then his armor's his G-rank armor's crazy. You can't quite see it, but it's got like this wicked cool cape in the back. The shoulder pads are fucking gnarly on this one.
Way better than his world ones. His world ones has a lot going on.
But the OG greatsword is a beautiful piece of craftsmanship.
I wish, but it's not going to hurt him here because, man, whew, so good.
Yeah. All right, yeah, no, goated fucking monster, one of my all-time favorites. I'd say this is a weapon-specific comfort pick. I love fighting Glavenus with Lance. Love it. I think like timing up the blocks against like the tail chops and everything, so damn good. Love it. Love the fight. Love everything about him. Right. Okay. So that's all in place. I think next up we have Tigrex.
He's okay. I don't love him.
Okay.
I think for the skeleton he's lacking.
Mm-hmm.
And you know, he roars, but he doesn't rely on it as much as the other one. I like how his roar is a tad more visual than other monsters. Like, it has kind of some of the sound waves. I do like that. You know, but he was another one I had to fight him again because I fought Brute way more.
Yeah.
He's just okay. It's a lame fight, I'm not gonna lie. S tier monster, I kind of like, you know, and I know that I always say it's just a dinosaur. I kind of like how he's just a dinosaur on the skeleton of like Barioth and them. I like his just regular ass dinosaur head. I think it's kind of cool.
Sure.
You know, the fight's kind of boring.
Mm-hmm.
And his armor is just okay. And I don't love how I like his when he pushes into the ground and like launches rocks at you. I think that's very cool. I like, you know, the intention was for him to be like this insatiable, like literally can't control his body. He wants to run you over so bad.
Yeah.
You know, so like I kind of like that. He's a fun, slightly above the norm fight, but it gets kind of lame after a while when like literally all he does is run at you and charge at you. And it's like, okay, like, you know, I just don't love it. You know, I don't love the fight. I think he's the weakest of that skeleton, you know, that frame. And I don't think that's unfair to say, because again, that is a stacked frame. I do not disagree. The fight is whatever. It's high mid, it's low high kind of area. The monster itself, high. I don't think it's S. I do think it's just cool.
Mm-hmm.
I do think he looks like that Digimon, whatever his name is, and Nate's told me 1,000 times what that Digimon's name is.
Greg.
Yeah, Doug, sorry. You know, like, he's alright. It's a slightly fun, above the norm fight. But, you know, that's not that good compared to some of the friggin' legends we have coming up. So let's get him, I like Diablos more. I like Pukei more. Let's do there. I think that's fair.
Okay.
Is it though? Yeah, because I like him more than I like Viper and Beotodus. The Wraths. Yeah, so
sure.
Yeah, I mean, not much to say. I'll have a lot more to say about Brute, but yeah, I mean, I think he's just okay. I do like the ranged attack. I like the yelling attack, you know, but once he charges at you 10, 15, 20 times, man. The spin attack, I like how he doesn't spam it. There's nothing more I hate than spamming spin attacks.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, he's just kind of there. Is he killing a Popo on this picture?
Yes.
Garbage. Slide him down. Yeah, I mean, he's, like I said, above average, but nothing to write home about.
Yeah. This is one of my personal favorites for personal reasons that I understand why he is not beloved. So, fun little fact, he is the progenitor of this particular skeleton, which is kind of why he's probably the most simple of them. So he's the guy who introduces this frame. And yeah, he's definitely like one of the originals of like the super ultra mega mad aggressive monsters. I'd say like Diablos is probably like the original, but he is really, really up there. And it's always made him a very, very simple base that's made him good to kind of build off of. Rise and Sunbreak, I think, will do him some good favors. They give him some good combo potential, but he does kind of get stuck in charge spam land. So I understand why some people don't like him. And I think some combo structure improvements would definitely benefit him. A couple more physical attacks here and there. I think they need to rebuff his roar damage range. It's a little tricky because there's a lot of variants of him that have new combos, so you don't want to like step on those toes all that badly. But yeah, no, I feel like just comboing some more attacks into or out of his roar would benefit him a lot. Or into or out of his charge, rather, would benefit a lot. So that, like, his charge isn't 70% of his moveset, because that's really the biggest blocker for him. Love the design. I'd say Tigrex is probably one of my purely favorite animals they've ever made. They use them a lot for, like, cutscenes and everything. But I think they've perfectly kind of created as like if they were making a nature documentary. Like, this would be one of my favorite things for them to come up with, because he is just pure apex predator. He's nomadic. He hunts like really big game like Popo and Aptonoth and Apsaros and stuff like that. Does it incredibly well, brutally efficiently, wicked aggressive, still kind of smart though. Can pick really good fights with a lot of other animals. It's this nice blend of like a dinosaur and a dragon and a tiger in a way that's like not super cringy and stupid. Like, I think the proportions are really good. The colors are a little loud, but I do think they work with the orange and blue. Yeah, I like seeing him. I like watching him do things. I like watching him be an animal. Like, this is really kind of like the tiger of Monster Hunter. He's this dude who's just like, nothing fucks with him. He's just such a fucking like cool animal. The fight definitely needs a little bit of work. I think it needs a little bit of stuff to just a little bit of mix-ups to make his charges a bit more interesting, because he likes to use them so much. Give him maybe like a little bit more range on him by shifting up the rocks a little bit.
Yeah. I mean, if he had like, he charges at you and then he dives at you and like grabs you with his two hands and like has you like, like a pin attack or something.
Yeah.
Like, a couple bite attacks in there. I don't think he's far off.
Oh yeah,
from being really, really, really good.
Yeah.
But yeah, I want more. I want more. I was gonna say not as bad as Nargacuga, but he could use it.
It's around the same.
At least like, yeah, it's about the same. I'm gonna go just real quick. So keep talking about how much you like him.
Cool, sure. But yeah, no. So these guys are. They're incredibly successful almost wherever they go. There are larger herbivores pretty much on the majority of the planet, so they can go track them down. It makes for this like very believable, very grounded, very well created, just ultra super predator in a way that kind of tracks with an apex predator that we could have. Evolution and design goes some fucky weirdo way at some point. Then like, this is something that might have actually manifested several million years ago, something like this. The ultra predators of the Cretaceous period were quadrupeds instead of theropods. You might not get the wings, but like something along these lines. But like, yeah, I believe him as an animal. I like seeing him out in the world. I like watching him hunt. And they've done it so many times that there's just like a lot to watch and observe him with. I think he's a really cool hunter, really effective predator, has an interesting relationship with his species where the vocalizations from his incredibly powerful roar is a way that they can kind of communicate with each other over massive distances, while it's also it's so powerful that it functions as a defensive tool. I think somebody did the math, and if a Tigrex roared next to a jet engine, it would drown out the jet engine. That's how loud these things are.
That's sick.
He's also a monster, I think, where being weapon dependent is big for me, because he has such a very brutal and honest moveset. So if I am fighting a Tigrex, I am normally going with something like a hammer or a greatsword to intercept the charges, which I think is a very big kind of rite of passage of like interrupting the charges with a charge slash off of a greatsword or a big dunk off of a hammer, or I might want to go something like a lance and just kind of like intercept and shoulder check through the blows and everything, something that really kind of like gets in Tigrex's face and then just kind of gets in the dirt with him and gets him in like the gruff with him. I don't usually play something like a bow or a dual blades or a sword and shield against him and like kind of dipping and ducking out of the charges and then going back in. I like getting like up in the fucking clack with Tigrex and just like checking through his moveset. That's how I really enjoy fighting him. And it makes the fight a little bit better for me. But yeah, no, just like this animal, this dude, this like observable beast is one of my all-time favorites. I love him phenomenally for that. I can take a mid-fight. I'm hoping for a better fight eventually, for sure, but I'll take a mid-fight for what I feel is such a excellently constructed super predator animal. That's why I like Tigrex a lot.
Also, they were debating Tigrex versus Tigrex.
Yeah.
Andrew just said it. It's a tiger.
Yeah.
Tigrex.
Yeah, so it is that whole thing, it's one of I think it's one of several things where just like when they translated it, they didn't romanize the vowels quite the way we would expect. So like I think Tigrex in Japanese is Tigareksu, is something along those lines. So it's not Tigareksu, it's Tigareksu, which sounds a bit more Japanese. So I think what really kind of happened is they didn't romanize that I sound into the tiger. It's something a lot like Alatreon. So the quote-unquote official pronunciation of Alatreon is Alatreon. But I think that's mostly because they just didn't shift around some of the vowel emphasis the way that we would normally say it in a Western speaking country. I forget exactly the pronunciation of Alatreon in Japanese, but we've called him Alatreon for a decade. But Alatreon, I think, comes off of a syllable structure that was not romanized in a way that we would expect. And there's a couple of other things like that. But yeah, no, I've always said Tigrex. I think Tigrex is really what he actually is. Tigrex, I think Tigrex comes from an unromanized vowel sound that came during pronunciation. That is what I believe.
Makes sense. Who is next? I think we're on Brachy.
I believe we are. Big Bad Brack.
Brachy, I'm not going to hold the fact that I had to fight him 37 times to get his Pallium against him. It's not his fault. He's cool. I really like his entry video of like the Uragan like coming out of the cave, like covered in the slime, and then he blows up. Like, I think that's really cool. I think that's a great intro video. I don't think there's another monster who uses slime in World. Definitely not in World, except for obviously other Brachy. I like the boxing motif. I like the how he jumps and dives and moves. I don't love his like pounder on his head, but it is creative. It's definitely at least different than other monsters. I love monsters who don't rely on their tails because I play cutting weapons, so I love when their tails just sit there. Mm-hmm. The slime is like annoying, but like whatever. What's the difference between that and being on fire? Just roll, man. I mean, it's not the end of the world. Yeah. If you have even a slight, if you have a horn player and you can just negate it, that's then it's over. I like how he literally has like the slime on him. I like how he's purple. I mean, he's a good monster. The fight is just okay. It's a high fight. It's well above, okay in Iceborne means high. You know what I mean? There's no bad monsters in this expansion. So I mean, S monster with a mid high to high fight and high armor. I love his armor. Great monster. So I mean, let's put him up there. I don't know. I think he is going to suffer the same fate as Barioth. I think he's going to stay in high. Mm-hmm. Just because I fought him a lot, so I'm up there. I've definitely fought him more than I fought a lot of these guys on the list, but he just I don't think he's S. When I think of like the pinnacle top tier, again, a lot of you guys are seeing fucking, my boy up there, Radobon. But Radobon is a personal favorite, so a lot of those, a lot of the guys, Anjanath personal favorite is Brachy a better monster than them? Maybe, but I just don't think of him as like my S tier personal favorite. So I'm gonna keep him. Do I have like can I tell you why? Meh, not really. I mean, he's a great fight.
Sometimes shit just happens.
It just, it just doesn't feel right to put him up there, so I'm gonna keep him down. I'm gonna keep him down.
Good with the exact placements right here?
Yeah, definitely.
Okay.
Yeah, and I'll say it again for those who weren't here in the beginning. Kalv would be up at S if it wasn't for the low rank siege. That makes sense. If I had like 4 extra seconds to think about it before I started talking. What weapons does Austin use again? I haven't been interacting with chat. I'm sorry, fellas. I started with longsword and then hammer. Nate introduced me to greatsword, and then
I forgot. Bow is kind of your starter almost.
Oh yeah, I did. That was my real first one. I totally forgot about bow. Bow was first. Longsword was my real first main, though I used longsword a lot. And then I used hammer a lot. Love hammer. And then I used greatsword a little bit. And then I discovered the wonders of charge blade. And charge blade is my favorite weapon. And then towards the end, I started loving dual blades.
Yeah, like right at the end.
Yeah, I love me some dual blades, and I love me some charge blades, and I love probably Hamber. Hamber's probably my third. So those are my top 3. But yeah, I think he's a great monster. I think he fills a really interesting role. I think he's one of the more unique monsters, especially in that area. I love how he's not just a lava guy. I think that's so nice that he's not just Lavasioth, just covered in lava. The weakest part of Brachy is his turf wars. They're a reused boot. Yeah, there's a lot of reused turf war animations, which is a pain.
That is a weakness of Iceborne, yes. Especially with some really unique monsters that should have had some cooler turf wars.
But yeah, I love this guy. I think he's very cool. I like the purple. I like how he's not just a dinosaur, but he kind of has like a I don't want to say T-Rex body, but kind of. And he's purple. And oddly enough, I know this was a knock on some older monsters, where I used to say like Dodogama, for example. I said, oh, Dodogama's a lizard, but his armor looks like bug. I kind of like that Brachy's armor looks bug-ish. I kind of like it. I don't love his armor. His armor is very Power Ranger villainy, which, is whatever, but it is purple. And I like purple.
True. Yeah, this is a wicked good boy. I'm a big fan of Brachy for a number of reasons. I think he's got some really cool kind of like, we were talking about like Glavenus earlier. Brachy's got some cool little tactics with him where he's like, all right, I might miss this punch, but if I drop this punch, it's going to put the slime on the ground. The slime's on the ground, then we're going to like box you out and like try to get to the side of you, and I'm going to slam the ground again. He's going to try to like back you into his explosive puddles to use strategy like that for like a little bit of zone control while he's trying to like deck you in the face. That's wicked cool. He's also a purple and green dinosaur that punches you in the face with stone pillars covered in explosives. That's sick. I know ecology is not the biggest thing for Austin, but I think how he functions is exceedingly cool. So for a little bit of a refresher, the armor on his body, that's basically like obsidian rock is his armor. It's ridiculously potent. The only way you'd like realistically get at him is at the underbelly. But it's built for the fact that like that slime goes off and doesn't immediately kill him. So he goes out, he has this relationship with this explosive slime mold. The mold wants to explode so that it can reproduce, so it clings to Brachy. Brachy has developed this kind of like primer in his saliva that can actually activate it. You'll watch him like, if he runs out of slime, he'll like lick his gloves and his horn again, which is such a cool little thing that he does in mid-fight. It's a really nice little detail to kind of like rearm himself, and it's this super cool symbiosis that's incredibly over the top, but also just wicked sick. Colors are great, the design is really solid. I like that he is a nice deviation from your typical brute wyverns, which is mostly like beams, tail, and bite. This one is all fists with a little bit of headbutt action in there.
Love that. I'm sure you might have noticed me saying very tail dependent has been a very negative connotation I've put on a few monsters.
Sure.
So I love that he punches, and I love when he like bashes his, like you said, he plants the slime, and then he bashes his face into the ground, and it all blows up.
Mm-hmm.
Sick.
Yeah.
Sick.
And then I also like that he's kind of dorky. Like, he's purple and green, and he has big boxing gloves, and he's got his tongue sticking out, and he's like licking his arms and his horn and whatnot to rearm himself. Like a lot of the flagships are like purely cool. Like, we're gonna like, which makes sense. You're trying to like sell games and whatnot, but he's got like kind of a goofy looking face in a couple of places. And again, he's purple and he's green and he licks himself, and he's a big Elvis pompadour sticking out of his head, and he's got his tongue waggling around. He's kind of dorky, and I like that about him. I've always liked that about him. It makes him a little bit different.
What they did, someone just said about his hammer.
Yeah.
What they did with his hammer is what I wish Glavenus' greatsword was.
Yeah.
The hammer is just his tail. It's literally
it's sick.
his tail on a stick. That is
great. It's an awesome.
I wish, dude. I wish. Yeah, I love this guy. I think he's very cool. And a boxing T-Rex, like, what the fuck? That's insane.
Oh yeah. Alrighty. Shrieking Legiana.
I'll read you my notes verbatim.
Go for it.
Hold on, let me find her. It's a very short note. Beep, 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 beep. Why did they do this to one of my favorites? Stop yelling, stop flying, please. I hate it here, is exactly what I wrote in my notes. Again, it's just Legiana, but frozen. Visually speaking, it is still cool visually. Cut the line or put it right. You know what's funny? I said I wasn't going to put anybody in Garbo to you before the stream, and now here we are.
The debate's on his mind.
The icicle. Oh, God, look what they did to my girl, man. Look at the chest. It's horrible. Oh, the friggin' spikes. Like, I like the ice going up the wings. I like that. But what's going on with the chest, man?
And like the blue's gone.
And like, I get that, like it's called Shrieking Legiana. Stop yelling, please. Get on the ground. This fight is unbearable. I remember wanting the armor. But like, I was like, I'm not fighting that monster more than once in my life. The armor is cool. It's very Power Ranger, esque. Very like Vibe Night friggin', what's that game? I can't even think of the game. There's a game on the Switch that looks just like that armor. But that Power Ranger Genji look, other monsters do it, and they do it better, honestly. So the armor's not even that good. The fight is despicable. I mean, like, downright despicable. Legiana was pretty. The sparkles of ice flying off were nice. You got ice bladed occasionally. Once in a while. This is like ice blading every 6 seconds. She won't stop flying. If you play anything but, like long sword or a long weapon, you can't hit her. God, I mean, she's just terrible. It's a shame. It really is a shame, because I really do think that Legiana is one of the best monsters in the game. It's my favorite, But they ruined her, and it makes no sense. And this is one of those variants. This is honestly I feel like I've said it. I feel like I said it more, but apparently I haven't. This is really the first one where it's like, why? Why'd you even make this monster? And I'm sure there's some ecology reason. I know there's that point of the story where they go, like, I wonder if like all, what's happening is the same as like what's happened to all the Legianas. Like, I don't know. Like, did you really have to make a monster about Legiana being crazy and yelling and screaming? Like, I don't know. I really wish they just didn't make this monster. I would have rather I would have rather just had them not touch Legiana. I would have been okay with just one Legiana than have two and have one of them be terrible and one of them be amazing. It just takes all the fun out of the fight. I mean, like, it's not even it's not hard. It's just annoying. It's just frustrating. It's just stupid. Whoever made this should be fired. I've never wanted to bring back French public executions, but, this makes me wonder. Maybe we need them to deter people from doing stupid things. God, I just hate it. So it is going to go into Garbo. I just think it's a shame what they did to my favorite monster. Relax.
I'm just getting him in there.
Kulu is undeniably worse. So let's put, right above Kulu. I had earplugs the whole time. Again, this is one of those ones. Hey, listen, I don't get paid to make games. I don't need to come up with better ideas because I don't like this idea, but surely there was something else you could have done. Surely. But garbage. Yeah, I lied. I said that there wasn't a garbage monster to Connor before we got on, and I lied. I just don't, like, again, it's not hard. It's not a skill issue. It's just like, why? It just, that's the word. Why? And it pains me because I really do love Legiana. So yeah, I like it in Garbo, and I think that's where she belongs. Honest to God, he, she, don't care. It doesn't matter. Bad has no pronouns, man. It's bad.
I'll be a little nice. She does have a couple of interactions that are interesting. One, if you shatter her ice armor like Velkhana, you can get a knockdown, so that can weaken her. And the other one is that if you poison her, you can kind of like overload her organs and force her to ground, and she like vomits. And that kind of like tones down the fight. Those things are in the fight. Those things are valid. They exist to kind of like tone her down. That is valid. It's a little bit of counterplay. Gotcha. And the other thing is, I do like her new big attack where she like zooms up into the air and then comes crashing back down like wicked fucking fast. That's a cool attack. And then the armor looks great. And that is me being nice to Shrieking Legiana. She does have some counterplay, does have cool armor, does have an attack that I really like. Great. All right. Neat. Not fun. He's not fun. It's a big issue where she's wicked fast, she's wicked element dependent, and she has minimal downtime in between attack animations, and she's in the air 90% of the fight, and she can call another Legiana in 90% of her fight. Like, there's just so much stuff that just compounds and just fucking is not great. If you want to fly constantly, okay, break up the attacks a little bit and just give it a little bit more ending lag on things. You want to have her attacks be really fast because she's like some super hyped up Legiana? All right, fine. Have a couple of them transition onto the ground a little bit better. You want to have the Legianas be kind of like a pack thing? Okay, cool. Don't do steps 1 and 2 a little bit. Just like...
There's a lot of flying monsters that fly a lot coming up that are vastly superior in that aspect. So, like, it can be done. It just feels like they didn't. Like, again, there was a boardroom of people who sat down and hopefully touched a controller to play the game, and they all decided, oh, yeah, that's good. That's it. We got it. Like, oh, my God. Like, it's just a shame.
Yeah.
I don't know,
needed
man. It
something
makes me hurt. It hurts
scaled
me.
back. Something needed to be scaled back. Otherwise, it is a roar spamming, element spamming, blitz fast, always in the air, reinforcement calling battle. Like, that's a lot of stuff. Some of that is perfectly fine. All of that together is obnoxious. And it ruins a very good monster, unfortunately.
Quack, stop talking. We're agreeing on something. I'm starting to feel uncomfortable. Yeah, no, I don't know. I don't know how this passed a check. I mean, like, this is just terrible. You're telling me that somebody high up played this monster and was like, that's fun. Let's do it.
Yeah.
Garbage. Horrible. And it's a shame that and it had to be the Legiana too.
Yeah, it sucks. I'd imagine, like, if it was a different monster, it'd probably be a little bit higher. But since it's like your favorite, that's gotta
like
burn even worse.
The duality of man, it's terrible.
Oh yeah. Fulger Anjanath.
Yeah, man. I mean, one of the best. I mean, he's insane. He doesn't do a lot more than regular Anjanath, but again, I said this about Anjanath. He's limited by his skeleton. I mean, he's a T-Rex. I mean, he's literally a T-Rex. Can't do too much. But lightning, amazing. The vibe, amazing. How he fits into the tundra, amazing. I like how this guy moves around. I like how he looks good in the Elder's Recess. Or wherever. No, maybe not the Elder's Recess, but pick a place where he goes. He looks better in some other place. It's way better than Banbaro. Quack actually just kind of said something interesting. A subspecies that, she said same element. Okay, so obviously Anjanath is fire, Fulgur's lightning. Lightning is just, peak, goated, best element around. If I was in an anime, if I randomly got powers right this moment, I would want to be lightning. I mean, it's just so cool. The armor is cooler than regular Anjanath. It's not holy shit amazing, but it is much better than regular Anjanath. Again, though, the fight doesn't add anything outrageous. But again, I loved Anjanath to begin with, so I wasn't looking for anything outrageous. I think this is one of the best, varied subspecies, whatever you want to call it. Don't really know the difference very much, but I think he's just amazing. And again, he fits into the areas much better than other monsters. Some monsters feel forced. This guy does not. I think this guy looks cool pretty much everywhere. One of the best roars in the game. Blatant fact. I mean,
when he sparks up, it's so good.
He's hard too. I like that he's tough. He's not easy. Anjanath isn't easy either. Fulger Anjanath's really not easy. I had a solo quest. It was one of the highest paying quests that I could have possibly gotten, and I was like broke. So I really had to do it because we were like gearing up to do endgame fights. So I was like, all right, like we got to do it. And he kicked my ass bad, so my favorite monster with lightning, my favorite element, come on. So let's get him up there. He's top 5, probably. Murdoch said it a long time ago in the very beginning of the stream. Why is Anjanath so high if Fulgur's does better? I like Anjanath that much. I'm going to put him above Basil, but not above Nerg. I love Nerg so much. He's top 5. Let me rephrase. He's top 5 right this very moment. Mm-hmm. I don't know if he'll end the fight top 5.
Yeah, things are gonna get steep quick.
Yeah, we're gonna get pretty crazy pretty quick. No, that wasn't Sky. That's a different quest. That was regular Anjanath. Regular Anjanath. That was maybe it was Fulger, was it? I don't remember. But I'm almost positive that was regular Anjanath. But I was talking about something that didn't happen on stream. I was just playing by myself. Yeah, I know. Like, Varian is just kind of like like a same monster but slightly different, and then a subspecies is supposed to be like born different.
Yep.
But yeah, that just like insane. I mean, visually one of the best monsters around, and he is so cool. I'll never forget the first time I saw him. We were in the cave on the Viper quest. That was like Viper's first introduction, and I died, so I went back to like carve something or get like the parts that fell, and he just sauntered around the corner, and I felt fear, legitimate fear, in-game fear, you know, like I was, man, yeah, so good, very good. I love him. He's awesome. Again, the armor is whatever, but it's not enough to pull them back because, wow. Oh, it was him because it was the floating Fulger. You're right.
Yes.
The floating, you're right, it was him. Okay, yeah. Yeah, and so, like, again, I just have, like, a relationship with him like I don't with some other monsters, so he has that advantage. If I had to pick a full species, that's my favorite. You know, like, Legiana's obviously would be my favorite if Shrieking was better. But Anjanath and Fulger Anjanath together might be, there's a guy coming up that might fuck that up. The Anjanaths might be my favorite. Is Anjanath in Rise?
Yes.
God, is he better or worse? Is
maybe,
he the same?
Maybe the same or better.
Okay, that's good. Yeah, love Fulger. He's awesome. I don't even know if it's a tiger aesthetic. If a real person gets shocked by lightning, they have those dark lightning marks in their like on their skin for like the rest of their lives. I think that's what that is. I don't think it's like tiger stripes. Someone said tiger stripes. Who was it? Yeah, like I think that's from the lightning. I think that is like that's so cool, dude. Holy crap, he's so cool.
Yeah, you know a monster's good when our guys are like, we're playing Iceborne for fun. What do you want to hunt? Fulger Anjanath, and then we come back to the game and we're like, what do we want to hunt for fun? Fulger and like this has been like our like we don't know what we want to do, so we want to have fun. It's been Fulger Anjanath like 6 or 7 times. We love this dude. Looks great. I saw someone mention it a little bit ago. I used to be kind of like, what's up with like the face being orange and like the body being silver? Like that's kind of weird. But then like I try to picture him with like full orange or full silver, and I don't think it works. Like for some reason, it looks weird in my mind. But then you pair like the silver with the orange, and like for some reason, it's kind of cool. And then dude, every single time he gets mad and like the wings come up and they spark up with lightning and he roars, everyone we're playing with is like, yeah, that's a fucking so sick.
No cutscenes crazy though.
Yeah, no cutscenes fucking weird. But then and then he's got like he does some cool shit with electricity where he uses it to like he does have projectiles, but he also uses it to just fucking jack himself physically. So he's got like the big heavy electro slam into the ground. He's got where he like runs a current through his whole body and just like fucking lunges at you. Have you ever been like jumped at by a Tyrannosaurus? Like that's
so
crazy.
Good, dude.
So his moves are sick. The design is cool. He looks great in the snow. Being a full invader is a little questionable, but it's not as bad as Banbaro. Banbaro's way worse. This one's probably like the middling level of good for an invader. If they ever brought him back, I'd be perfectly fine if they just left him in the snow. That'd be great with me. I think it was great in the snow. The electricity looks great. It arcing through the wings is awesome. The new moves are sick. The gear looks cool. Goated, dude. Goated monster.
Dr. Berger said he's better in Rise because no Clutch Claw. A lot of people were surprised to hear. I really like the Clutch Claw. Maybe it's because it's the only game I've played. I love the Clutch Claw. I love clutching onto monsters and like doing that attack and like getting slinger ammo. I love wall throwing. That's like my favorite thing in the game. Yeah, I love Clutch Claw, but I have seen some clips of Rise where you can use that bug to like be up in the air and like fucking attack on Titan, like zip onto them. I'm excited for Rise. I think everybody's right. I think I'm gonna like Rise. I don't know. I'm not gonna say more because I really do love World.
I still think you're gonna love it. Yeah.
I think I'm gonna love it. I do too. I think I am. All right. Yeah. Goat. Who's next?
Acidic Glavenus.
All right. This is a prime example of I could have lived without this guy.
Okay.
I think the reason they picked him was to have another Vaal monster. I think that's why he's acid. Or whatever.
It's not a bad idea.
That's my guess. I think that's why you could have technically really made him any element, right? You could have made him. Imagine a guy with a lightning. There's a lot of lightning, so no lightning. Throw any element out there besides fire. I mean, he could fit any of those. Dragon is another one. They use a lot of dragons, but I mean, a friggin' dragon-based. It would have been cool. I don't love his coloring. This picture is doing him justice that he doesn't have in the real game. I don't like how the acid is, I wish the acid was more bracky, how it's like liquid and slimy. I think it's kind of cool how like on his tail, the acid turns into like hardened icicles. Like I think that's kind of cool. Yeah, I mean, a lot of people are kind of saying it, longsword rather than greatsword. Could have lived without him though. He's kind of cool. Frost would have been sick. That would have been a cool, an ice sword. Defense down is, again, it's part of the game. You don't get mad at it. It's not, if it wasn't annoying, if it didn't make you frustrated, it would be bad. No element and just make him hit hard. That's a great idea, Quack. Yeah, I don't know. He's just like okay, but he's still Glavenus. The green is objectively worse. It is just blatantly worse than the red and the purple. The fight is, it's not that much different. It's not that much worse, but it is not as fun as regular Anjanath. He's rent free in my head, Anjanath right now. Not as good as regular Glav. He's still high, but like whatever. I think his armor is cooler though. I do like the green and gold. Yeah, so let's get him high. Yeah, honestly, yeah, that's fine.
Okay.
Yeah. Again, like I think there could have been something cooler. I think having ice, just add a few extra spicy different attacks. I want them to be a little different, so yeah, more spinning. Don't need that. I don't like spinning. Yeah, there were things to be done that I feel like they didn't do, and acidic was not really what I would have landed on personally.
Yeah, I think acidic is, I feel about him probably the same way I feel about like Viper Tobi, where it is an interesting inversion of an established monster in a way that is executed well. I agree with you. The color palette is woefully inferior. I think I harped on it a little bit too much when I ranked the 5th generation monsters, but like the color zone is good. The colors on his icon are kind of cool though. Yeah, they do a neat thing with acidic, whereas, with your regular Glavenus, he like grinds on his tail so that he can ignite his element and kind of get like the fire going. With acidic, he grinds his tail and his teeth to get rid of his element and shorten up the tail and get it a lot lighter so that he can turn his greatsword attacks into more longswordy attacks. So he's a lot of like really big sweeping curved hits. He's got kind of like a ready stance. He's got some delays to it. I think he's got some pretty cool physical attacks when he gets into that way. I think defense down is a cool underrated debuff. The crystallization is kind of tight. Yeah, no, it was a neat way to kind of invert how Glavenus works with like, instead of him manually putting on the element, he manually gets rid of the element and the element is more naturally occurring. Instead of like big and heavy, it's like really, really fast and twitchy. It's a good inversion of a classic monster done pretty darn well. Greatest thing ever? No. Visual downgrade? Yes. Super duper necessary? Probably not. Bad addition? No. So yeah, no. Acidic lives in like a decent place where like happy he exists. Fine if he comes back. Not gonna cry if he never comes back. An interesting concept done pretty well.
So I agree. I would rather have, it's not like Legiana where I'd rather have one instead of two. With Glav, more Glav is welcome. I just don't, I think there was something cooler to be done. I think he's interesting, but again, I mean, high is, or whatever, mid-high, whatever I put him, that's still very good. So, yeah. I mean, like you said, Glav should always come back. I love Glav, but I could live without acidic Glavenus.
Yeah. Well, yeah, no, wouldn't be upset to see him again. Wouldn't be upset to never see him again. I'd be perfectly fine either way. Ebodny Odogaron.
It's funny that these guys are back to back. I'm diving right into the meat and the potatoes. I don't really think this guy was necessary at all. I think he's the least necessary of all the variants and subspecies.
Princess got him.
Yeah, I don't know. It's just like, dude, he's not even that different. And again, I love Dragon. I think Odogaron's amazing. I think Odogaron is great. S tier monster with an S tier fight and S tier armor and S tier everything. All right, before I get too ahead of myself, Ebodny Odogaron is going in S because how could you not? It's just Odogaron, but black and red. I mean, like, it's not different at all. He does have better armor. Wow, that armor is insane.
Wicked.
But like, he's faster-ish. Like, I don't know. They just put him there to get eaten by friggin' Deviljho. Like, I don't know. I think that this is a prime example of more to be done, and they just said dragon and then tossed him back in the game. I feel like he's not that much different. I would want a second Odogaron, but I don't want it to be this Odogaron. I just feel like there was something, you know what I think would have been cool, but I know they can't. I know they couldn't because of Vaal Hazak. If they made an Odogaron that was like afflicted by the effluvia, and it was like an effluvia dead friggin' corpse Odogaron, because like Demon Dog is so cool, and then if they really made him like a half dead friggin' zombie Demon Dog, I think that would have been sick. But yeah, I don't know. Yeah, like Quack just said it. 3 is generous. 3 new attacks, maybe.
It's like 2, yeah.
Shrieking Legiana was just bad. They tried to be different. They didn't even try to be different with Ebodny Odogaron. They just made Odogaron again. And again, faster is not good enough. But I was telling this to Connor, I feel like I have to put him in S, because what's the difference? It's just Odogaron. So if Odogaron's an S, how is Ebodny Odogaron not an S? Because they're the exact same.
Yeah, he's edgier, yeah.
Yeah, so Emo Odogaron is... I mean, he's S because, like, that armor is insane, and, you know, like, he still gets eaten by Deviljho and shit, even though he's dragon. So, like, I don't know. I feel like there could have been something to do there, which, you know, if they did, like, because Odogaron's in Master Rank, isn't he?
Yeah, they're both in.
Yeah, okay. So, like, that makes him extra useless. Yeah, zombie, yeah, I like Crowbrained. Yeah, I think that's a great idea, like an effluvia friggin' Odogaron. I think that would have been sick. But yeah, I don't know, just slapping dragon on him and saying, woohoo, like, that's not enough for me. Again, he is still S, but I would be remiss if I didn't drag him a little bit. So yeah, put him right behind. You know what? No, though, because I don't like him more than I like Uragon. So I think him just be... Oh, man, I'm conflicted. Because I feel like him being the same means that he should be right up there next to Odogaron, but him being the same is why I don't like him.
Yeah.
And I don't like him, but I do like Odogaron. See, I'm confusing myself now because I do like Odogaron more than Uragon. I feel like the right thing to do is to just put him right next to him and just call it a night, because that armor is insane. And honestly, you know, it'd be funny if he did have effluvia, it would make him more of a problem than the actual effluvia monster. Yeah. Fucking Vaal Hazak, because Ebodny Odogaron's hitting you every 6 seconds. Yeah, you know what, Blast, that's a great point. I'm going to punish him slightly because it is a shame that he is, so yeah, bottom of S, because he is still the same monster. Carrie, stop making sense. Yeah, so, because he is still the same monster, he does still have all the same cool qualities about Odogaron. He has better armor than Odogaron. I don't take this into consideration, but his weapons are awesome, like, the high friggin', what the hell is it called? Affinity, like that's sick. That you can make, one of my sets with his weapons, his charge blade is like 80% affinity or something. Like, that's cool. I love dragon stuff. I love dragon weapons. I don't love dragon monsters. There's not many of them. I don't love that he's just dragon. Joe is an exception. Yeah, so yeah, bottom of S, I think that's valid.
Yeah, I don't think you said anything that's wrong here. I like Ebony, but again, that's because I like Odogaron a ton. I think he's got like 2 new moves. That's kinda it. The design is really good. The purple with like the red and like the black is excellent.
Keep talking, I'll be back in a second.
He's got like the red dragon smoke pouring off him, kind of like a Savage Joe. That's kind of cool. I will say the biggest new attack that they gave him is a good attack when it's the combo extender that leaps himself up into the air and like pops off the dragon shot projectile, and then he'll land and then go back in. It's a good combo extender, and it's a good projectile, and it keeps him out for a second to kind of prolong the fight a little bit. Well, then he'll immediately go back in, so it's not a clock killer, but it's like that and his running around Dragon Rush, and that's like it. That's kind of it. The armor looks great. He looks great. I'd say of the 3 big invaders that Iceborne introduced, he's the one that makes the most sense, because he is an already just incredibly violent animal that is now enormously unhinged on dragon energy. So Ebony running around all over the maps makes way more sense than Fulger or Banbaro. And then his little combo extending projectile is a good attack. His running around Dragon Rush is a fine attack. The blue and black and red tinting on his weapons and his armor looks excellent. It's some decent dragon weapons with some great affinity. They're pretty good until you get up until like the Kolv and the Safi stuff. Very dependent for some of your kind of like Elder Dragon levels type of stuff that are usually weak to Dragon. So he's got some good dependable gear. He's got some crit skills on there. I think he's got Dragon Attack on there. So he's good, but that's because Odogaron's like one of the best world originals ever.
Exactly.
He's got a great design and a good extender with cool gear, and that's good. But man, it compared to like Coral. Compared even to like Viper and Nightshade and Acidic,
it's lazy, man.
It's not as much.
It's so lazy. Like even Acidic has, like you said, different attacks. He's more longsword-ish.
Yep.
Coral has like a whole new moveset, not 100%, but you know what I mean, like a whole new added chunk.
Yeah.
Ebony is the same exact monster, and it's a real crying shame.
Yeah.
Sick pick, but other than that.
Oh yeah. Alrighty, poster girl. Velkhana.
I love Velkhana, man. I think Velkhana is awesome. I'll just get it out of the way because I'm gonna say it probably 10 times. The wall should stop the breath, man.
Yep.
I think what they should do, and someone kind of made this a good point. The walls, when she hits them with her ice beam, should get bigger, and then they should explode. And the little explosion should have a small hitbox. I think that's a great idea. So if you're hiding behind the wall, right, she hits the ice beam, the wall gets bigger, 2-3 seconds go by, pop. You know, I think that'd be cool. So you can't just lay there and like start sharpening. I don't think AT Velk is bullshit. I love AT Velk so much. I think that's one of the best fights in the game. Velkhana, Velkhana is a great contrast from Nerg. That's a great point as well. Nerg is this fucking like rip you apart, like just this. He doesn't need an element because his element is pain. Velk is like this kind of pretty floating. I love that attack where she like floats backwards and like swings back and then tries to like impale you with her tail. The one attack in the AT fight that is a pain is Connor died to it and I died to it probably a combined 47 times in like a night. She does like this big breath attack, but it's like a mile wide.
Oh yeah, the ice tsunami, that attack.
Holy
stinks.
crap, dude, that shit's crazy. Yeah, I mean, like visually amazing monster. I love like the ice knockdowns. I love one thing I don't love about her is the floating icicles that fall out of the sky. It's a little, you know, because sometimes I'm not looking up in the sky, you know what I mean? Like, so those get me a lot. Velk is a dance. That's a good way to say it. I think the attacks are pretty. They're so satisfying to dodge. She's one of my favorites. She's probably gonna push whoever I said was top 5 out of the top 5. Yeah, I mean, it's just a great fight. I think I love the story aspect where she's like literally freezing monsters to death. I think that's sick. S tier with a great learnable fight. I don't think we'll talk more about perceived bullshit when we get to the last monster, and you know who that is. But yeah, I mean, it's just so good, and it's one of my favorites. Great fight, S tier monster, S tier armor. The armor again, I like the like when you whatever the fuck you sheath your weapon and then like it glows blue and whatever that.
Sick. Yeah, Frostcraft.
That's sick. Frostcraft, that's it. I like the freaking like ornamental like glass doll kind of aspect of her armor too. It's very pretty. It's very ornate. Yeah, I love AT Velk, and I love Velk. Again, I didn't even beat AT Velk. One of my favorite fights. Fought it probably 3 times. One of my favorite fights. So yeah, I love AT Velk. I love the animations. I love when you hit her and like all the she shatters like glass. It's so cool, dude. So yeah, she's definitely S. Let's go. Oh yeah, her weapons aren't slap-ons. That's again, I don't want to fault the monster. Let's go. Better than Nerg. This is the fight of a lifetime here. Hold on.
Okay.
I love me some Nerg, man. Not considering OSTs, Velk's theme. Unfortunately, Velk came at a time where I started listening to my own music, and I didn't have. So I don't know if I've ever really heard AT Velk's OST, unfortunately. Yeah, so let's... Oh, man, hold on. Give me a second. Because it is such a... This is poetic that it's them two, which is funny. It's a real duality, yin-yang 180. I mean, they're on the cover of the game on PlayStation for a reason.
Yep.
Okay, let me say it like this. Fight-wise, monster-wise... I like Nerg more. Everything outside of the fight, I like Velkhana more. Better skills, better armor, better looking weapons. But I think the fight for Nerg and the OST, which again, I'm not going to put the OST into it, but his OST is peak. And I'm going to keep Nerg where he is. I think that's good. But she's still top 5. That's, top 5's nothing to sneeze at. They're not better than Deviljho, though. That's just a blatant fact. I love Deviljho so much. I don't know. I like the dance. I like the difference. Obviously, Nerg is going to be more exciting because he's in your face. And he is, he won't let you make it. He won't let it be boring because he never stops fighting you. I like how AT Velk does all these pretty attacks, which he spins around and that big nuke, for lack of a better term, that she does in the AT fight. So nice. I think that was intentional. The Yin Yang flagships, I think that was intentional. So
probably, yeah.
I love them, and I think that they're very I think that they're great right where they are on the list.
Yeah, dude. There's a couple of people that like swear up and down that they hate Velkhana, and I have no fucking idea why. None. She has problems. She does. She has some objective flaws. But some people think that she's like sucks, and I think those people are like stupid. She's great, and she's great in Iceborne. She does come back in Rise, but I think what I especially learned fighting her in World and Iceborne is when you have like the more boots on the ground type of combat, the big ice wall structures and everything that can like be broken up to make platforms is so fun. That zone control is really cool. Again, yeah, no, the ice walls need to block the beams and some stuff. That's just an objective fact. It has to. She's got a medley of like 4 different themes, and they're all great. Excuse me. The design is excellent, both armored and unarmored. I think the ice armor looks really good. It's a neat evolution of Nergigante's concept with like the spike breaking. This one being like a full suit of armor that you have to crack through to try and get a big knockdown. And if you do that, you can prevent her from going like critical with her ice, which is kind of cool. It's kind of sick that she can like freeze over her just like hacked off tail to keep using it, but it stays cut off. That's pretty sick. I think her tail stabs are really satisfying to dodge, though the hitbox lingers a little longer than it should. Her breath attacks are really cool to dodge. She has some like just a whole category of attacks that are really fucking fun to maneuver. The tail stabs are fun to get around. The ice beams are fun to dodge.
So satisfying. That's one of her biggest pluses, is that how satisfying it is to dodge her.
Yep. For sure. No, it's a very good dance fight, which works for such a graceful monster. The sound design is quite good. The music is excellent. The gear is awesome, and the skill is iconic. It's some of my favorite weapon designs for like ice. Just kind of like, yeah, no, there's a couple issues. Like I said, the tail stab hitboxes needed a little bit of tweaking. The ice beams needed to be blocked by the walls. I
don't like how her tail cut does nothing. I don't like how she just grows another tail, basically.
It's cool, but I get it. Yeah,
I get it. Yeah, I think it's like the way I look at it is you cut off her real tail and then she just makes a new one with ice. But like, I don't know. It's like I want the tail cut because I remember
you want it to matter.
I remembered stopping hitting the tail once I found out that it did nothing, because it was like, well, why would I waste my time when I could be hitting her in the face? But I love her. I love her very much. Quack says someone called Velkhana ugly. She's like the prettiest monster in the game.
That's stupid. Who the fuck said that? That's dumb. Yeah, no, she looks great. Color is great. The ice texturing that they did such a good job with just like her detailing and her texturing. It looks excellent. Yeah, no, I think this is a fucking slam dunk and a half. I have no fucking idea why some people so vehemently dislike this monster. I think those people are morons, to be perfectly honest.
Is World her first game?
Yeah, she is the flagship of Iceborne.
Cool. Yeah, I love her. I think she's awesome.
Seething.
I was like, who the fuck is that? I was like, the picture threw me off because I was like, is that a fish?
Okay. As much art of this guy as I thought there was gonna be.
I wish he was an invader. I wish he was. I wish they just made a prettier, cooler looking Basil that and they just put him in master rank and made him jump in on your fights. I love the flower effect when he drops his bombs. I think that's very cool. The color scheme is awesome. I like how he glows and the bombs are purple, and I like how bright they are. It's a rare, a rare color, palette for this, bland game. He's definitely a little more intense. The fight is definitely a little, those friggin' bombs hurt. But yeah, I mean, he's better Bazel. I think he's a little better than Bazel. The not invading is a knock. He's a great fight, and he's one of my favorites. He's probably sliding right. The top 5 is an ever evolving enigma.
Ever changing.
I like him a lot. I think he's a great variant. I think like what he does. I like the idea that like it's not a different Bazelgeuse, but it's Bazelgeuse but stronger and brighter and more evolved, which I love that about another monster who's probably not going to come up till way at the end. But yeah, I love that. Like, see, like they can do it. They can do it where it doesn't have to be 100% different. It doesn't have to be a mirror. It could just be the same monster but grizzled and older and more experienced and stronger. I really like him a lot, and I love the scales, and they don't look like flowers in Sunbreak. Garbage. I think that's one of the coolest parts. Yeah, he's a great fight. It's Bazelgeuse. I mean, it's fun. It's amazing. So S, let's put him one above regular. Oh, maybe he's not top 5 actually. Let's put him one above Bazelgeuse because Fulger is just better. So 6. Okay, that's respectable. Yeah, I love that. I love what he does. Again, I'll say it again. I like how he's just Bazelgeuse but stronger. I think that's very cool. Armor, forgot that too. Armor, very cool. Weapons, very cool. It's Bazelgeuse. SSSSS, amazing theme, amazing everything.
Yeah, Seething, I think, kind of highlights the probably the big failing that Iceborne made in replacing a number of monsters with their variants, just like being the master rank forms. So this happens with like Nergi, and it happens with Vaal, and it happens with Deviljho, and it happens with Bazel. I don't mind that Seething is not an invader because he's like the hyper overheated version. But if you're not going to do that, then that means you need the regular Bazel in Iceborne to be there to be the invader version. Like, that would make way more sense. And that's an issue that Sunbreak fixes, because they're both in Sunbreak. And Seething is the one that sticks to volcanoes, but Bazel can go anywhere. That is how it should work. So Seething kind of retroactively makes Iceborne Bazel a little bit less special, so that stinks. That being said, super duper cool fight. The purple flower bombs that can like the scariest shit is that they like stick to walls and shit. So you like turn around like, oh god, it's right behind me, and then you fucking blow up and die. The ultimate attack where he goes like spinning up into the air is so cool. Then he comes crashing down with a nuke and lets out that just fucking blood-curdling scream. Seething's an invader in Sunbreak? That's stupid. He should just be in volcanoes. I stand by what I said. But having Bazel back as an invader in Sunbreak is better. And then the incandescent purple and orange is really, really good. Kind of spruces up the design, makes it a little bit prettier. The armor is fucking sick. Yeah, this is just a wicked good variant. This is one of those monsters where it's same but more, but they took it in a couple of different directions, really kind of upped the gimmick in a way that's interesting, gave the design a nice tune-up, and it feels much more impactful than, say, like an Ebodny Odogaron.
Yeah, I like him a lot. I didn't fight him a lot, but, I do like him a lot.
Righty, and I think we're just going right to the next hyper-evolved variant with Savage Deviljho.
I like a monster, right, when I fight it on my own time, alone, and I remember the fight still to this day. I love his he has a good chunk of new moves, a lot of ranged stuff, like his beams are slightly different.
Oh yeah. I
like his big jump back and like nuke attack. He has a slightly different pin attack as well. This guy makes you sweat, man. I mean, it makes you sweat. This guy is tough. This guy is difficult. I already loved Deviljho, but this guy is so fun. I love this guy. I like the dragon, right? I like how he's just like oozing with this fucking energy. Yep. His weapons are insanely cool. I mean, he's what are my notes? So S tier monster, obviously. S tier fight. S tier weapons, but the armor is kind of meh. Yeah, this guy was a wall for me. It took me a while to beat him by myself. I mean, he is just amazing. And so my note kind of says it all. My one note, it's one sentence. The GOAT my favorite monster in the game. So Legiana is being replaced.
Ooh, okay.
I love Savage Deviljho. I remember when we first hunted him as a group and we were actually sweating and worried. I love just how like, and then like I have it. I should put it in the clips channel. I was doing a Odogaron quest. I needed like a mantle or whatever, and I jumped down in the Vaal and I look around the corner and all I see is the head of Savage Deviljho whipping around the Odogaron in his mouth. And I literally just like, it was so funny, the angle of it. I love that he does that to monsters. I think that's so cool. His vibe is just immaculate. Just like this drooling psychopath who like just feeds off the energy of just like killing. I mean, it's insane. The armor is very like WWE old school Godzilla suit.
Yeah. Oh, it's even got
luchador.
The belt,
yeah. So like it's yeah. I mean, if I had a nemesis, the Deviljhos are probably up there. I mean, I've had so much fun fighting, and like again, it's not like a boss monster where like it's hard to fight solo. I can beat him solo, but it's still difficult, and that is so fun. Yeah, I mean, it is just, he's so peak, dude. I mean, everything about him is just amazing, and you fight him and there's just a smile on your face the whole time. Man, this guy is the best. I love him so much. He's definitely, without a doubt, my favorite monster in the game.
All right. Yeah, dude, this guy fucking rocks. I was never the biggest fan of Savage in the older games. He was kind of just, I mean, a lot of the variants in the older games are just take a monster, make them, if they have a cool rage mechanic, you make them permanently enraged and give them like 2 new things. Whatever. And then Iceborne Savage rocks up and he's fucking diving at you and he's chaining his stomp attacks and he's got straightforward dragon blast and he's got like area denial dragon clouds and he's got a dragon nuke and he's fucking like slamming you around and ripping things up and just this hyper aggressive non-stop full tilt just fuck you up monster. But unlike something like a Shrieking Legiana, which is also just fucking crazy, they give him a lot of beam attacks where his head's exposed for a good long chunk of time. He's particularly flinchable if you hit him in the head. He's incredibly oppressive with some good learnable weak spots and windows that you can exploit, which I really appreciate about him. He's another version where like I think they really should have kept Deviljho in Master Rank, because one of the cool things about the original Savage is that, especially I think in 3rd generation, Savage was really rare and kind of honestly hard to track down. Now he's just kind of Deviljho in Iceborne, and like it's cool because he's a really fun fight, but it makes some of the variants a little less special, which is something that kind of hits Savage a little bit. But yeah, and the other thing is that his like dragon aura in the older games, where it's more lightning-y, is much cooler. In Iceborne, he kind of just has like a dragon mist pouring off his head with like a little bit of bolts. Especially like in this artwork, especially, it's just like streaking off of his face and whatnot. I think they got to go full tilt with the Savage Deviljho aura at some point and just make it fucking crazy. But yeah, no, this dude's it's an absolute fucking monster of just violence, and they do it in a way that works really well, and then just take one of what was already one of the coolest and most iconic Monster Hunter monsters and just made him fucking better.
Yeah, that quest I was talking about where he was like ripping apart that Odogaron. There was an Ebodny Odogaron and an Odogaron and a Savage Deviljho, so it was like a real freaking trio. And the Deviljho kept showing up so much that he killed one of the monsters. Mm-hmm. Which Murdoch said that, it is. He picked it up and then all of a sudden he like threw it away and it was like slayed, and I was like, what? You should have saw my face when I was like, dude, I need a moment to breathe. So I put a trap down, like not a electric trap. Like I put the the net trap down, and I didn't know that so I trapped him, and he started fucking hitting me, and I literally was like out loud because he almost killed me, and I was like, oh my god, yeah, no, I mean he's just that there was this one solo fight with me and him were in the Spire, Wildspire, and it was one of the most fun I've ever had fighting any monster in this game. So yeah, he's definitely the favorite for now. I mean, we'll see if anyone beats him.
Okay, well, let's see. Next up we got Blackveil Vaal Hazak.
I know a lot of people were curious about what I'd say about Blackveil Vaal Hazak. It is undeniable, because I know a lot of people don't like him. It is undeniable that he does improve on many Vaal Hazak lackings. He does more than just lunge at you and occasionally use his AIDS beam. He has a couple hip checks. He has a couple charge attacks. He has a couple running attacks where he just kind of prances by you. His beams are different. He has a couple different beams to make it a little more interesting. They're bigger. They're wider. Shut the fuck up, Chad. Don't make weird jokes. They're slightly different, but I mean, in the looks department, I don't like how much he doesn't look any better. I liked the metallic aspect with the flesh on him that regular Vaal Hazak had. The armor is insane. The weapons are fine. Fighting him in the ancient forest, it's just not that fun of a fight. You've never heard it referred to as an AIDS beam. You don't watch stream then, because I've said that about 2,000 times, affectionately. I mean, he does improve on a lot of the physical lackings that Vaal Hazak has, and then he kind of adds to some of the things that Vaal Hazak already does, which is nice. So he's better, but it's not that much better, and it's definitely not a fight I like to go back to, that is for certain. But it's not, people act like he's either okay or he's the bane of their existence and that he's the worst monster ever. I don't think he's that bad. I'm gonna put him literally one step above Vaal Hazak. Just because, like I said, he is a better Vaal Hazak. He's still kind of annoying. So yeah, I don't love Effluvia's whatever. It's not the big, again, you have Effluvia resistance. This fight is just whatever, but yeah, I fought him once, twice, 3 times, never felt the need to do it again. I think I had to for something. I think it was earplugs. Yeah, I mean, he's just okay.
Deca related.
He's just okay. Middle. I don't know if he's middle of the road, but I'd say slightly above average. He's no, Beotodus. He's no Beotodus or fucking Wrath. The Wraths are as middle of the road as you could possibly get. In my eyes. That's the point, So yeah, it's just annoying. I don't hate him, but he's annoying. So yeah, I like where he's at because he does improve on Vaal Hazak, but he's not, I don't have as much fun as Pukei. I don't have as much fun as Diablo. So yeah, I like where he is.
Yeah, I think Blackveil gets a little bit more flack than he deserves. Again, gemming your Effluvia resistance, because he is more Effluvia and he is more physical. So I think in terms of pure fights, he is definitely an improvement over the normal one. Because this one, at least he's not a non-factor if you gem in resistance, because he actually has a couple of physical attacks. He's still slow and kind of clunky and kind of easy to bully.
Yes, that's a point I forgot to mention. I wish he was faster. I totally forgot that. I have that in my notes. Why is he so slow? I know that it's he's a decaying friggin', or no, he's not, that's his vibe.
Yeah,
but he himself is not, I don't know. And he's kind of big and he kind of has a weird body shape, but
he's big, but he's not really bulky.
No, he's very slim, but he is oddly long.
Yeah, I don't know why he's slow.
Super slow, extremely predictably slow.
The ancient forest feels too cluttered for his gimmicks. I kind of fuck with that, Legato. For the amount of aerial denial. So here's something. I saw this come up when I was doing the fan poll project, and I like this dude's point. Is Blackveil is kind of cool because the ancient forest has no defenses against this thing. This thing should not be out in the woods, and then if he goes out in the woods, everything is suffering and dying, because this is an apocalyptic nightmare that this dude just rocks up, and it's kind of cool. That's kind of a neat thing to take for a monster. That being said, the ancient forest specifically is really tight and really narrow and kind of constrained, so if you have a big aerial denial monster, that's kind of annoying. It's a big reason why Kashaladora is really annoying in the forest. I think that's very, very valid. But yeah, no, his Effluvia stuff is jacked up a little bit more, which is pretty good. His physicality is jacked up a bit more, which is pretty good. He's definitely visually inferior, but at the same time, I think that like the overgrown like mold and fungus and everything is like a pretty decent vibe. I don't think it is a harsh downgrade. The green is okay. I don't think it's quite as good as like the reds and the browns. Yeah, no, in terms of like the monster who is like the previous one but more, I think Blackveil does a decent job. And specifically because the regular Vaal has some major issues that this one overcomes a little bit. And then his armor especially is really fucking cool. That fucking like Lich King armor that he's got going on, really,
very
really
nice.
sick. Yeah, so I think Blackveil gets a little bit more crap than he deserves, but he is not perfect.
Goodbye, Raditz. Talk to you later.
Bye, buddy.
Yeah, I agree. I don't think he's bad. A lot of people are saying like, oh my god, he's the worst. I don't think so.
Yeah.
Can we get, you know what we totally haven't done? Let's look at my Kneejerk list. We haven't compared in a long time.
Sure. This is a little pixely, but you can still tell what's what.
Yeah, so let's, Kieran, that's funny. Namielle, that's good. Who's that next to Nami? Is that Panther? Okay, yeah, see, look at that. Where's Blackveil on here? Is Blackveil on here?
Blackveil is, he's in Garbo. He is second, from
No way.
Garbo. Yeah.
That's crazy. Okay. I mean, you know, whatever. Beotodus is like almost in the exact. Oh my god, look at Savage Deviljho down in high mid.
Yeah, you did not like the Deviljhos. Or the Bazels.
Oh my god, Anjanath, what a comeback.
Yeah.
Oh my god, not Aragon, Rattlebod, that is crazy. You know what we need to take that stream clip of me putting him up there and going on my rant about how good he is and have like Frank Sinatra over it, like for what is a man, and then have it end on him just clicking into his spot in S. Oh, Basil's too, yeah. Wow, what a shit ass mid tier that is. Holy crap! And then there's Kulu.
Yeah, the Pukei's got a big redemption.
I put Zizi. What was I? What?
You said the word Randall and then laughed at the fact that you said the word Randall. That's why he's in high mid.
God, someone kill me. Great Jagras. I'll stand by Kolv. That picture of Kolv is rough.
It's not the best. It could be better.
Without armor, Kolv's sick.
Yeah.
Wow. Yeah. And then there's some that are like almost identical. Wow, Fulger's so low, my god. Nerg is so low, my god. I didn't like spikes back then. Who was below? Oh, it's Safi, okay. Wow. Storm, duh! My god, I'm a criminal. Someone lock me up. This is horrible. Dude, I don't remember making this list. What are we... Did you do this? Like, what is this?
This, I mean, there's some rough approximation, but this is your list, buddy.
Wow, what the fuck is wrong with me? Gyros in high.
You liked him. You did. You thought he was
Where's
he was a cool snake lizard.
Lavassioth in low high. Good lord. Legiana in mid high. She didn't take that. Who is that next to Glav in mid high?
Ruiner Nergi.
Oh, okay. Who is that next to Safi? Is that just regular Rathian?
Pink Rathian is to his right.
Pink, okay.
Yep.
Who's next to that? Is that regular Rathian?
Rathalos.
Okay, I'm blind, dude. I can't see. And then that must be a Zur.
Next one is Silver, then Gold.
Silver? Oh my god, dude. What is happening?
Yeah, you have Azure. Azure is like third from the top of high.
I'll stand by some of those S tiers, though. Kushala is a sick-looking dragon.
He's a great-looking dragon, yeah, for sure.
Wow, dude, I'm crazy. I'm fucking nuts. Yeah. Wow. That's nuts.
Yeah.
And Nate just said it. Nate said, did I make this? My brother in Christ, the whole thing is documented in video.
Yep.
You know how many times I've watched my first tier list of like the Iceborne, not Iceborne, the world-based game, and I act like I'm watching it for the first time. The worst one was that freaking online one, the Explore one. I was like looking at it, and then I had said something, and I was like, whoa! I was like, I don't remember that at all. In retrospective, I could go back and change. Watermelon Uragan would probably win that list over that weird blood dragon. I'm not gonna lie to you. Yeah, that's crazy, dude. Like, I know some of my opinions that I know are obviously flooding in, but like, I'm even trying I'm even trying to go in just off looks and try to like take away what I know. In what planet is Uragon cooler than literally anybody below him?
You tell me, brother.
Visually, I stand by the coral take at the very bottom.
Sure.
I'll die on that hill. Lavasioth over fucking... Jeez, good. Lavasioth over Deviljho.
Yes.
God, I'm turning myself in to the police. There's not even a point in like going back and looking at that anymore because like, holy shit. That's such a mess. All right.
Things change, huh?
Wow. That's something. That is something.
All
yeah.
right.
Yeah. Wow.
Namielle.
Yeah. No, I didn't. Did I? You put Uragon up because Thanos' chin was said. I probably
you
did say that.
There's a couple of them where they got up on the list because someone said something funny.
I believe it. I believe it. I believe it. All right. Where's my notes? All right. So Namielle, I'll get the bad out of the way first because there's a lot less of that. The armor is terrible. I hate it. I hate it so much.
It is not your vibe.
No, it is not. That's about it. So the monster itself, this like friggin' insane. It's so many like sea monsters like slammed together.
Yeah.
I love that she has the head of like something out of like Subnautica.
Yeah, kinda.
It's so cool that it's the coolest visually the coolest monster in the game.
Probably, yeah.
I don't think you can beat it visually. The deep sea like absolute menace monster like sea creature with like the friggin' water like see-through fish body with like the LED like deep sea lights, like it's just insane. It is visually probably the coolest monster in the game, and then World just bats all over it with its garbage wound mechanic and disgustingly
tearing up the wings looks horrible.
Yeah, I love the like I love like the stingray wing like look.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I mean the double element is very cool. I like how she kind of manipulates like flooding basically the entire map and leaving like 7 inches of dry land within a 100-mile radius, and then she like lightnings it. The jellyfish wings with like the way she flies around is very majestic and pretty. I love that. Yeah, I mean, she has some cool fight aspects, but it's not my favorite fight on the planet. I've only fought her a couple of times, but it is undeniably a good fight. I think the visuals, again, she's kind of buffed up by like the cinematics of being like a super rare elder dragon, I think that obviously helps her. So it's not my favorite fight, but it is a very good fight, but it is undoubtedly the visual like coolest monster in the game.
Sure.
So let's go to the list. Scroll up so that ad gets out of the way on my screen. Oof, man. Let's go with the weapons are cool. I'll give you that on the weapon. Let's go above Bazelgeuse, but both of them. But behind. Man, I don't even know about that. I'm thinking about. Okay, I think the wall for me stops at Velkhana. I'm just debating on above Fulger or not.
Okay.
Yeah, I have way more fun with Fulger. So let's keep Fulger there. Yeah, I think it just adds a very interesting double element aspect. I think that's super cool. It produces water weapons, which is
needed.
Blatantly necessary. The skills are like whatever, they're not crazy, but it doesn't hurt. Yeah, I just think that this is one of the most unique looking monsters in the game, and that's definitely carrying, but the fight is no schlub. The fight is very good. I think it would be cool to add this monster into like wilds and have it be in the Windward Plains, like the dry desert, and then all of a sudden she swoops in and it's pouring. I think that'd be sick.
You can do something neat with that, I suppose.
Yeah, I think that'd be sick. Yeah, I definitely praised Fulger significantly more than Namielle. I've also fought Namielle way less. But yeah, I think in S though, there is a big gap between Namielle and Bazelgeuse. I think that top line is in my opinion way better than the bottom line. Personally, I think. But yeah, so I think I can't say much more about how she looks. It's just amazing. So yeah, I think I've said all I need to say.
Yeah, I think So this is one of those things where it's like, we're talking about Kieran. I think this is kind of like a better Kieran, where it's very element heavy. It's very cinematic. She probably would stand to benefit if there was a little bit more physicality in the moveset, but the variety and the creativity and the implementation of her range and elemental attacks is so good that it still leaves for a very good fight. I think like the water manipulation with the waves is really cool. The flying around like a jellyfish and like zapping the puddles, like that is super sick. They blend a lot of deep sea animals without making it very heavy-handed. The water and lightning duality is super cool. Her water beam, I like that she has these like really kind of thin but powerful high velocity water beams. That's kind of cool. If they gave her like a couple more wing slices, like a few bite attacks and some paw swipes, maybe a couple more like slashes with the wings when she's flying, and just gave her like a little bit more physically, I think that would stand to benefit and would make it a little less element spammy. But she also has so many elemental attacks that do so many different things that she somehow is saved from not feeling too spammy. Yeah, she does need to be in a game where the Clutch Claw doesn't exist, so you don't fuck up her wings with that awful fucking like skid marks all over the place. That needs to happen. Probably in contention for the single greatest design they have ever done. And then yeah, no, really good fight. I think the waterproof mantle does some good benefits for her because you can resist the tides of her water being pulled around, which I think is a really cool dynamic and encourages you to use a defensive mantle, which you normally don't use all that much. Yeah, maybe a smidge overrated in the fight department because I think a little bit more physicality would serve to benefit. But yeah, if she is overrated, it's not by much. But I can concede that maybe it is a little bit. I think she's still very good with a lot of cool attacks, a fantastic design, some great gimmicks. It is just very cool. It is very cool to watch her fight, and it is 90% of the time fun to fight.
I one thing about her design that I don't love is I kind of wish the wings didn't go all the way down to the tail. Like I don't love how the tail is only like, the size of a friggin' sandwich from, a pizza place. I wish it was I wish it was bigger than a friggin' sub. I think I would have liked a slightly more regular straight up dragon look with the wings, and then had the tail be longer and do something. What it could have done is beyond me. I don't get paid to make games, but I think it would have been cool. I also think it would have been kind of cool to give her like her own water arena. I don't like how you just kind of fight her in the Coral Highlands. I wish she had like her own shallow high water area, kind of like we see Uthduna have. Like,
I would love if she comes in the Wilds expansion. I would be very happy.
Is Namielle in any other games besides World?
This is her first game. This is her first appearance.
So I feel like she has a bigger chance to come back than other ones. Like I don't think they're gonna bring back someone for their fucking fifth game in Wilds. I think they're gonna try to pick as little 5th gen monsters as possible.
Shara Ishvalda.
Yeah, I mean he's creepy in like a really good way. I like how he has like if you want to call those dragon wings, but I like how he has like a dog kind of body. Like I like how he walks around, and he even kind of sits like a dog in a way when he does some of those attacks. I like how he has kind of a more animalistic wolf body. I don't mind how creepy he is. I think that's very cool. His attacks are definitely some of the most creative. The way he's just so in tune with Earth that he's like shooting air everywhere, like pressurized friggin' air beams. That is kind of, I think that is what he's based off of, like the multi-hand like Buddha statue.
There's a lot of Buddha in his design.
Oh yeah, well the armor's insane. Yeah, I love like the pressurized beam attacks. I love his armor. I love his arena. I love his creative, his nukes, and then he immediately beams somebody. The beam that I died to where I screamed, that is one of the coolest attacks in the game. There's a lot of really cool attacks that let me say it like this. One of the coolest not special attacks, if that makes sense. The beam attack is just an attack, but like, you can't compare it to Eschaton or Saki's nuke and stuff like that. The only thing I don't love is the first phase of the fight is questionable. I don't love the giant stone blocking around, and you have to break it. Yeah, I mean, it's just like, whatever. I would have preferred a multi-staged fight like a Fatalis, like a Safi even, where he was in his... In like the form you see in the picture now, and then like, it just got harder and harder and things got crazier and more cinematic. Yeah, I don't love his chunky form by any stretch of the imagination. It's kind of boring. But then once that breaks off and then like he yells and like the freaking walls crumble around you. Come on. So yeah, that is the only thing dragging his his fight out of like peak to like just like low S, high. Armor is insane. It's busy. I said this on stream when I first saw it. It's busy, but it's nice. It's nice busy. It's very, like you see Buddha-ish, very, like that kind of culture, Indian-ish around there. Very nice. So, I mean, it's an S tier monster for sure. Weapons though are kind of lacking. There's some weapons that I don't love. The Charge Blade, or was it Charge Blade? There was one of the swords I didn't love. It was just kind of like a weird rock sword. But then there's like the long sword where it's just kind of like a katana in like a wood stone sheath. And I'm like, that's sick. So like the weapons kind of vary. But yeah, I mean, the visuals of the attack, the eyes are horrific. Some of the best cinematics, with the beam, the nuke, it's just insane. The hand hammer, goated.
That's an awesome hammer, yeah.
Yeah, so he deservedly S, but that stone chunky first phase is kind of boring. He's definitely in that top crop. He's definitely better than Bazelgeuse in them. Replayability is, I don't know, it's hard. Some of those big cinematic boss fights are hard just because like, you can't play them 10, 15, 20, 30 times, because that's a lot. We're looking top 5 for sure. I just am deciding. Man, Nerg is a serious wall for the top 5.
Oh, yeah.
I love Nerg a lot. Man, is he... So let's go step by step here.
Yep.
Is it better than Velkhana? I do like Velkhana, the yin, the yin-yang with Nerg. I love the how pretty. I love the dance. It's hard to compare to a monster, like a boss monster, because the boss monsters are aided. I'm going to say this a lot. Aided by the cinematics. Like, they're supposed to be cooler, Like, they have animations that are obviously blatantly supposed to be cooler than everything else. Man, I don't even know if it's better than... No. I like where it is. I really like Velk. Yeah, I think I'm going to stay there. Yeah, the spectacle, after you do it 2 or 3 times, it does wane. I'm not going to say it's worse, but it does, it does wane a little bit. So yeah, I like where it's at. I'm good with the right under Velk.
All right. Yeah, this one definitely grew on me. I think this is, for the most part, very well done. I agree to not... Okay, I like the first phase once or twice, where it's just this big bag. It's a cool reveal, and then it's a big bag of rocks that you're like throwing at walls, and you're beating the crap out of, and snapping parts off of it, and throwing rocks at it and whatnot. That's kind of fun. That's kind of cool. After that, if you're ever trying to do like some serious grinding for Shara Ishvalda, it's really just a roadblock to kill some time before phases 2 and 3. And then phases 2 and 3 are super, super good. The only thing, I said this before, I think his move pool is a little shallow. For the amount of health that he has, I think he really needed like 2 or 3 more attacks. Because he's got like the Wing Drag under him, he's got a Bite, he's got the Death Star, he's got the Spirit Bomb, he's got like the Scatter Shot Wind Blasts, he's got like the Retracting or the Shooting Off Wind Blasts, he's got like Singular Shot Wind Blast, and then like a Paw Slam here or there. It's, for the amount of health that he has, a little more, because a lot of his attacks are kind of just like variations on his like multi-shot wind tendril attacks, which are sick. I don't think there's any bad attacks, but I think he needed like just like a little more. The Spirit Bomb wind comboing into the fucking like sand Death Star laser is awesome. The fact that he causes like vibrations in the ground to create these like soft sand traps for you is wicked sick. The sound design is great, and like the Buddhist elements that they put into his design, his weapons, his armor, his music and everything, especially the music. His soundtrack is a phenomenal. It really does kind of give this feeling of like you dug up this slumbering Buddhist god up out of the ground. So the kind of like harmony in all of those design elements works really, really well. He's freaky, he's creepy, he's a good subversion. He's incredibly unique with both his power set and his design, especially in the wings. The optical illusion to have the eyes fake track your camera is really, really cool. The cutscene where Ruiner kills him is wicked sick. The first phase is a little tough to get through on like round 4 or 5. And the moveset needed maybe just like a touch up more padding, but really not that much. I'm only saying like 2 more moves or something. Because by the time you're like 10 minutes in and there's like 15 minutes left, you've seen pretty much every attack he can do. That's kind of it. And you've seen him multiple times as well. But yeah, no, pretty fucking goated final boss for Iceborne. Very, very, very well done.
I like it a lot.
I think this is where we get... Oh, no, we have Guiding Lance monsters we gotta get through before we hit title update monsters. Yian Garuga.
I got a nice, fresh opinion of Yian Garuga because we literally just fought him at like 550 before we got on. He's cool. It's a really interesting aspect that I didn't understand until Connor told me was because I was like, I don't like the reused like Rathian tail spin. And Connor was like, well, it's not reused. That's like the point. He like learns and he watches and he's intelligent and he's super smart and he copies. And I was like, oh, okay, like that's cool. I didn't know that. I really like how Connor said it best when we were playing. I like how he is equally intelligent and equally psychopath. Like I like how he bashes his face into the ground all the time. I like the look too. Like I think he would have been I think it's interesting because he's a super small dragon chicken, but I think it would have been cool because I do really like his like bat bird knight helmet face. I think he would have been cool if he was like a full-size dragon. I like the color scheme. I like the solid gray with the purple purple accents. I think that's very cool. His fireball attack is interesting. I think it's a nice range attack and it hurts. Throwing poison in there is also very interesting. It just makes you kind of have to think about it a little. It's not like holy shit. I love the one where he goes up in the air and like dive bombs on you. Super funny. I like how he just bashes his face into the ground all the time like a hammer and he's just swinging around. So I like how he is equally smart and equally stupid. It's very nice. Kulu wishes he was him. Kulu wishes he was a spaz like this. The guy doesn't even, this guy is significantly more interesting. The yell is really funny. I loved, there was one time we were in the Guiding Lands.
I wish we recorded it.
That was so funny. Right outside the Guiding Lands, literally like in the doorway practically, Yian Garuga was just screaming and screaming and screaming and screaming and screaming. So we were making like God of War jokes. We were like, Connor, get out here! Fight me, you coward! And it was funny. But yeah, I think he adds a really interesting... It checks off a box that a lot of the monsters don't, is he's not just a dragon. He's smaller and he's more agile. And the one we fought before stream was like really, really small.
Yeah, we got an quest one.
But I think he checks off a really interesting box. He's a spaz. He's fun. Definitely not my favorite monster. I think he's gonna get boxed out of S by some of the friggin' absolute maniacs we have up there. So let's put him in high. I think he's very fun. I don't hate him. I don't really dislike anything about him, but he's also not particularly crazy interesting. Above acidic Glavenus for sure. Ugh, above Brachy, that's tough. No, I'm gonna say no.
That's not bad. That's respectable.
Yeah, that's fine. I mean, that's like well above average. If S is an A plus 4.0 GPA, high is like a B plus an A minus. Honestly, yeah. I mean, high is like. That's really respectable. So like that means I actually like the guy. We don't even really have to harp on the next guy. He doesn't even have his own. If Scarred Garuga had his own, does he? Where is he?
He technically shows up after Zinogre. We can just skip to him. Might as well.
There's not much to talk about. I mean, he is cooler because he has the machine gun fireball. That's it. the older, grizzled aspect is cool. The fight is really the damn same. I do like the machine gun fireball attack. I think it's super cool visually, so let's just put him one ahead of Yian Garuga.
Sure.
Again, I have to ignore the ecology. I like that Yian Garuga will literally just fight anything, and his turf wars are really cool, but that's ecology stuff in my mind.
Yeah. So I mentioned this when we were doing kind of the run back fight earlier. So I'll talk about it now. Again, it's not going to adjust your thing, but I do think it's kind of neat. So Scarred Yian Garuga exists as kind of a bit of an Easter egg slash like acknowledgement of some previous old Monster Hunter games. So when Yian Garuga was first introduced, I think in his original version and when he was in portable games, he would come pre-packaged just as Yian Garuga, but with one of the ears snipped and one of the eyes cut out. And then when he was in some of the more mainline titles, it would be the 2 eyes and the 2 ears and everything. So they established him to be this like this super scrappy, fights everything, hyper violent, hyper territorial, yet also very, very intelligent type of animal. And it's the only animal that comes preloaded into the battle with battle damage, which was kind of cool. So when Yian Garuga comes back around in Iceborne, they were thinking about like the tempered Yian Garuga, and they said, well, that's basically kind of the same exact thing as what's the scarred version that we had was like this one that's like been in a whole bunch of fights, is older, tougher, more powerful. So let's finally like take the battle wounded one, kind of grandfather it in as its own variant. So Scarred was never he technically existed but never had his own like separate category and name. And then like let's officially make them slightly separate entities. So it's cool for the sake of series history. But yeah, no, it's not the best slot.
Yeah, I like if I had to pick the one, obviously I think Scarred Yian Garuga would have been fine.
Yeah.
But again, yeah, I mean that's not really something I would have thought about when ranking him. But yeah, I mean he's a fun monster, he's a great monster. I kind of wish he was more prevalent. I don't like how he's just strictly, I don't like how any of them are just strictly Guiding Lands monsters. I wish some of them popped up in like the story and whatnot, but can't have everything.
Zinogre.
Zinogre is very fun. He's a great monster. He checks off a lot of boxes that I really like. Lightning, which is amazing. He's a dog, which again, I think that is really cool. I don't know why I think that's really cool. He's not a fish. He's not a bird. He's not just a dragon. I like that he's a dog and he howls like a dog. Some of those, I like when he does like his big attack where he like backflips and he's like diving at you. I think that's super sick. The fight is interesting. He's not particularly difficult. He's definitely a showier fight. He definitely checks off a lot of those cinematic boxes. I love one of my favorite. It's not a sonically appealing roar. Like it doesn't sound amazing. It's just a okay roar. I love when he howls and he like tilts back and the lightning strikes and the
camera pans.
Yes, the camera pan adds so much. It's so cool. It's just a howl. It's just whatever. But like it's just so sick. Yeah, I mean he has some creative moves. I like how he's not just like like a Narga, the one body part heavy. I mean the vibes are insane. I mean, you want to talk about vibes. Lightning dog, wolf man, what the fuck? That's so cool. The armor is very nice. I like it just looks like him. It fits him. You know what I mean? Like I hate when armor doesn't fit what I think the monster's really about, like a Dodogama type.
Sure.
So to have the armor it has those horns and so I like so cool. So let's get him up in S. There's going to be a lot of S's. So if you're looking for hot takes, let me just take a peek. Yeah, a lot of S's coming up, so just get used to that.
I mean, Iceborne's got to fucking go to
yeah,
Iceborne
is
gonna really complain.
So let's get him. Man, I like him more and I fought him more than Namielle, but I like Fulger more. So let's put him behind Fulger. I'm going to make a switch too.
Okay.
Slide Shara back, put Fulger ahead of Shara. Yeah, that just didn't feel right when I looked at it. Yeah, Fulger again. Is Fulger better than Zinogre? Fight-wise, no. Zinogre is a better fight. Is blatantly a better fight. Anjanath's just the man, dude. I mean, just like, that's so good. Lightning is lightning. He was probably bound for S no matter what. But yeah, I just like how he's a dog. I like how, there's a lot of cats in this game. There's a lot of birds, and there's a lot of just dragons. I like that he's a wolf. I like that he's a dog. I love the horns. The horns are so sick. Yeah, like, I don't know. I picture this guy being like a superhero. Like, if you had to make like a human version of him, like, he's like Batman, but like not depressed. Yeah, he's so fun to fight. You can fight him anytime, whenever you'd like. Yeah, his sound design's just whatever, so that hurts him a little bit. It does, because I don't love his roar. I gotta get picky with all these S's, I gotta try to decipher them somehow. He's just nice. I just like how he's different than a lot of the other guys. And I like dog.
I think Zinogre is a monster who deserves pretty much all the popularity that he has. If he's not your favorite, I understand. But he is incredibly well executed, has a great fight, very satisfying moves, is a pioneer in multiple layers, and unlike some of your guys like Narga and Tigrex and Diablos, he has always come back around with like something new and interesting. I think Zinogre is legitimately one of the best. He pioneered monsters having like better turn speeds, because I think originally they were locked to like these 60-degree angle turns, but Zinogre could like turn on a dime really quick, making him one of the fastest monsters in the 3rd generation. He's one of the big pioneers of monsters having combos and everything, and I think his pathings have always been really good, and they've been very satisfying. I'm so used to them that I find them very enjoyable to just go up against. Like, I know the timing on his flips and his spins and his paw slams and everything. I'm very comfortable fighting him at this point, so he's become a comfort fight for me. I think he has fantastic ecology, and they do a good job of visually implementing it, with the thunderbugs kind of like glittering around him. He powers himself up physically and then just jolts himself full of lightning, and that jacks up his elemental ability and his physical ability. He's one of the first monsters where he has a heightened state that you knock him out of, rather than just a traditional rage mode that's on a timer. The design is great, specifically the World and Iceborne version, with the more aligned spike patterns and everything. This piece of art in particular that I found is really good. Yeah, no, the sound, the classic sound design is better. It's a little bit more roary and a little bit more bassy. They went more strict wolf, which they shouldn't have done. I like that he's kind of like on like an elder. They even build this into ecology, where Zinogre is more Elder Dragon level in Iceborne in comparison to other games, because the natural predator of the bugs that he interacts with aren't present in Iceborne, so his colonies are just kind of unchecked, so he is a much more powerful species. I think Zinogre deserves all the credit he's given. Theme is awesome, Thunderwolf, fantastic, major pioneer, comes back multiple times with a lot of really good combos and some notable improvements and some really cool moves. I think he is legitimately one of the best of the best. Love Zinogre.
Yeah, not much to complain about. I mean, he's amazing.
Hi,
Ty. Thank you for joining for the first time. Welcome. Yeah, Namielle is S tier. Namielle's very good. I don't want to like rewind too much, but yeah, Namielle is one of the best visual monsters in the game. A lot of names here that I don't recognize. So welcome. Yeah. I think we're still above 100.
I got 108 on my phone. We have not.
I got 108 as well.
We have not dipped below 100 in like 3 hours.
Perfect.
Alrighty. Brute Tigrex.
All right. I think Brute is fun. I think Tigrex is annoying. So Brute Tigrex is very cool. I love the visual roars. I love when the monsters have like the sound waves when they work. I think that's very cool. I like how he's I like how he focuses on that a little bit more than he does the charging. The charging is brutal. I mean, you have so much less to think about when it's Brute. So I think that is a huge plus for Brute Tigrex. I think he is just a significantly more balanced, fun fight.
Sure.
When, like we said earlier, regular Tigrex falls into the spamming, running at you. When he does this, Brute does it too, but it's not every single attack. Again, it doesn't matter, but I like his event quest too, where you get the armor spheres. It's a very good one. I like how it's the same anime. I like the animation of him wiggling at you because he's so like insatiably ready to dive at you. I like the darker color scheme more as well. So yeah, I just think the roars space the fight out, make it a little bit nicer, make it less annoying. Again,
Sure.
Tigrex isn't hard, but it's annoying as hell. To add in just him roaring more, which is really the biggest difference, it just makes the fight so much better. S tier look, I love the monster, I love the actual color scheme, and he has much better armor as well. The armor is just
because he gets the G rank design.
Yeah, it's way cooler. The fight is just high though. I mean, or mid-high. It's nothing crazy. So mid-high fight, high armor and weapons and stuff. So he's probably gonna find himself in high. I don't think he's S. I don't put him in the same category as my Anjanath and my Namielle and stuff. So let's put him above. Who's before Brachy?
Barioth.
No, sorry. After Brachy.
Scarred Garuga.
Yeah, let's put him above that. I have fun fighting him. I think he's a nice variant. I like the roar attacks. I like how he doesn't just roar like, Tigrex does and it just hurts. Like I like the cone attacks. I like the air attack. I like I like those attacks. I think they're very nice. The AI just feels so much more balanced. It just feels like, he's not just, we'll get to, who I think has questionable AI soon. But, I like that, he balances very nicely between ranged and physical attacks. And he kept the coolest attack. I like that he, pushes the ground so hard that giant flying rocks fly at you. Yeah, he's very cool. I like him. He's fine. And high, I think, is perfectly respectable.
Yeah. No, I like Brute a lot. I think this is kind of what I was talking about earlier. Tigrex is a really, really, really good, solid base that needs some improvements of his own. But what they did was they said, oh, we have this monster with like a damaging roar. Let's make that the subspecies, but also do like a lot of really cool stuff with it. So it's not a one-track pony. So they have like a lot more of comboing out of the charge into the roar. I really like the kind of like slide drift back where he'll just like drag himself back and then just go into a roar, and then he'll drag himself back and go into a roar. He's got like his big kind of like stomping charge where he's slamming his paws all over the ground. The wind tunnel roar cone is really funny and really cool. The darker colors from like the volcanic ash is neat because he's less nomadic and is more of a permanent fixture of volcanic regions, which is kind of sick, which is why he is actually louder, is he's communicating with other Tigrex over greater different distances. Yeah, no, really, really good execution of taking a monster's gimmick and then just kind of puffing it up and stuffing it up and doing some really cool stuff with it, making it really interesting, and then just doing some other stuff on top of that. Really good looking gear, good color scheme, some decent little chunk of ecology back behind it. Brute Tigrex is a really good subspecies. I think
he falls into that category of necessary good subspecies. Like I don't feel like I want him out of the game like I do for some of the other guys in the past. But I like him a lot, and I like fighting him in that arena. It's one of the best arena fights.
All right, I think we have the Metal Wraths next. So we're going to do Silver Rathalos first.
Another very fresh in my mind fight because we literally just fought her, him, whatever, which one. Rathalos, that's the him, right?
Rathalos is the him, yes.
Okay. We just fought Silver at like 5 o'clock. I had a lot of fun fighting Silver. More than I thought I would, because I don't like the rats. I think they're very boring. But again, if you've listened to the first tier list, I think that's the point. I think they're supposed to be just middle of the road, everyday, regular guys that just keep showing up. I haven't fought Silver a lot. I'm pretty sure tonight I fought him for the second time. I think visually, monster-wise, he is the best looking Wrath. I like the silver more than I like the blue, and I definitely like the silver more than I like the red. I love when he goes into like that, I don't know if it's called Hellfire for him as well, but I like when he goes, I like when he goes into that mode and the fire becomes blue and purple, and then like his neck starts glowing blue and purple, and he has some really cool, creative attacks where like he's hovering and he starts spinning and lighting things on fire, but it's not as annoying as like a spin attack because it's only like a half spin. He doesn't spin his tail that much, which is nice, but he does go up in the air and he does do some air attacks that are interesting. Like he slams on the ground a lot from the air. But my biggest plus for him is he does the flying dragon monster fight so much better than like a Zur who just never comes down. It's a nice balance between flying a lot, which I would imagine a dragon would do if you were fighting a dragon. He stays at like such a specific height where it doesn't like ruin the fight. You can still fight him with any weapon because he's only a couple feet off the ground, and he adds some interesting attacks. Like I said, I like when he's hovering and he does the fire spin attack. I like his when his mouth is on fire and he like tries to bite you, and he tries like the left, he goes left and then goes right. That's really fun. Yeah, he's just a cool visually a very cool dragon, but he is still just a dragon, and he is definitely my favorite Wrath because he's just, the color scheme is just so much better, and like I said, he balances ground and air very well. So yeah, I like him a lot. The poison, again, I know poison is fine. It's not suffocating poison. He does get held back a little bit with, at first I thought this was a benefit, and then the more I fought in this area, I thought it was, I kind of don't like it as much. I kind of like not having to chase. I like just fighting, I like just hacking it up in one area, and that's it. Then you get hit by the spikes.
The spikes suck.
And then you get hit by the spikes again and again and again. They add the flash bugs, which is nice. I like that you can flash, but I don't love how we just experienced it today. I had a charge blade and he had a horn, and we couldn't get slinger ammo. I'm not leaving to go get slinger ammo, you know what I mean? Like, I'm not a farcaster, I'm not gonna run down the friggin' hall. So it's 50-50. Sometimes I like that it's in one area and I don't have to chase, because I think that kind of slows down momentum. Sometimes, not all the time. But for some fights, I do think that kind of like takes you out of it for a minute, minorly. That's not too dramatic, but I also like, how we're just kind of in one room. But then I was like, oh man, like I kind of wish he left so I could sharpen or get slinger ammo or whatever. So like that, that's part of the fight. It is just part of the fight. But I don't think it's gonna drag them down too much. But it is slightly leaning negative. It's like 55. I don't think he's S. He's probably high. Let's see the list. Let's see what we can do here. Armor is just kind of whatever. I've never liked the Wrath armor for any of them. Yeah, I don't think he's... if he was S, he'd be very low.
Sure.
Do I like it more than Kolv? Not a chance. We're looking at the Brachy area. We're kind of in that realm. Is it better than Brachy though? I'm trying not to let recency bias hurt anything. So let's keep it there. I do think the fire attacks make it more interesting than Tigrex. The Hellfire definitely helps a lot. So I like it there. Yeah.
Yeah, Silver Rathalos is pretty great. The Metal Wraths historically are another group of monsters that were not particularly great. They historically were really just kind of like Azure Rathalos and Pink Rathian with maybe a new move or two. Really bad hit zones. They could deflect you at like anything. Sometimes I think they could deflect purple a couple times, but sometimes it was like purple sharpness was mandatory, and they also had like elemental weakness flops, and that was kind of it. Then they pop back up in World and Iceborne, and then in Iceborne, and then back in Sunbreak, and they add in this new Hellfire or Iridescent mode that they have, and that improves their hit zones. It improves their attacks. It gives them new combos. It gives them the really cool blue fire. The blue fire looks really good with both of their color schemes. With silver especially, it looks excellent. With the purple and the red and the blue mixed in with his silver, it looks really, really good. Yeah, I'd say combat-wise, silver is probably my favorite of all of the Wraths. Sunbreak's gonna bump that up even more. I really like Sunbreak Silver. Yeah, no, he's good. Looks great. Very pristine, kind of rare, regal type of ancient warrior Rathalos. The Hellfire is really good. His attacks within that are really good with like the exploding bite and the flame combos that drop the lingering fire on him. It'll chain like his dive attacks into a charged up fireball, which isn't too tough to deal with, but it's still really potent. Really good grab bag of moves. Very cool cinematic element. Great colors, a very good glow up for a historically not great monster. A lot of similar things are going to be said, so let's just roll right into the Gold Rathian.
Yeah, I thought I liked the gold look more, but I don't think I do. This picture I like more, that's for sure. What the hell? That's crazy. Yeah, the Hellfire doesn't vibe as well with the gold as it did with the silver. It looked like a part of the kit,
Yeah,
for silver.
Silver is built to have that extra color. Gold, it still works, but it's not...
I don't love the poison, because she does, like, extra poison, doesn't she?
A ton of it, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, that shit actually hurts. Because, like, there were times where, like, silver actually, they poisoned me, and I was like, whatever. Like, I didn't even do anything about it. Yeah, I don't know. This is kind of more the status quo for the Wraths. The Hellfire's nice, but it still falls into that, spinning tail bullshit flying around. Like, it's not as interesting as it should be. I really wish the coloring was better, but that's a world problem. That's not really a monster problem. Gold, I don't want to say that gold is the worst Wrath, because I think that's not true. I fought gold a lot. What gold is getting carried by is that it is arguably the best skilled armor in the game. Just having 2 pieces got me 3 levels of health boost and 3 levels of divine blessing, and then I could just get divine blessing from my whatever helmet I was wearing. I got that one as well. Divine blessing secret is goated.
Good skill, yeah.
The armor itself, ugly as all fuck. The Wrath's armor has always been ugly and stupid, and I don't know why it bothers the hell out of me, but it does. Yeah, I don't know, like a Rathian, whatever you want to say, that hits harder, does more poison, and there in turn does more tail attacks. I could live without it. So let's get her down. She's probably gonna be hanging out in...
Got her in low high at the moment.
Ooh, I don't know about that. Honestly, let's put her above the other Wraths in the tier below, because I do think it is a better fight. I do think it is slightly more fun. Again, the arena is half benefit, half negative. But it is not as big of a separation. There were some really cool different attacks from Silver. Gold does a lot more of the same old, but just hits harder. I do like the cool big Hellfire bomb. That is very cool. But, like I said, a lot of it is same old, just harder. So yeah, I mean, I'm okay with that, because that really, she is the second best Wrath, but there is a big gap between Silver and her. Again, I don't like the Wraths at all. So, I think that visual is very good for how I feel about the Wraths. There's that big of a gap in my mind between Silver, Gold, and then the rest of them. Mm-hmm. They're just, again, though, that's the point. They're just dragons. I think they're supposed to be, in my opinion, I think the purpose that they serve in my head is they are the quintessential dragon. They are the dragon of the game. And then every other dragon from that gets more and more crazy and fantasy and whatnot. Mm-hmm. But they are just dragons. They are as stereotypical dragons as they can be. So yeah, I don't love them, but I fought her a lot because, man, I needed that armor. That divine blessing saved my life countless times.
I am definitely more of a fan of Gold Rathian. I think what she does for Rathian, first and foremost, I do like the Rathian backflipping. I've always found it very fun. I think it is a cool move, especially if you're running weapons that can counter and whatnot. It's a nice and predictable move with a good visual and sound tells. So that's always been really cool. What Gold Rathian does is she introduces a lot of good mix-ups and combo changes into the moveset. So she will go from her typical like triple fireball, cut it off at the second, rush forward, and then go up into the spin. Or she might go for the triple, get herself up into the air, go for like the big nuke attack and whatnot. I really enjoy the kind of like the combo canceling and the subversion on what you know, and then going into like the big spins and whatnot. And again, if I'm running like a lance or if I'm running a longsword, this is another reason why I like the metal Wraths in Sunbreak a lot, is because a lot of the weapons in Sunbreak have counters on them because of how switch skills work. I find that she is a fun monster to learn, and then try to learn how she wants to fake you out, anticipate the fake out, and then capitalize on the fake out. So that is something that I really, really enjoy about her. I think that there is a good amount of knowledge and skill that goes into really learning how Gold fights, which I find particularly satisfying. So I really like Gold. Silver, I still do think, is the superior in terms of display, some of the really cool attacks that he has, and certainly in terms of design, but I glean a lot of satisfaction of learning how gold fights and countering against it. So I definitely have a soft spot for Gold Rathian.
Yeah, see, that is a big difference between Connor and I. Connor is much more of the study, knowledge, learning fight guy, and I'm more of the I like to be the more I don't learn. I like the reactionary. I don't like to sit down and study fights. I like to just be kind of, the reactionary guy, and I appreciate that about us.
All right, so I think it's Ruiner, and then we hit the DLC monsters. So Ruiner comes up first.
What a fucking picture. Holy crap.
Yeah, that's crazy.
Okay, so Ruiner is I like the look. I don't even know if I like it as much as Nerg, the look visually. The black is nice. I Nerg in the beginning, Ruiner Nerg is predictable and what's the word I'm looking for? It shows its moves. There's a lot of cues and stuff. It's much more. God, what is the move I am looking for? The word I'm looking for. I think I put it in my notes. Let me open my notes up again.
Is it tells? That's usually what people
yeah, stuff like that. That's kind of what I'm. It's a lot more predictable in that sense. And then as the fight goes on, he gets to be significant, telegraphed. That's the word. And then as the fight goes on, he gets more violent and aggressive and whatnot, and I think that is kind of cool because it is the other Nerg is regular Nerg is this insatiable young just out for blood maniac, and then this Nerg is I don't have to try against this piss on, and then you get halfway through the fight and he's like, shit, I gotta start trying. I think that's kind of a cool aspect. I've only faced him 2 or 3 times, but one of the times we faced him was an absolute that
temper one we fought was a nightmare.
I think he was the largest monster I've ever fought. He was Safi'jiiva sized. It was outrageous. We were just doing a guiding lands, right? And then he popped up and Nate was like, yo, you want to do it? And I was like, hell yeah, let's do it. We walk in to that place, you got talking to chat, in map, on the map, you can climb up to the elevated area of the forest in the guiding lands. The vines are there. He's just sitting there and he is taking up the whole area. And that guy, it was unyielding. It almost was did they do this intentionally? I wish we recorded that too. That was an off-stream night. He was clipping through walls and stuff. It was outrageously low. And I don't even think it was a gold crown. I think it was silver crown.
Yeah.
And he killed us. I think Connor died 6 or 7 times, and I died 6 or 7 times, and he got Nate 2 or 3 times. Yeah, that was a very fun fight. I'm one of the rare people that don't love his OST as much as I think regular Nergs is. I think regular Nergs is great. I don't think Ruiners is that much better. People act like it is the pinnacle of music. I disagree. I think I like regular Nerg a little bit more in that aspect. I think he's still SSS right down the list. S fight. S monster. I don't love his armor and weapons as much. Honestly, though, I think for some reason I like Nerg more, regular Nerg more. I kind of like the just freaking savage animal, wants to kill you at any, and he's just non-stop. Like I said, there's some Ruiner moves that are a tad more predictable and just not as and more telegraphed, and I just Ruiner. Sorry, I'm thinking of AT, not Ruiner.
Yeah,
for the theme.
A lot of people kind of give AT's theme to Ruiner though, so honestly, not that off base.
Yeah, my apologies. Yeah, I'm mixing things up. Yeah, I don't know. I like Nerg more. I don't think Ruiner is unnecessary. I think the way they slide him into you have to fight Ruiner before you have to fight Shara, right? Is that a Ruiner? I think it is.
Yeah, the temporary fight, yeah.
Yeah, so the way they slide Nerg into the story a little bit is I think base Nerg is just better. I think he's a little more fun and I like the just in your face aspect of Nerg. So yeah, I'm gonna put Ruiner in S, but just not as high as I might with regular. So let's go. I'm not even gonna put him that high.
I know it's going back from here.
I like Velkhana more. I like Fulger more. I like Shara more. I like Zinogre way more. I like Namielle more. Let's go right there.
Okay.
Yeah, I don't know. Again, I can't really. Yeah, a lot more bleed. Some interesting ranged attacks are added, but I don't know. I like regular. I sometimes I listen to my own music, but recently I've stopped and actually listened to some of the music. Yeah, I don't know. I just like Nerg more. I think he's cooler. I think he's more interesting. I think they don't do, there's some monsters where like Savage Deviljho is, in my opinion, you can feel how much crazier he is.
Yeah.
You can it's blatantly obvious how much, there's so many differences between the two Joes. I think Nerg is so good that, they didn't really do enough, in my opinion, to make this Nergigante that much better. A lot of the guys ahead of him, Zinogre, Fulger, Velkhana, are more like personal picks. So yeah, I like where he's at in the middle of S, still S. I mean, we're still talking S here. But yeah, Nerg is better. I think Nerg is better.
This could have just been Nergigante. I'm not a big fan. I think he's fine because, again, it is Nergigante. That's a great base with good music and cool armor and really good moves. But what are they took out the dive bomb, which is iconic.
Yeah, what are we doing?
They took out the black horn spike mechanic, so that it removes the most interesting thing about Nergigante that made necessitating being really aggressive on him super important, and highlighting special certain body parts and trying to go for those knockdowns off of spike breaks super important to try and delay the dive bomb. The dive bomb doesn't exist. They didn't know how to. They gave him bleed, which is fine. I guess that kind of makes sense. We're like, all right, how are we going to justify him giving you bleed? Some of his spikes are metal. Why? How does that happen? That's kind of crazy. Not that bioorganic metal doesn't exist in Monster Hunter. It's on Kushala, but why is this one metal? So it takes out a lot of the stuff that made the original iconic. It just kind of plops him into the story, gives him a cool role in the story, introduces the Guiding Lance, kills Shara. That's kind of neat. But that one kind of takes away from Velkhana being the fucking the front runner of Iceborne, and it takes away from Nergigante supposed to be the eater of elders, and gives it the only eating of elder dragons to Ruiner. So that's whatever. Some of the moves in his kit are really cool, the drag around that he does is really cool. The mini dive bomb shoulder check is cool. But a lot of those really cool moves are ripped off of AT Nergi. The bleed is fine. It's sensible. It makes sense. This should have just been Nergigante. I really don't think Ruiner has to exist. I don't hate him, but this should have just been Nergi. It really just should have.
I think especially because they did an AT version.
Yeah.
I don't think they needed to do this.
Yeah.
I think that's a lot of, because some of them it's this is the high rank version and this is the master rank version. I would have just rather had just a more constant Nergigante.
Yeah.
Rather than whatever this guy is.
I think that could have been more sick. Is all right, all the monsters from higher rank are coming back. Is Teostra's in there, and Kashala's in there, and Kieran's in there, and all this other stuff is blah blah blah. It's all back. It's but where's is Nergigante gonna be in master rank? Blah blah blah. And then you see the spikes in the Bazelgeuse quest. Ooh, okay, so he is there. And then he rocks up. He kills Shara. You fight him, and it is the exact same moveset as Arch-Tempered Nergigante with the dive bomb, with the spike, with more moves, and then you could jack up his attack and his speed a little bit. I think that would have been way fucking cooler than Ruiner.
Yeah, I agree. I don't think. I think I said in my little bip that I don't think he's not necessary. I think, like you said, it's Nerg. I'll take it. I could have lived without him. He falls into that category that I could have totally been okay with him not being there. I think I fought him 3 times. I never felt the need to go back and fight him.
Yeah, this is one of the few I don't think this one needs to exist. I think this could have just been Nergigante. All right, so let's roll into title update monsters and we can get out of here. So number 1, Monkey Rajang.
Yeah, I was under the assumption that we do 2 monkeys, but if we have to do 1 monkey, this makes a lot of my points just mute because
second monkey is in here somewhere.
Okay, perfect. Oh, so this is just regular monkey.
This is monkey number 1.
I mean, one of the best. SSS right across the board. Okay, maybe not right across the board. S fight, S monster. I don't love Rejang's armor.
That's
I
fine.
think
That's fine. It's not the best armor.
Yeah.
The weapons are cool. It's not the best armor.
I don't want to talk about Furious Rejang too much because a lot of my notes were just kind of comparing the two of them. It was the first monster that made all of us sweat.
Oh, yeah.
Connor and I were sweating. Sam was sweating. Nate was never really sweating. And then when we fought the monkey, Nate was sweating. So that was huge. I think that's really fun. I like how creative he is for just being a monkey with fists. I like how he doesn't just punch you every single time. He's got a really cool pin attack. He's got the breath, which I think is a really, really, really interesting addition that they did. I would have never thought to give a monkey a breath attack. I love calling it the banana beam. That's one of my favorites. I like the tail. I like that you can knock him out of his rage.
Yep.
Or whatever you want to call it. I like that aspect. And yeah, I mean, he's just a legend. I mean, he has a really creative moveset. Punches, spins, grabs you, pins you, breath attacks, jumps up in the air, shoots his little, when he jumps up in the air and does the other breath attack where he just spits all over the place. The only way it could have been better is if it was like Sekiro and he pooped and he, because he's a monkey. I mean, goated with the sauce. I will say, though, tough to fight alone. I love fighting. He's a great group hunt. You almost need to have a group sometimes. Yeah, I mean, I love him. He's insane. So let's put him up in S where he belongs. Some of the best animations as well, where he, when he goes into like his rages and he glows, and the coolest intro video, probably in the... maybe not in the game, but one of the coolest intro videos in the game where he bites the freaking Kieran's horn. What the hell? That's so sick. Definitely in the top crop. Let's get him above regular Deviljho, honestly.
All right.
Yeah, I like that.
Yeah, this bad boy's a fucking legend and deserves to be. He's awesome. He is a Super Saiyan monkey Sonic the Hedgehog minotaur that eats unicorn horns and beats you to death with his bare fists before electrifying
the
you.
The vibes are immaculate.
The sound design is awesome. It's very different, but it's also very kind of like bassy roars. The music is so cool. Whoever decided that like the Iceborne version of Rejang's theme was gonna have a fucking saxophone in it deserves a raise. It's so fucking good with that saxophone. I don't know how they thought of that, but it's awesome. He looks great. The gold with the dark brown near black is amazing. Yeah, no, like the knock him out of rage is really fun. I like how he has a lot of abilities that punish bad behavior, so he can, if you knock him into walls, he can like catch the wall and go for the dive punch. If you grapple on him and he's not like preoccupied with something, he can rip you off and throw you to the ground. He's got that cool pin where he'll just like crack his shoulder back and then go to just beat you into the dirt. There's so much just fucking personality and violence and craziness, and he's doing like the spin dash like Sonic the Hedgehog, and he's firing off laser beams, and he's crazy. I love him. He's awesome. Do you want to just roll right into Furious since we're kind of on the topic?
Yeah. Honestly, I like the regular Rejang a little more. I like having the ability to knock him out of rage because he has a tail. I don't love the metal arm thing where he like clang off of him and whatnot, but that's a both of them thing, isn't it? They both have that. Yeah, so that's not a knock on Furious. Furious has a lot of really cool animations, like when he goes extra Super Mega, Saiyan. I don't watch Dragon Ball Z, whatever the fuck the next level's called. Super Saiyan 2. There's a lot of those really cool animations where he has the pin. The Furious pin is awesome.
Oh, yeah.
The armor is definitely better. Furious definitely has significantly cooler armor than regular Rejang. Regular Rejang's armor is kind of meh. But I don't know, something about having the ability to knock him out of rage with the tail is nice. I do like that. So the fight, in my opinion, is I give the edge to regular Rejang just by a little. Mm-hmm. All the new moves are very cool, but something about the regular Rejang balances that nice, really difficult, but still feels attainable solo. Honestly, I'm going to drop Furious below Nergigante. That's a very small gap, to be fair, though.
Yeah, sure.
But yeah, I don't know. I just like, I don't know. I like the monkey that gets angry rather than the monkey that is angry.
Sure. Furious, I think, is good in this game. I actually think I kind of agree with you that I prefer the regular one a little bit better. This will be another one you'd hit Sunbreak Furious. That is probably one of my favorite Recheck. I know we're not talking about it specifically. With Furious, since you can't go for the tail, the way you knock him out of his super mode is you aim for his head. And I think the Sunbreak Furious has a lot more attacks that, if you know how to capitalize it, give you the opening on his face. Like, it actually caught me off guard when we were doing it streaming, because I'm so used to the Sunbreak Recheck. You know the one where he'll jab his fingers into the ground? He does like those electro like currents through the ground.
Yes.
So the Sunbreak one has a direct path right through the middle. It's super narrow, but if you can get in, you can get to his face to kind of punish him and go for like the knockout of rage mode. And I prefer that over the Iceborne one where it's completely covered. Yeah, no, I think Furious is still fun in this one, but I like the moveset and the punishability of the Sunbreak one a little bit more. All right, so let's backtrack here and go for Stygian Zinogre.
Fairly similar to regular Zinogre. I like how the big like backflippy move where like I don't want to say it's like his ultimate, but it kind of is. I like how it changes, you know, from time to time versus the Zinogre one, which is the same every time. So I like how it's a little different than just the regular same attack that Zinogre does. I like the like diving dragon attack that he does too, where he like spins in the air at you. Like that one's very cool. I like Stygian a hair more. It mostly comes down to, for the first time, I think red is better than blue here. I think Stygian's red is just that much cooler, and I think Stygian's weapons are way cooler. The longsword, I have his charge blade, I have his dual, I have a lot of Stygian weapons. And I do think the red lightning is I know it's not lightning, but you know, it fucking is. It looks like lightning. They're the same to me. I mean, I don't really notice a crazy difference unless I'm just like missing something really bad. But I think Stygian is a little more fun. I think he's a little cooler, and I've definitely fought him more.
In terms of just like cool factor, I think Stygian is another just like really, really good historic subspecies. Probably one of the coolest subspecies, just flat out. Black, red, and silver is a fucking banging color palettes. And then, yeah, move-wise, he is a pretty good evolution. His combo paths are a little bit different and a little bit more volatile, a little bit more extended, but nothing too crazy. He has, like, the sheets of lightning instead of just, like, the regular projectiles, which is cool. His ultimate, which is the double slam into the, like someone mentioned it, the Psycho Crusher out of Street Fighter, is fucking tough. Yeah, no, it's Berserk Guts Dog. It is edgy and cool, done wicked well. Love him. Great subspecies.
I agree. Yeah, I think that again, I don't think there's like a crazy difference between them, but they are definitely peak monsters. I mean, they're so good.
Yeah. All right. Safi'jiiva.
It's the best siege in the game. I was using air quotes with my fingers, but it's like not really a siege. You know what I mean? Like the Zora Magdaros one, you have to like go around and do things, and like the Kulve Taroth one, you have to like go around and she doesn't really fight back, but you have to like break as much as possible. The Safi'jiiva siege is really just a fight.
Yeah.
That they just drag out and they let you bring multiple people, which I think is very cool. I had a blast doing that one. It's a very fun fight. They make a really large monster feel very intricate. I feel like it does a lot. It has a couple variations of the tail attack. It has a couple different variations of, you know, like different claw attacks. Like I think they make a really large monster feel different. I love the aspect of like the energy and like she literally is like sucking it out of the ground. That's sick. It's a dragon, but it is a cool dragon, you know, so it's the best siege, which is good, but again, it's not really. The reason it's the best siege is because it's not really a siege.
It foregoes a lot of
yeah, it definitely ignores a lot of the sieging, but it is very fun. So S-tier dragon, S-tier monster with one of the coolest attacks in the game. That nuke attack is bonkers. It feels like a slog. It doesn't feel like a slog. They do well. Then again, you know, we had 16 people there. It doesn't feel like a slog. They make it feel like a real fight. And it is possible to one-run it. I mean, we had a couple people one-run it when we did it a bunch.
Once or twice.
So yeah, they do a really good job of balancing like big giant monster siege. I like this is ecology stuff, but I do like the aspect of like Zinogre to Safi'jiiva. I think that's very cool.
Sure.
Weapons are questionable. I don't love the weapons. I don't love how they look. I like the mechanics of the weapons. I like how you can, add all those things to the weapons, but I don't love the look. They look like alien weapons, which I never really understood, so I don't love them, but I love how you can, like, some of my best weapons in the game, I have a Safi'jiiva dual blade, and it's like plus 60 defense. Affinity is like 50%, like it has a shit ton of paralysis. Like, I love the mechanics of it, but I don't love the, I don't love the look of them. They're kind of whatever. Okay. I do like how they like move around though. Like I like how like the higher up you upgrade it, the like different they look. Like my charge blades, they like glow yellow and stuff. Like so yeah, I mean like they're okay. But like I don't love the look. The fight itself, again, like they do a really good job of making a big monster feel attainable, and it's definitely S, but I feel like we have to play it with 16 people. I feel like playing it with less would be hell.
It is designed to be that way, yes.
Let's get her into the second crop below Glavenus, honestly. Yeah, some of the, again, aided by the cinematics. A regular monster is not supposed to do the nuke attack, so like they get, that's a big benefit. Yeah, it's a great fight. It's an S tier fight for sure. Is it one of my favorites, absolute favorites? No, I don't think so, but very good.
Yeah, no, I think I agree with pretty much everything you said. Really cool that it's an evolution of the previous story boss. I think that's a really good conclusion to the story. The energy siphoning and like the constellation wings is awesome. The moveset is like big and bombastic, but also tight and intimate enough that it is interesting, and varied enough that it is entertaining on repeat. It's cool to do with the 16 player. They kind of turn it into a siege with doing all like the part break mechanics and everything, but I think you're right. It's good as a siege because it forgoes a lot of the siege stuff. You're just fighting them from go, and you really just don't ever stop fighting them. And it makes it a lot more interesting than some of the other stuff. They are not implied to be aliens. That's not true. Somebody made that up on the internet.
That'd be sick, though. I like that. I like that a lot. I will say, as a fight, Kulf Taroth's Master Rank fight is better.
I can fuck with that, yeah.
I think that's just a fact.
It's definitely more threatening.
Yeah, that fight is so good. Once the second and third phase of the Kulf fight is peak, dude. But yeah, she's definitely... Kulf is dragged down on the list because of the low rank and the actual, the siege itself. Yep. But yeah, Safi's very good. Safi feels an interesting role of big, giant monster dragon. Alrighty. That's not the garbage tire monster.
Right. Raging Brachydios.
Raging Brachy is very good. Raging Brachy has a lot of things that, besides just the fight itself, give him a nice bump. I think it's an S tier monster. I think it's a great spin on regular Brachy. He keeps kind of the boxing aspect while also having some different head bash attacks and having some different explosion attacks. He's got a lot of cooler attacks, that make him not Brachy that hits harder. You know what I mean? Like, it's not just the same guy. And I think he looks cooler too. I think the darker... I love purple, don't get me wrong. But like you said earlier, goofy, kind of nerdy look. I love the dark look with the different slightly colored slime that changes colors as the fight goes on. I think he was overhyped a little bit in terms of difficulty.
Sure.
Again, maybe, I can't just always say, oh, well, we had us four, blah, 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 blah. I don't think we were over leveled. I don't think we played that much, especially in master rank. I stopped playing by myself a lot. So, I don't think he was that outrageously difficult. He was hard, and I think he's a nice level of difficulty. We could lose, but but we're better. So so I like that, and I like how he locks you into that last room. That punching cinematic move is very cool, where everything blows up. The end of the fight with that friggin' music is crazy. It's definitely one of the best fights in the game, because of, I feel like it, I like how it's in the Guiding Lands for some reason. I don't think it would have been as good in the Elder's Recess. I think it's really good in the Guiding Lands. So yeah, I think it's very good, and it's very difficult, but it's not impossible.
Sure.
You know, so I like that a lot. So yeah, he's definitely S. He's gonna go in that higher crop because holy dog shit, does he have some of the coolest looking weapons in the game?
Oh yeah.
I mean, just peak weapons, peak armor, some of the best armor. So yeah, let's put him below Velkhana though. I like Velkhana a lot. So we're gonna go right there. Yeah, I mean, he's it's insane. You know, the extra blast stuff, you know, with this, whatever you, I don't know what the mechanic is actually called, but it's different than regular slime blast. Blast blight, you know, is a little much, but I like that it's a little different. I like that it's not just the same mechanic as slime from Brachy. I like it a lot.
Sure. Yeah, so talking about earlier of some old classic variations that was just old monster but big and mad and permanently enraged. Old Raging Brachy kinda sucked. It was a giant Brachy in a single arena, and then I think what it was is that, like, you would watch for the slime on his body to glow, and if it was glowing to, like, critical, it could just, like, randomly, like, pop and explode, just, like, in the middle of the fight. Raging also has a kind of annoying thing where you can knock the sludge off of him and it'll droop onto the ground, but it is considerably less annoying because I ran a Hunting Horn with ailment negation, so it made that considerably easier to deal with. Yeah, his fight is really good, and it's not just the spectacle, like the dragging explosion punch attacks and the big horn thrusts are really sick. He's not slow, but he's big and chunky, so due to the fact that he's a lot more kind of bombastic and dynamic, that kind of balances it out a little bit and makes it so he's not too overwhelming, but he's still fast enough that he can kind of catch you unawares, especially when he's doing those like drag forward punches that send like the explosion chains after you, and he hits that like 4 times in a row. Sometimes it's like, dude, just leave me alone and try and kill someone else. That last phase is sick when he like dispels the slime off of him and it's blowing up and you can like try to kill him with his own explosions and he's going nuts all over the place. And dude, the theme music is so good, because what they do is they take the Brachy theme, which was already really good and then already remixed really good in Iceborne. They take that, I think they make it faster, and then they have a choir sing the main melody of his theme, and it's so fucking good.
Yeah, it's so good.
I think I like the darker green a little bit more than the purple. I think that's pretty good. As for this art especially, like the green with like the red, orange, and yellow looks super cool. Yeah, no, they took a, like, honestly, a kind of poopy doo-doo variant that I don't think anybody ever gave a shit about, and then turned it into just one of the craziest, most fun, awesome variants they've ever had.
Yeah, he's a blast, an absolute blast, pun intended.
All right, 3 left. We're going to do it slightly out of order because it feels wrong to do Frostfang.
Yeah, it does. Yeah, it does.
All right, so we're going to do Frostfang before the Black Dragons.
Barioth would be S if Frostfang didn't exist. I think Frostfang is better. And I really like the, I like how it's not just the, it's a Barioth, but he lives in the sand. Or it's a Barioth, but, like, he lives in the, like, volcano. I like that it's Barioth, but old and grizzled.
Yeah.
And, like, experienced, and he friggin' is reliant on his on his big bombastic moves, and he knows what does damage. He's experienced, and he is using that breath attack, which is super cool. I like how he retains a lot of the aspects of regular Barioth by climbing and jumping, and, you know, like, he flies a lot. The hip check is still there. Frostfang's one of the best fights in the game, man. I mean, it is an absolute blast to get 4 guys. I didn't even mind. I made, like, his whole armor set. I didn't mind fighting him 10-15 times. I didn't care.
Sure.
It's a great team fight. I like how more, like I said, grizzled, and, like, you know, he's got the friggin' ice all over him, and, you know, I like how his teeth aren't yellow like a saber-toothed tiger. I like how they're friggin' frosted over and gleaming, and that is so cool. Yeah, the older, experienced, grizzled look is just insane, and I think that's a really interesting way to do a variant, is to just make him older and more experienced, which is what I think they wanted or tried to do with Ruiner, is they wanted him to be the more experienced, brutal, older, wiser, but I think
it off so much better.
But this one actually does it.
Yeah.
Yeah, S tier fight, S tier monster. I mean, he's a blast. I loved fighting him. I fought him a lot. So he's up there with, let's put him one above Nerg. Deviljho has a special place in my heart. So let's do, one above Nerg. Honestly, I mean, he's just insane. And then again, like, I like how we retained a lot of the cool aspects of Barioth, where you break his claws and he's sliding around and he's harder. Him climbing takes an extra, step or two because he has nothing to dig into. Yeah, I love it. And then I love his armor is an interesting, mix between like winter armor, Viking armor, and like sick like Native American animal head armor. Like, I really think it's very cool. Mechanically too, just some of the best, which I think that's the point. There's a reason he came out between Alatreon and Fatalis, was ice, weapons, ice weapons. So his ice weapons are very good, which is obviously, I think, was the intention. Frostfang is easier than regular Barioth. No, I think that's a popular opinion actually, because he moves less. He's definitely not as fast. He's not as sporadic, which is why I think Barioth for me is not as high. I like that this guy is a more crafty veteran rather than the young, but I think that's so cool. Like, I think that's cool that they did that. The difference between the two of them. So yeah, I love him. Amazing. I will grind for, his weapons and armor and parts all day. I mean, he's a blast, an absolute blast.
You nailed it on the head with the aesthetics. They nailed old, grizzled, frostbitten, just like ancient ass Barioth that you do not want to fuck. I think Frostfang is the embodiment of that line of like, don't fuck with an old person in an industry where people die young. Like that's fucking Frostfang. That he's so sick. The colors look great. Even if it's like really white with the blue, they do just like that perfect, and like the little mix of gray in there, so good. I like that they repurposed Velkhana's like frozen floor mechanic, because if you get locked into that and you can't get away, it's just like this impending death. That slam's coming and you're gonna fucking die. Doesn't feel bullshit, like, at all. He's not too sporadic, but he is kind of crazy. Very icy, but, like, he's not as bad as Shrieking. It's well balanced. It's a good moveset. It's a great vibe. It's sick armor. It's great ice weapons. He's just fucking awesome.
Yeah, I love him. Like, I think he fell just out of the top 5. I think he's 6 right now. But yeah, I love him. Amazing.
These are going to be interesting. I'm very interested to hear what your final verdict. We're going to do Alatreon first.
So this all started when I was too tired to join stream, and I was watching a Frontier stream, and Nate was like, Austin's not going to do homework. Like, we're not going to tell him anything, blah, blah, blah. So out of spite, I did homework. And a lot of the big complaints about Alatreon were, I don't like how the game makes me play a certain way. Like, shut the fuck up, you loser. Shut up, you're such a chump. Like, what are you talking about? Like, that's life, dude. Like, so the monster does not adapt to you. You need to adapt to this god of elements, right? Like, sorry you don't get to go in there with your friggin' lance and poke him 7 times and dive around and block. The game mechanic is meant to keep you consistent. Instead of inflating his difficulty by using bullshit, they make him hard and they make you have to do constant damage, because like that's like, I don't know, like I think that's good. I think that's cool. Like, I like how there's a certain, like, like, I don't know, like the idea that you should be able to play however the hell you want is like kind of bullshit. I like how they add in this do it or die, like, I like that mechanic. I think Eschaton is sick. I like how he changes elements, and I like that they make you do it a certain way, because guess what? If this was real life and there was a real dragon in front of you and you had to kill it, that dragon is not going to wait to nuke you because you wanted to play defensively, or you wanted to play, you wanted to run away and heal, and you wanted to let the fight last 60 minutes. Like, that's not going to happen if this was like, first off, I just play Unga Bunga. I like being up in the clack. I think it's sick fighting against the timer, begging for him to have that animation where he falls over. I think that's insane. Then to have him do that nuke attack, which is visually very cool, and the name is just sick. Eschaton Judgment is nuts. I think he's a great fight. I think he I think he's a very good, like, duo. I don't even know if they're duo because there's, like, a big gap between Alatreon and Fatalis, in my opinion, difficulty-wise. So, like, it's a nice preamble. I think it's, I think it's a nice, like, setup to go in, and I think it's really cool. Again, though, the story, kind of the plot armor helps him out. He's, like, the element guy. Him having lightning, and him having fire, and him having dragon, and him having ice, and him having all this bullshit. Like, I think that's obviously very cool. And yeah, I like the race against the clock, motherfucker. Like, get to it. Like, because, like, I don't know, I think that's cheap. This idea that you should be able to do whatever the hell you want, run around, dance, you know, friggin' block and dive and stab them 6 times. It's like, no, I don't think it forces you to play a certain way, but it forces you to be consistent. You have to always be doing damage, because if you don't do damage, guess what? You're a regular dude, and this guy is like an apex predator, and he's going to blow everything up if you don't friggin' hurt him. And that's how it would be if there was a dragon in front of you right now and we all had swords. That's how it would be. Kill the dragon as fast as you can before he does God knows what. Yeah, that idea that, like, you know, it's unfair, it's bullshit, you're wrong. You're just wrong. Blatantly wrong. I think Eschaton is sick. Visually, I like his horns. I think Alatreon is the cooler of the two. I think he has cooler, I think he's a cooler dragon. I think he looks cooler. I think Fatalis is an interesting looking dragon, but I think the cooler one is Alatreon. Yeah, it was a blast. It was hard and it took time and we had to learn and figure it out, but like, it wasn't like, holy shit, this is impossible. It was like we're gonna do this. I'm determined. This is fun. More walls would be nice.
At least consistent walls. Holy shit.
Those walls are bad.
Those are bad.
Yeah, I think it would have been cool if he did more, like does he do every element? The only ones I recognized were lightning, dragon, fire, and ice.
He does
but
water, yeah.
Does he have water? Okay, I must have.
Yeah, it's those little like oil puddles that he can cough up.
Yeah. So yeah, I'm in the camp of like, get good, you know, figure it out, man. Like, you know, like, I don't know. I don't know. Yeah, like, knowing that I had to do a certain amount of damage because there was an invisible bar of whatever damage or element that I had to hit didn't make me panic. It didn't make me sweat. It made me, like, it got my heart racing a little bit, though. And it was fun. He's a blast. SSS all the way down. Great armor. Great weapons. Really good weapons. I really like his dual blades. He is... What is going to bring him down, though, is I just don't have the relationship, and that's not his fault. I just don't have the relationship I do with him like I do with Deviljho and them. But I think putting him above Nerg is fair. The rest of the guys, that's my personal top 5 favorite.
Sure.
If I fought Alatreon 20 times, maybe he'd be up there too. He's not, because I haven't fought him that much. And the other guys are just like, they're way more fun. Alatreon is very fun. I definitely have just like I said, the rivalries, the relationship with those guys. So, but yeah, I think if you think Eschaton's stupid, you're a chump. I do. I really do. It's just life, dude. There
was someone who made a point that I agree with, that Eschaton in of itself isn't that bad. And that like, but it's not. Eschaton is fine because it's unique. If that's kind of what Monster Hunter turned into, that's a little bit more of a problem. I like that take. I think that's pretty good, because I think that counter building and learning the fight and understanding where the monster's coming from and equipping yourself with skills and with weapons and whatnot that actually go up against the monster that you're encountering has been a part of Monster Hunter for the longest time. Now, with 99% of the fights, if you don't want to engage with that, you can still skirt by it and do fine. And even with Alatreon, if you are good enough and have a good enough set, you can raw damage through Eschaton Judgment. Perfectly capable of doing it. I do not mind that there is a fight in Monster Hunter that is the absolute epitome of master the gimmicks or be destroyed. I think that is perfectly fine.
Yes.
That there is one monster that embodies that, I think is great. People talk about Eschaton. That is fine. Yeah, I think that it is unique, that it is this countdown timer. I think that is great. The fact that it is a countdown timer, I think really adds to it, because it makes Alatreon more terrifying. I think what also kind of gets lost, which I want to talk about, is I think the fight is excellent. The element mixture, the fire tornadoes and like the fire chain blasts and the dragon pulses and the ice buckshot everywhere, and the big trackable sheets of lightning and the random lightning downpours and the water oil slicks that he can light on fire, the way he combos his elements and mixes through his elements. But again, kind of like a few of the other ones, it's really crazy and really hectic, kind of like Savage, but also like Savage, there is some very, very clear windows. He's got some nice meaty animations where his head is nice and low, or his paws are exposed, or he's stuck in place because of an attack that he's doing. If you get nice and close, especially during the lightning sheets, you can really punish him. The wall placements are garbage. I don't know what they were thinking, and half the time he's like slips and slides off of them. Those are awful, but the fight is excellent, and it has a little bit of a ramp up where it gets a little bit more aggressive towards like the back half of his health bar, which is really cool. But yeah, no, awesome fight. Great mastery of elements. Every element has something that's wicked cool to do. He still has physicality to his fight, so it's not pure range spam. Eschaton is a cool timer. He is the only one like it, which is perfectly fine. And I think that having the one embodiment of the prep or die aspect of Monster Hunter, which has been here since the beginning, is great. And I think once you get past Eschaton, that's actually the really cool thing, is having a wipe countdown timer like there. Every time you get that knockdown on the elemental, it is this huge burst of relief. It's like, oh god, all right, we're living through another one. And then you crack the horn, it's like, oh, it may be tense and it may be different from the rest of Monster Hunter, but there's very little that's more satisfying than those tiny little micro victories along the battle that means that you're going to like live to fight another day and continue on. I think that is awesome. So I think this is a fucking god level monster. And I've said this before, I can tell you for a fact it's not that bullshit because I soloed it on one death with light bowgun, a weapon that I don't play. All right.
Yeah, I love him.
Ready?
I'm ready. I got a lot for this guy.
Hit me with it.
All right, let me get my shit off here. So I texted, so for those of you, there's a lot of names that I don't recognize. For those of you who do know, we have a gentleman in our chat of Discord who is has a very strong opinion about Fatalis and has listed his opinion many, many times in the Discord. And I have screenshotted the time where he literally like numbered them all out. I texted him, and he knows what I'm going to say already because I kind of gave him like a preamble of what I was going to say for this because he's in Germany. He wouldn't be here. So these are his 5 main points. And I told him that I wasn't picking on him. I wasn't telling him, I wasn't dogging on him or anything. I just was going to reference his points because I think they're all relevant. 1 is the fight is artificially made harder with a 30-minute time limit. 2, the blue flame phase is bullshit because pretty much they all one-shot you. 3, he punishes you for playing ranged. 4, hitboxes, and 5, the AI. The reason I bring them up is because 4 of the 5 of those things are blatantly true. Undeniably blatantly true. The difference between Bones and I is how dramatic we feel about it. He thinks that it is the worst, most horrible fight, and it's total bullshit. I can acknowledge they are true while still acknowledging that it is an amazing fight. The one that is not true is the 30-minute time limit. I don't think that is artificially enhancing the fight. And my biggest point about that is because if you, in my opinion, based off what we did, and don't say that we didn't play good because we never even sniffed that 30-minute time limit. We didn't even get close. Our best run when we died, he did 2 nukes in the end of that 3rd phase, which means, and we Dragonated him because Proof of a Hero was playing, so we were close-ish. Probably around the 20-30% range. And we died at the 18-minute mark, which still means that we had 12 minutes to get 20 to 30% of his health. The only reason you hit that time limit is because you aren't consistently doing damage, and that is not Fatalis' fault. That is your fault. The game, similarly with Fatalis and Elatrion, it makes you be consistent. It makes you be consistently doing damage. And if you get buffed out by that 30-minute time limit, I just think you're playing it wrong, personally. I don't think anybody that was the first time I ever played Fatalis. How many times have you played Fatalis, Connor?
Probably an additional 10.
Okay, that's not a lot.
Oh,
Nate's
10
played it
like clears.
Yeah. Okay, 10 clears. Okay, so, and then Nate's played it a bunch, and Sam hasn't gotten that far that much. If you are 4 regular hunters who are just all getting there for the first time, you're ass is not surviving 30 minutes anyways. I don't give a shit if you have insurance twice, safe. You aren't living that long anyways the first time you play them. So I don't think the 30-minute is really, like, if it's 50 minutes, I don't think you're surviving that long anyways, So I think the 30 minutes, that's the one point that I don't think that's artificial difficulty. Maybe if you're playing solo, it is, because you have to do so much damage by yourself. So 30 minutes, throw that in the trash. I don't think, one more point. If you have more time, the idea that you having more time is a good thing, wrong. You have more time to allow the dragon to hurt you more. That's all that is. So I think the 30 minutes makes you play consistently, like Eschaton does. I think it makes you think about, we have to get going. We have to do this shit. It 100% mathematically and physically discourages ranged play. Without a doubt. I don't give a shit about hitboxes, but it is true. I did look it up. I didn't just take his word for it. The hitboxes, if you wanted to play bow, are just blatantly worse. And you have to hit the head so much. It is just so much worse. I mean, it's like brutally worse. But not only is it just mathematically worse, there are times where, and this kind of ties into the AI aspect, there are times where there are 3 hunters beating the shit out of him, and he's like, who's this dude 8 miles away? Fireball, 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 fire, big breath cone. And it's like, it's almost like he prioritizes hunters at a distance. And it doesn't matter. Sometimes and we've said this a lot, if you're playing songs, healing, or sharpening, the monster is definitely coded to prioritize attacking you because just a fuck you. But sometimes you're just running, and you're just running at him, and he prioritizes the farthest hunter away. A lot. Like that happened to me, and don't say I didn't experience enough of the fight. We played him probably 25 times with no breaks. Constantly, I noticed that. He is always prioritizing, not always, constantly prioritizing the farthest hunter away. Whatever, that's not the end of the world. Another weird part of his AI, and I think that if this is the intention, it's cool. If it's not the intention, I think this leans into the bullshit category. Connor and I have talked about this in a D&D sense. There are some enemies when you're DMing, based off who they are as characters, that are going to go for a kill whenever they can get it, whether it makes sense or not. If they see that they can kill someone, they're going to do it. There were some deaths with Fatalis where he spins around, knocks you on your ass with his tail, ignores everything, and immediately turns to you to fireball you, fireball you, fireball you. And you can't lay down long enough to miss all of those. So you get hit by the second or third fireball, and then he immediately cones you. Again, if that's the intention, where his AI is programmed to get a kill, if at any means possible, ignore all things and get a kill, sure, I think that's kind of cool, actually, because, that's the point. The hitboxes, there is no argument against those hitboxes. They are terrible.
Some of them, yeah.
Blatantly terrible. Fireballs that literally you can see the gap between the explosion of fire and your character, and you go flying. This is the worst. Because I think they needed, but I don't think they had to do this. I think this is the biggest point of Fatalis bullshit inflated difficulty. There are times, and you can ask Nate because it happened to Nate too. You can see the gap between his tail and you get hit. Mm-hmm. You can see there's the one attack where he like slinks his neck left, bites left, slinks his neck right, bites right. That move has like 6 hitboxes. The one where he literally just walks towards you has like 3 hitboxes. The fact that the hitboxes extend past him, I think they were kind of trying to say, well, he needs to be hard, so we need to make his hitboxes hard. I don't like that. I think that is the biggest example of bullshit. I think that's just pure bullshit.
Yeah, it's either that or specifically with the neck, it might have been difficult. Some of the fireballs are inexcusable.
No, some of outrageous that you can get bombed from, 20 feet away from where the fireball blew up.
There was one in particular that I very distinctly remember where the fireball went past my sides and exploded behind me and I died. I'm like, what did I die from? Did like the heat of the flame liquefy, boil the liquids in my body?
Yeah, so it's like, that is the worst part. His next point about what was the last point that I'm missing? The one-shots. He's half right. I'm waiting to get to my grand point, so I don't want to say too much that relates to my big grand point, but I don't mind one-shots. I think they're okay. They're fine. But when Fatalis has 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 moves, 8 moves, 10 moves that one shot. That's when it starts to get kind of crazy. I don't mind when the cone attack, dead, you should be dead. I think if you get caught in the dead center of that, there should be no way out. I think that's fair because it zooms out, it does this thing, there's a delay, you can get out of it, but if you get caught in the dead center, that should kill you no matter what your health is. You could have max health, and I think that should kill you. Even out of the blue phase in the second phase, when he is just like, hey, there's a hunter a mile away, fireball, bang, and that one shots you at full health, that's crazy. I think if it's a special big attack, like the one a lot of people have already started talking about it, where he rears back and like stands up a little bit and does like the right under his chest fireball, that should one-shot you. It's a charged attack. It takes time to warm up. But when just his regular ass, like, oh, I'm going to turn around, kills your whole health bar, that's bullshit. So I think one way to make him better would be to just cut down. I don't mind the damage. If he fireballed me from halfway across the map and it did 3/4 of my health, I think that's fine. Then you get to the blue attack area and like every single attack one-shots you. I don't even think that's outrageous. But again, that's when he's in like his blue final phase, you know?
Yeah,
so it's like, that's okay. Yeah, so it's like, that's okay. But in the second phase, when he's just like turning and killing me, that's bullshit. But what I hate more than one-shots, and I don't really hate one-shots like that, what I hate more than one-shots is I hate map-filling attacks that give you nowhere to go. In the blue phase where he tilts his neck and he charges up and he does the flamethrower that literally goes from across, it goes from him to behind him straight backwards and spins the whole map and I had evade window 5 and I could not dive through that. I hate map filling attacks. I think once you see him doing that, if you ran away, it should not go the whole distance of the map because that's a big map. That's another kind of bullshit. But now to get to my main point, I don't think he's too hard. This idea that he is the end all be all of video game bosses, I don't think that's true. I fucked up a lot in that fight. I was pretty tired towards the end. I fucked up a lot and I still felt like we could bounce back. You can make a mistake and bounce back. If you've ever fought Sword Saint from Sekiro, you can't mess up. Literally can't mess up. If you miss one parry, you're toast. Absolutely, you are done. You borderline have to be perfect. Fatalis has a lot of health. That is true. He's an absolute sponge. But it's not even the story boss or the DLC boss or the end game. It's like the end games boss. He should be hard. Like, that's the point. I was okay with quitting that night because I knew that we would win. I knew that if time was no object and it wasn't 3 a.m. and we could just go till we won, I knew that we were pretty close and I think we would have got it. So that's why I was okay with I was like, I'm going to bed. I'm tired. Like, we were going to do it eventually. The reason it's so hard is because he is the dragon in the game. He is the boss of the game. Proof of a Hero starts playing because a dragon that has never been able to not kill anything is struggling to kill a hunter that has killed everything. It is like such a perfect duality of like, I watched a really good video about this fight yesterday and it was like, the way he put it was like the immovable object, you know, that analogy. And I think that's so perfect. This idea that you can't run through this, dragon of destruction in 3 fights. Well, I think you're kind of a weenie, but this is the dragon. This is the end all be all dragon. If you expected to waltz through him, tough, dude. You're not supposed to do him in one sitting. It's supposed to be, the intention is that you sit down, you do them, you fail, you get better, you do it again the next day, the next weekend. It's supposed to take time. The lore is that he is like this world ending, he hates everything that moves, just this hate-filled dragon. So it's supposed to be hard. That's the point. Do I think they could have accomplished that by doing some different things? Yeah, smaller hitboxes, cut the one shot kills in half. But other than that, this fight is amazing. It is absolutely spectacular. It's so fun, and maybe it's because I play Dark Souls games, you know, that like I'm okay with sitting there for 10 hours and fighting one boss. It took me weeks to beat Sword Saint. It took me weeks to beat fucking that pre-patch Radagon. Took me weeks, months. I stopped playing the game to have to go back and beat him. So the point is that it's supposed to be hard. So like this idea that there should be an easy mode, bullshit. That's you're get better. I think Fatalis rides such a nice line of being bullshit but get better. I think Fatalis does that absolutely perfectly. So someone was saying it's either S or garbage, there's no in between. It's S, and it's not even close. Not once did I ever think that monster was going to be garbage. I'm not even going to go into the actual looks of the attack because like I think I've spoken enough. My grand point is it is the monster. When they talk about Monster Hunter, that's that motherfucking monster. That's the dude. So like, yeah, I would hope it's hard. If I waltzed through him in 5 tries, I'd be upset. I like that it took us 10 hours. I thought that was amazing. I was going to call it a work. That's how fun that fight was. I should have called that a work. I wish I called that a work. I went to work the next day and it didn't sit well with me that I didn't beat him. So like, yeah, this idea that like he's impossible, he's too hard, you know, like I said, he's not even like on the list of top 5 hardest bosses I've ever fought. I don't think he does too much damage. That's the point. He, you know, like I'm repeating myself at this point, but like he's insane and it's awesome and it's amazing and it's probably the best fight in the game. Proof of a Hero makes me like fucking tear up. That song's amazing. So to hear it play, like, dude, that fight got my heart beat. One mistake I think we made was we never stopped for even a moment to just go get a snack.
No, we didn't.
Go pee. Yes, Blast. That loser, not you, Blast. That loser A-lister said it perfectly. You're a fighting history, dude. That's so cool. So yeah, like, I don't think he's impossible. I don't think he's too hard. I don't think he does too much damage. Close up the hitboxes, you know, lower some of the one-shots, and make that big spinny, you know, the blue phased one where he like covers the whole map. Shorten that up a little bit. Other than that, perfect. Peak. Amazing. He's a goated fight. One of the best fights. I don't think I actually ever saw the armor. I'm not going to lie to you. So I didn't really take that into consideration. It was pretty much all the fight. But yeah, he's amazing. And I'm definitely going to recruit 3 of you. I don't care if it's literally the 3 best hunters in the friggin' Discord. I want to go beat this guy. And I do think I do want to go back and have Nate and Connor and Carrie and I beat him eventually. Or Sam, whichever one's there. Yeah, he's peak, dude. And if, again, I'm not going to call Bones crazy. I'm not going to say he should be institutionalized. I almost did, but that's wrong. That's just me being dramatic. That's just my personality. But yeah, I think Bones is right, and I agree with him almost 100%. I just don't feel as strongly about it as he does, and I think that's fair. I think he makes a lot of good points, but I also think that's the point, that he is supposed to be hard. I don't give a shit about the armor and how good the armor is, and how, you know, once you have that armor, why use anything? I don't live like that. I will put on what I think is cool. So yeah, I think I filled about 20 minutes of just talking about him, so.
That was great.
Yeah, no, I think that is a fair breakdown of him. It's hard. That's the point. It makes you play a certain way. That's the point. If there was a dragon that landed on Earth right now and was going to light the entire planet on fire, do you think he's gonna wait so you can take your lance and your shield and jump around and poke him? No, I don't even think he needs less health. I think that him having so much more health is super cool. I think, because guess what? This guy that's the point. I'm gonna say it again. That's the point. He's supposed to have a lot of health because he is the end-all be-all of monsters in this game. Is he the end-all be-all of monsters in all Monster Hunter?
Probably.
Or is there some...
I can talk about that in a bit, but...
There you go. There you go. That makes it even more dramatic. So yeah, I love the idea that, you know, I'll put the video in the chat because I mean, it really helped me form my opinion wholeheartedly because I kind of felt this way already, but I was leaning at first. I was kind of like, that's kind of bullshit, you know? I was like at first, but he's not. He's really not. I think he's amazing. One of the best fights in the game. He is also going to have the unfortunate aspect of I've only fought him the one night. You know, so like I can't put him above Deviljho. You know, I can't put him above. Honest to God, the cinematics, the fight, the Dragon itself is cool. I like how he's not just a dragon. You know, I like how he has the fire hose head. He's significantly aided by the cinematics, but I'm not going to lie. All that put together, I think he is one below Savage Deviljho. I think I'm going to put him at second place. And I didn't even beat him. I love Legiana. Is Legiana's fight better than Fatalis? No. I think Fatalis looks better. I think the fight is better. But again, it's the point. It should be he's the final boss. But I mean, I can't bring him down because he's the final boss. You know what I mean? Yeah, I'm curious. But Bones surely does anybody know? You guys talked in the Discord more than I do. Has Bones beaten him? Surely, I would hope. If not, well, maybe he has to, and maybe he'll have a different opinion. I didn't even beat the guy, and I love him. I think that fight is peak. I think everything about him is amazing. I just think there's some edges that could be smoothed out. But other than that,
I almost don't want to.
I think that's it.
I almost don't want to talk.
Yeah, I mean, I covered a lot of bases, man. I mean, I could, yeah. I mean, I feel like I'll be repeating myself if I keep going, but I love him. Let's go back to the full list here. Let me just do one last glance to see if there's anybody crazy that I want to slide up or down one. Yeah, Fatalis is definitely up there with one of my favorite endgame fights, but you know, again, hard. I can name 3 or 4 boss fights in my brain right off the dome that were harder or felt more bullshitty. I didn't think I was ever gonna beat Sword Saint. I didn't think I was ever gonna beat the Sigurd, the Valkyrie Queen. I didn't think I was ever going to beat her. She's a menace, that psychopath. I didn't think I was ever going to beat Radagon. I didn't think I was going to beat Radagon so much that I stopped playing the game. And if you think I'm a chump for not being able to beat Radagon, you should have played in pre-patch. That shit was bonkers. Freaking Radon, the new Radon, Consort Radon. What the fuck? That shit was crazy. This guy, though, it was, I knew the whole time, we're going to get this guy. We just need time. And if time was no object and it wasn't, 4 a.m., we would have got his ass. And I think it was funny. I told Connor before the stream, we were going to win and we were going to win at 10:01. Wasn't right, but the stream, full runtime, 10 hours and 1 minute almost to the second. That's crazy. It wasn't like a Latreon where I literally called out like the minute within 10 minutes, the run.
That was, yeah.
Let's go down to the bottom and work our way up. There's not going to be a lot of shit here at the bottom.
Alrighty. Leshen.
Yeah, it's fine. Oh no, the Viper Tobi fan is in the chat. We were talking about you earlier when I was talking about Viper.
Alright, in Garbo we have Leshen, Kulu-Ya-Ku, Shrieking Legiana, Beotodus, Lavasioth, and Zitzi Yaku.
Yeah, that's valid. I think that's totally fair. I don't think I'd move any of them. I hate Kulu. Leshen is just that bad.
Yeah, it's pretty bad. Alright, so we're satisfied with Garbo?
Yeah.
In lower mid-tier, we have Zora Magdaros, Uragon, and Great Gyros.
Yeah, Zora is out of Garbo because I like the way the story works around it. I like the armor. I like the weapons. The fight itself is bad, but they throw a Nergigante at you in the middle of it. That's kind of cool. So it's not like all around. Like Kulu, I don't think there's a single redeemable quality about Kulu. Zora has some things that I like. Are they enough to climb over the insurmountable shit pile that is that fight? No. Uragon, whatever. And Gyros is the king of just boring ass. Like, so I'm okay with that.
In the medium mid-tier, there is Baroth, Great Jagras, Dodogama, Pink Rathian, and the normal Rathian.
Yeah, I mean, high mid or mid, that is there's a big gap between low mid and Garbo and mid. Mid is as mid as it gets. That is a C+, C average. You're going to pass, you're going to graduate. Is anyone going to be proud of you though? Probably not. So that's kind of where they belong. They're just okay. Don't even get me started on Dodogama. Baroth, man. He's another one, man. Besides being the boy.
I think Chad's still with you with Dodo.
I don't want to hear it about them. And then Great Jagras, that's like the point. Great Jagras, the point is him being just there, existing. And then the Ras, again, I think that's the point, is they're just there to be the middling dragons. Cool enough, but not too cool, because they don't want to be cooler than Fatalis and Elatreon and Barioth and all them. So I think that's the point. So I'm okay with that as well.
All right. In the higher mid-tier, we have Kieran, Paolumu, Banbaro, Rathalos, Azure Rathalos, Gold Rathian, Beotodus, Lunastra, and Viper, Tobi, Kadachi.
I think I'm going to slide Lunastra up to high. I think it's disrespectful to keep her in mid. the basement, because she is still kind of bullshitty with some of her hitboxes, not to a Fatalis level, so I like that. Kieran, let's put Kieran let's just switch Paolumu in Kieran, because I think Kieran is a little cooler. That armor is just god awful. Banbaro in the middle, that's fine. The Wrath, that's, very telling. Beotodus. Yeah, he's fine. Viper, I like Viper there. I think Viper is the guardian of mid. Viper gets the occasional B minus, but is mostly a C student. So like the parents know that he has potential, but they're not like, they know he's not the smartest kid in the room. So I like Viper where he is. I want more. It's a shame. Austin, you better put Viper, Tobi high or else. Yeah, well, hate to see it. Okay, so low high. This is when we start getting into the above averages.
Lunastra, Kushaladora, Vaal Hazak, Blackveil Vaal Hazak, Tigrex, Pukei.
Yeah, I think out of all those monsters, I think Diablos is the most fun, especially when you get him down into his nest. Angry Lady Diablos is fine. Yeah, I think they're the most fun of that group. Lumo is sneaky. I like him there.
I like where we have him.
Pukei, just another one. He's kind of a personal favorite, but I know he's not the craziest. Who's that before him? I'm blind. Is that Tigrex?
Correct.
Yeah, okay. I like that too. Yeah, the Vaal Hazak, I was kind of blinded by the actual, I was blinded by the armor and the weapons and the whatnot, but the Hazaks are not good. It's a shame. Which is worse, normal or Coral Pukei? Worse is dramatic. I wouldn't call either of them worse, but Pukei is just the lesser of the two.
Medium high is Coral Pukei, Zinogre, Behemoth, Nargacuga, and Tobi Kadachi.
All right, now we get into the slightly above slightly average. So here we are with
getting like
Coral.
B pluses and A minuses here.
Yeah, because I think Coral is distinguished enough by being the best variant or subspecies that they belong a tier above the average in low-high. Because I think that means something, being one of the better or best variant subspecies. I think that's good. Zinogre is just kind of up there because of the cinematics, and it is still a very a cool-looking dragon. Replayability is questionable, and armor is goated. That armor is nuts. Behemoth is kind of a victim of I played him the one time.
Fought him once
and it was
crossover, yeah.
It was cool, but it wasn't anything to write home about. I don't think I've ever talked about it until this moment of my life. Who's that after him? Yeah, I mean, I made all my points about Narga. I want more, need more. Apparently, according to literally everybody, that he's not. There's way better Nargas besides him. I know I've been told to be excited for Lucent, and I am. But yeah, I mean, Narga, I want Bat Panther to be cooler, but he's not. It's a shame. And then Tobi, yeah, I love Tobi. Tobi's a personal favorite. That's why he's up so high. Tobi, I'm talking to Viper specifically in the chat right now. I think Tobi looks cooler. I think the sun shining on the blue sparkly skin is much cooler than the bronze. I don't like the bronze that much. I don't think Viper adds as much to Tobi as it should. I think it's a step in the right direction, but I think it's just okay. Tobi is mostly that, but Tobi, if it wasn't a personal favorite, would probably be a tier lower. But I really like Tobi a lot. I think he's very cool.
All right, higher high. Acidic Glavenus, Yian Garuga, Scarred Yian Garuga, Brute Tigrex, Silver Rathalos, Brachydios, Barioth, and Kolv Taran.
The only one that has me kind of like, man, is Kolv, dude, because that master rank fight is one of my absolute favorites. I mean, it is so good. I have to, if there was two separate Kolvs, I'm moving her up, but that siege part is really bad. I mean, it's really slow. Barioth, love him. These are all the kind of like, they're on the student council, but they're nothing crazy. They're running second, third fiddle here, so they're close to being really good, because S to me is like, wow. I like Kolv being like the gatekeeper, she's the royal guard of the S. Silver, I like, Brood, I question. Do I really like Brute more than some of the guys below him? Yeah, I do. I don't know. Brute's one of those guys. I didn't fight him a lot, but I do think he deserves to be up there. Acidic Glavenus, I'm going to slide him down. Thinking about how much I talked bad about him, it does feel weird that he's up there. Put Tobi above him. Put Narga above him. And I think that's okay.
believe
Yeah.
we have 27 entries in S tier. Ebodny Odogaron, Teostra, Radoban, Odogaron, Safi'jiiva, Glavenus, Anjanath, Bazelgeuse, Seething Bazelgeuse, Runer Nergigante, Namielle, Zinogre, Stygian Zinogre, Shara Ishvalda, Fulger Anjanath, Raging Brachydios, Velkhana, Furious Recheck, Nergigante, Alatreon, Frostfang Barioth, Deviljho, Recheck, Legiana, Fatalis, and Savage Deviljho.
Yeah.
What a fucking roster!
I don't think anybody's going to disagree.
Not that I don't know. Maybe somebody hates something somewhere, but I ain't seeing too much complaining.
Yeah, no, I don't think anybody's going to complain about the S tier. I don't think there's anybody there who doesn't deserve to be there. I will admit, Ervagon, Legiana, Odogaron for some people, and Anjanath definitely are favorites, like personal favorites. That's why they're in there. Mostly Radoban. I'm sure a lot of people don't think Radoban is an S tier monster, but I know there's a lot of people who do.
Sure.
Teostra's in there for contractual obligations because I like this job. I'm going to slide Ebony out of S.
I think that's fine.
I'm going to I like Colv way more. Yeah. Yeah. Because I fought Ebony significantly more than Barioth, and not Brachy, but I do like Ebony more than Brachy. Yeah, I just wish, I mean, you want to talk about just doing nothing to that monster and saying, here you go, like, that's bullshit. Teostra belongs, not my favorite, but it's definitely not high. I mean, you can't put Teostra in the same category as Brachy and Silver, there's no way. Radoban's just a personal favorite, love that guy. Ebony is just great. Ebony's not even that much of a personal favorite as it is just good, just so good. Safi, best siege, that means a lot, and it's a good fight the whole time. Glav, come on now. Come on, what are we doing? Flaming Greatsword Tigrex. That's S tier in anyone's book. Anjanath, love that dude. The more I think about it, like I was looking at some of them and I'm like, Every time I see Anjanath up in S, I'm like, yup. Basil, Seething, yeah. Why don't we slide Nerg down to bottom of S? Because Teostra is better.
I like
Namielle, sure. I'm gonna slide Colv up into S. I think so good, dude. So good. And that Master Rank fight is amazing. Put Nerg behind. I'm gonna make a big jump, and I know this seems dramatic for this late in the game, but Colv behind Anjanath. So we're gonna bump her up like 7 spots, 8 spots.
Okay.
That Master Rank fight is crazy. Crazy. I'll overlook that siege part. All right, where was I? Namielle, great, pretty. Not the most amazing crazy fight in the game, but I think it's really good, and it's not far off from being like double S tier fight. It's like a high fight with like a double S tier monster. Dogs, love the dogs. Goated. Shara, goated. Not even close. Fulger, I mean, what a homie. Raging, yeah. I think I like Velkhana more than Monkey. I'm going to slide the Monkey down one more.
I was kind of hoping you'd put these two back together.
It's so poetic that they're there.
Yeah.
Who's the head of Nerg?
Alatreon.
Oh, his picture's so small, dude. I was like, are those 3 rock formations? I was like, what am I looking at? Are those karsts? Yeah, I think it's not only, and I did not do that on purpose. It's very poetic that they're there together. I think they represent such an amazing yin-yang, violence and destruction, and grace, and just being such a freaking pretty fight. We never finished AT Velk, but we were also on a time crunch. We wanted to kind of finish the game. We could though. We were me and Connor almost 2-manned it. We were pretty close.
We did good, yeah.
And if we just didn't, I just didn't want to force him to play the same fight all night, so we moved on to grind for other stuff to actually be ready for Alatreon. So we would have probably beat it that night. Alatreon, again, a great duo. The rest of the guys ahead of him, except for Fatalis, are just personal favorites. They're just better. I fought them more. So they're better in that category. Are they better fights? No. Alatreon mechanically, element-wise, move-wise, cinematic-wise, is just a better fight. But I fought him 7 times, so it's tough. Frostfang, personal favorite, love that guy. Savage Deviljho, regular Deviljho. He was my first real rival. I spent a whole day fighting him once. Literally, I was I woke up at noon. I fought him till 7 p.m. We did kill an AT Velk, Kaiser. You're right. I brought a group of guys to do AT Velk with me. It was me, you, Nate, and Greg. Sethiana. It was one of those guys. We did. You're right. I apologize. I forgot that we did that because we did it in like the first try. Yeah, Deviljho is a personal favorite. Put Deviljho ahead of Monkey, honestly. I think I like Deviljho more. It's pulling at my heartstrings to put Deviljho ahead of Legiana, but I can't. I just love him so much. Legiana is just like, it's such a fun fight. The armor is amazing. It's one of my favorite armors. I never got a chance to actually make it and wear it because at the time of low rank and high rank we were just moving so fast. It's one of my favorite armors. She has great weapons, decent weapons. I'm not gonna say great weapons because they're actually not that good. I just love the cinematics of the fight, and that was one of the times I was fighting on my own, just alone. The house is empty, and I had one of the most fun fights I've ever had in this game. Maybe it was just a lucky day for Legiana. Maybe it was just, I don't know, but that was one of the best fights I've ever had. They say there's this really funny line from like Yellowstone where they say like, oh, cowboying is like an art without an audience or whatever. That's how I felt with that night with Legiana. I was like, no one's here to experience it with me. No one's gonna see it. This is the best fight that I ever had. One of them. Fatalis, I'm not going into that again, but you got it. And then Savage Deviljho, that's another one. It was one of the best fights that no one actually saw me have. I've had a lot of good fights with the boys fighting him. And yeah, I mean, it gets your heart racing. It's like, I have a friend who we like to one-on-one each other every year in basketball and stuff. His name is also Austin. He's one of my best friends. We go way back. And we always have these arguments, who's Austin number 1, who's Austin number 2. So whenever we're together, we're at we're at a birthday party and it was about axe throwing. And so I was like, if I win, dog, like I'm Austin number 1. He was Austin number 1 because he beat me in a one-on-one game in basketball. So it just feels, Savage Deviljho just feels like such this fun rivalry, this fun like rival, this guy, like this, he's always there, like, and I know I'm gonna beat him, similar to how I feel about Austin. He'll never hear this, I can say that. I know I'm gonna win, but goddamn, am I gonna have a blast doing it? And is he gonna make me sweat just a little bit? And God, he's just the best. I definitely think Legiana. I was thinking this before. Do I have to not be Legiana in Iron Kaiser's animations? Although a chunky Deviljho with a red beard would physically fit me more, I think Legiana being loud and screaming is more me. Deviljho is my Vegeta. That's a really good way to say it. Yeah, I love Deviljho, man, and I decided many months ago that he was better than Legiana, and I just kept it to myself this whole time. The older I get, the quieter I become. I'm able to keep secrets now like I wasn't able to 10 years ago. So yeah, I knew he was my favorite one night, like 2 months ago, and I was just like, I was just going to hold on to that one for a while. I am, this is like the official tier list. I don't think I can move anybody. Yeah, I don't think I'm going to move anybody. I think that's it, and I think we can call it a night.
You did good fucking work, brother. This was awesome.
Yeah, no, that was yeah, I loved that. We held intelligent conversations, and someone said it was so nice to see me become like this knee-jerk, goofy, like just picking a monster because it's a duck, to analyzing, deep diving, and dissecting, end game boss fights. I am so excited to play Rise. There were so many top 20 monsters on that poll list that were from Rise. So I'm just so excited to play new monsters, new games with new mechanics, and I'm just ready to freaking play. Whether it's next weekend or the weekend after, I'm ready.
Soon for sure. We'll figure out the exact specifics in case there's something else that comes up. But
yeah, because it's gonna be, so we'll have to get Sam. Sam is a tough fella to tie down sometimes. Mm-hmm. It'll always be at least me and Connor, and then I would imagine Nate will pop in similarly to Frontier, where he joins to talk, which is totally fun.
Yeah, we'll probably have Nate carry the peanut gallery semi-regularly.
God, okay. The invitation was for Nate, and yeah, Nate only. I
don't think Carrie cares.
The peanut gallery, the heckling gallery. What the fuck are you talking about? Yeah, we just Carrie being there just turned this into like an away game, and I have to play in front of the freaking fans who hate me. I really see, it sucks. It doesn't suck. It does not suck. Let me rephrase. I really wish this was 6 months ago and we had time to play all of Rise.
Yeah.
because I really do want to make a full Rise tier list and have all of them be out there, because I think it's going to be really interesting to compare new monsters to the second iteration of monsters from World. Monsters that have been, because, you know, like I said, some of these monsters have been around for ages and I fought them once. I don't know when we'll do it, but I do definitely want to beat Rise eventually. And I think it'll be easier. Who knows, Connor? If me and you buckle down, we might be able to blitz a lot of it more than we think, because like you said, there's nothing Fatalis level hard in Rise, right? There's nothing like that's going to wall us, I think.
Not as bad, no. Yeah, I still think that it sucks that we'll probably have to break it up, because exactly what
we have to. Yeah. We have to. We can't not.
Because if we wanted to beat Sunbreak before Wilds comes out, I'm afraid that we wouldn't enjoy Rise.
Yeah, so I definitely want to beat it eventually. Maybe we can. Well, I don't know how much longer you're gonna. How are you even close? This is a good question. Are you even close to like ending Frontier, if there's a thing?
I don't really know. Not really. I don't know. I kind of don't really know.
Yeah, because unless Rise becomes like the middle of the week thing, because a lot of people like Rise. I was shocked because I always envisioned, before I knew anything, I thought Rise was the BT Miles Morales side game.
There's a loud group of people that really don't like it. Thankfully, that's starting to go away. I think there was a lot of people who started on World, didn't realize how like the games worked and how they kind of flip-flopped a little bit. Rise was quite a bit different, and a lot of the World babies were not happy about it. Thankfully, it's been pretty widely regarded that viewpoint is stupid, and we don't do that nearly as much anymore as a community.
Yeah, so because I know a lot of people think Rise is better than World, and that's not an unpopular opinion, it seems, the more I'm here. We'll figure it out, because I do want to beat Rise eventually.
Yeah.
Even if I don't have to stream it, even if I just beat it so I can tier list it, we can play Rise, you know, whether Rise becomes like a middle of the week stream or whatever, you know, we'll figure it out, because we're going to do it eventually. But yeah, if not next week, it'll be the week after, gang, so you be on the lookout. What would hold us back, and this is not a deterrent for Sam to join us, is it the same 3-player scaling?
I am 90% certain, and someone can correct me, that they actually just scale it per individual hunter.
Okay. All right. Perfect. Okay, never mind. I was going to say, because if it's 3 players playing a 4-level scale, that might hold us back for some time. But I would anticipate a lot of Connor and I. Sam will be there when he can, and then Nate will probably be there every week just talking. All right, we're closing the book on World for now, at least.
Yeah, like I said, not impossible that we'll go back, but for now, it's done.
Yeah, we finished at an interesting time because we're diving right into Rise, and then a whole new game's coming out, so World's really going to be on the back burner.
Yeah, no, shit's about to get kind of nuts. We'll get back to you next week. We'll do something next week. We have a couple of things floating around and some other stuff we're not entirely sure how we're going to slot. But World and Iceborne is done. And we're going to be moving into... That's a fair question, James. Do you have any final thoughts on Monster Hunter World, and Iceborne?
I think... that's a good point, too. We could... If Nate doesn't want to play, Sam's not there, let's fucking bring the fans in. That'll speed it up. But again, I want to enjoy it. So I don't want to just bring in fans that are level 999 and smoke everything. But yeah, fans will be open to join, I'm sure. You know, I don't oppose that at all. Final thoughts, man. I used to be a guy who made fun of people for playing Monster Hunter, and now I play Monster Hunter. So life's funny like that, ain't it?
Mm-hmm. It's Fire Emblem 2, baby.
It's one of my favorite games I've ever played. Maybe it's because I played it with my best friends. But I found myself playing that game on my own volition a lot. It's going to be hard to beat because I know a lot of people say, oh, there's things in World that are better in Rise, so on and so forth. But to me, it is the only Monster Hunter. It's not even the only Monster Hunter I played. Technically, I played Wilds. But to me, World is like the perfect Monster Hunter. There was a lot of... I complained about the monsters, but in terms of World mechanics... I didn't find a lot to complain about. So in World is like, if they made a World 2, I'd be happy, and I know a lot of people wouldn't be. So yeah, I love this game. I'm glad I actually decided to play it, and I guess I can let this secret out. I don't think I ever said it on stream. I bought World a long time ago, and I was gonna play it and surprise Connor and just be like, hey, look what I play, and I hated it. And I stopped playing. So yeah, but I don't count that because it was only like a night or two. But yeah, so this is my first real playthrough of World, and yeah, it's amazing. And it's really funny that this game isn't. I know that this is like the first Monster Hunter that really was like brought in to like mainstream popularity, and I'm shocked that it's not more popular because it is amazing. It's so good. And so I'm really excited to play more Monster Hunter because I just want to see, because it seems like every game is so different. And so I'm super curious to see what Rise is like. And I'm just excited to play something new. So it was a blast. Shout out to like 100 people pretty much the whole time.
Oh, yeah.
I think of you all as friends, especially in the Discord. I call you guys my friends. Whenever I refer to you when I talk to someone about Discord that doesn't know you guys or know that I do this, I call you guys my friends. It's so fun to have you guys in this chat and like talk to me about my opinions. Shout out to the people who just wholeheartedly agree with my opinions, seemingly no matter what I say. You're the best. Quack's all right, I guess. Like Carrie said, Carrie messaged me when I said about her joining, and she said someone has to keep your ego in check. So that's why Quack and Carrie exist, But yeah, I absolutely love this. It's so fun to get on a mic and talk about video games. Yeah, so I love you guys, and I love this channel, and I love Connor, and it's been an absolute blast playing this game, but I am ready to move on.
Shout out to all the patrons, and special shout out to Ethan Toombs, Blast Shooter 87, Spoonman, Bry Bastion, Unseen Mercenary, Certified Rajang Hater, Ketz, Psychotic Jester, Stromlin, Shaggy Grizzly, Dovita, Sir Newt Newt, Nihilist Chimerax, Call Sign Shadow, and I Think I Stole Your Sandwich. Thank you very much, everyone.